need a water butt, see? And they could use it for watering the pitch if they need to. Yeah, that'd be alright, wouldn't it? Very green.
That's it. Not too bad. You? No, not too bad, thank you.
was absolutely fine until it started pissing down, and then I literally couldn't speak into it because it wasn't working either. And it was at a really appropriate time when I couldn't reply. Yeah. And then it was when you said, have you heard it? It took me a while to reply to that because of that, not because I was thinking of something to reply. And then I stopped running, paused my watch, like stood under a tree, tried to drive my phone, it still wouldn't work. Road. I'm actually enjoying it, to be fair.
A very good morning if you're just joining us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. From all of us at Somerset County Cricket Club, we wish you a very happy Easter to you and your families. Day 3 set to get underway in just 10 minutes time. A warm welcome once again to all the players, officials and supporters from Nottinghamshire. The visitors set to resume their first innings on 218 for 3, trailing by 129 runs, with 7 first innings wickets remaining. We are set to get underway at 11. Lunch will be taken at 1, tea at 3:50, with the scheduled close of play 6:20. There is a scheduled 101 overs to be bowled on day 3. Somerset County Cricket Club would like to thank our principal county championship partner WPA Health Insurance and also our match sponsor City West Country, an organisation with more than 40 years of experience in the motor industry. CWC operate various brands spanning across the southwest of England, from Taunton to Truro, including fleet and retail sales of new and used cars, new and used van sales, servicing, MOT and repair for cars and vans. And a reminder that today is our Marie Curie Day, where we're raising awareness and vital funds for this fabulous charity. If you're entering through the St James Street entrance, you'll have hopefully seen the team at the stall. Please do go along when you can and chat to the hard-working members of staff over there, and by all means, if you can donate or enter their fabulous raffle today, then any help is greatly appreciated. Proud to be celebrating Marie Curie Day here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton.
Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground, and happy Easter Sunday to all of you listening wherever you are in the world. I've just had a text from Damien Coles listening from Bangalore in India. So I'm not sure how much Easter they celebrate out there, but those of you tucking into your chocolate, you might have fasted and not eaten chocolate over Lent or whatever it is. And enjoy the sunshine here in Taunton. Myself, Harry Everett here. Pete Trigo's doing some admin, but Vic Marks has got no admin to do. We're going to quiz him later on what that means. But he is here, Ferrari and all. And we have quite a good game set up. The champions are in town. If you've not watched the last 2 days, quickly go and watch some highlights to catch up. But Rocky Stoneman is warming up Tom Haber with the gloves. I think that's a bit of a joke. I think we won't read too much into that. James Rahu's still got the pads on. Let's not panic. James Rahu's loving it. Yeah, it's going to be a good day. Yes, I got an official confirmation from the new Polly. 101 overs today. Lunch at 1, tea at 3:50, that's fixed. And schedule close 6:20. Yeah, okay.
Please welcome match umpires Paul Pollard and Graham Lloyd. Led out by captain Craig Overton, please welcome Somerset. The Nottinghamshire batters, number 33, Joe Clark, and number 30,
well, Jason
Jack
Kerr
Haynes.
picked up that. I interviewed Jason Kerr after play last night, and he was fascinated by this. It's the playing and missing
The
outside
match
off stump.
referee is Dean Costa.
He said he'd never
Scorers
seen
are
in his
Kevin
Somerset
Mitchell and
home match
Roger
career,
Marshall.
he had never seen so many in-player misses. I'll get you the exact quote. They said
We
similar.
stand
Dylan Pennington
against
said
all
similar.
forms of
Tom Haber said
discrimination, and
similar.
there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity we are stronger. We're dedicated to raising the game. If you witness it, challenge it, call it out. Here at Somerset, you can report an issue or concern by alerting a steward or by texting SCCC steward, followed by your message to 66777. Thank you for your support. Facing the first delivery on day 3 will be number 30, Jack Haynes, to be bowled from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end by Somerset captain, number 7, Craig Overton.
Yeah, it's interesting hearing Jason Kerr talking about Craig Overton being captain, of course. We saw him have a big chat with Paul Pollard and Graham Lloyd after play yesterday. And Jason said Craig and Miggy particularly were superb with the ball. A lot of credit to Haynes and Clark, who absorbed a lot of pressure, but he said, I've never seen us go past the bat here so many times without taking the edge. And he said Craig led the attack brilliantly. He stepped up. A couple of decisions didn't go his way. Numerous times we went past the outside edge. Yeah, agreed. Good area straight away from Craig Overton. There's a bit of overcast conditions come over. Always, yes. I think Pretorius, yeah.
Due day and a stroke of, well, not luck, but suddenly you found the edge.
Yeah, great start for Somerset this morning. Craig Overton right on the money, the captain, the stand-in skipper for this match. And as we said, we're just talking through those Jason Kerr comments after play last night, saying how unlucky he was. He always fights all the way through the game, Craig Overton. He's heart on his sleeve, he's passionate, and he's pushed through that frustrating LBW not given yesterday. But we're going to see not South African wicketkeeper batter Carl Verena ahead of Lyndon James. These two players in the middle order are both pretty useful. But Carl Verena, of course, a World Test champion for South Africa. Carl Verena actually hit the winning runs, didn't he? When they, well, he hit the runs that sealed the title last year.
Well spotted, yeah. I was at that game, but I haven't forgotten that.
Why were you there? Why were you at?
Well, I was working for the BBC, I think.
Were you?
Yeah.
What, on a TMS?
Yes, it was covered by TMS. So.
Was it? Just because it was the champions, I suppose?
Well, it is the World Test Championship final. You've got to be there.
Oh. Sorry, we're on different lines.
Oh,
here.
what are you talking about?
He hit the run that sealed the county championship.
Oh, right, beg your pardon.
I just thought you went 2 time and go to another county.
No, I wasn't there. Sorry, I wasn't listening properly.
No, standard.
Okay.
He might have hit the runs in the World
Well, he was playing in it, wasn't he?
Yeah. Aidan Markham got that brilliant 100, didn't he? Well, you'd know better. You were there.
I can't remember things like that. It's only it's 12 months ago, almost. If it was 40 years ago, I might have a chance. Anyway, here we go.
Carl Verena, the diminutive figure, a classy act. Wicketkeepers, they've got this way of playing in different areas. He's a pretty solid bat. James Rue sprints down to the other end. Tom Abel with no gloves on his hands this time, jogging along to third slip, I thought.
Not sure they'll have a third slip.
No, they're going to put a point in, maybe.
It is going to be Pretorius, who was the sole wicket taker yesterday. Bowled really well. I've got one new bat. Well, they're both fresh batsmen. And, overnight, things can change. But they very, very content to get another wicket. There's still a long way to go to get through this Nottinghamshire lineup. There's Lyndon James, we know. Patterson White has scored runs against Somerset. And he's no mug with the bat.
No, I think he would be the best of the three. If you think of Patterson White, Farhan Ahmed and Calvin Harrison, who's now at Northants, the 3 not spinners they had last year, they can all bat. But Patterson White probably the slightly stronger of the 3. Oh, how about that?
Just a bit of, that's a beautiful shot to start the day from Joe Clark. It may not have been the perfect delivery. Half volley, but my goodness me, he's hit that well.
Wow, I can't believe how well he's timed that.
Well, he does that quite often, so I can.
I just thought first ball of the morning for Mickey Pretorius.
Just watch Bourne hit it.
Yeah. There's a deep
But it's
cover in play as well.
yeah, he hit it so well. Deep cover had no chance.
Yeah, the scoreboard isn't working at the moment, but we'll keep you up to date with the score. It's 224 for 4. So not far away from a first batting bonus points for the champions. But Somerset are level currently in the bonus point stakes. It's 3 to Notts' 3. Should really be 4-3 to Somerset if they've got 3 more runs. Well played. There we go. The scoreboard's had his Easter Sunday lion, and he's woken up to join the party. Storm Dave isn't doing too much damage.
Not here.
Country, but Durham, yeah.
Durham, the news from Durham is that no spectators are going to be allowed into the ground because there's been some overnight damage. What I don't know, and you'll be able to tell me, is whether they're actually playing cricket there
They had a
behind
delayed
closed
start.
doors. But
No,
delayed
start. So
Right.
not sure exactly when they're going to start, but that was confirmed. Not sure what the extent of the damage was.
Well,
you know, these press releases don't give you too much information. You want to know what's happened. Has
you
one
do.
of the buildings blown over? I don't know.
Well, I doubt that, but
No, you wonder what
but
it is.
it must be significant if they're not letting any
Or is it the
spectators
wicket?
in.
My worry is it the wicket? Something to do with the covers?
Well,
If it's rained overnight and they couldn't get the covers
yeah,
on,
but-
or the covers were blown off?
well, the press release specifically mentions no spectators allowed in, which suggests it's a bit more structural. Anyway,
think-
who knows? Storm Dave has caused some havoc, despite sounding quite a cosy storm, just a Dave. We're lucky to be in this part of the country where we've got a few clouds around now that suddenly have amassed, but they're staying on the quantals.
They're going to bring in deep
Just
cover point.
just bring him to a single saving position. Clark has driven the ball so crisply.
Josh Thomas, who's been doing that cover point job. Tom Lammonby at cover, took that brilliant catch yesterday.
Yeah.
Hasib Hamid thought he'd nailed it for 4. Diving forward, Tom Lammonby got his mitts underneath it. Great catch just above the turf.
Yeah, you've got to get used to recognising Josh Thomas in the first team. You may have to get used
Is that
to
a
that.
new,
I
a
mean,
new thing to recognise?
well, you know how you get used to recognising players somehow or other.
Yeah, we saw him quite a lot in the One Day Cup the last couple of years.
Yeah, well, that's true. I didn't see quite so many of that as you did, perhaps.
Get down here in August, Vic. It's where cricket's at in August.
Well, you've got to be pretty alert to know when there's cricket in August.
You've got to make the most of it. There's only 4
Yeah,
days as
yeah.
well. Yeah, I think he'll play quite a big role this year in that competition with no Thomas Root,
Well, he'll be
no
hoping
James
to,
Root.
he'll be hoping to play a big role in Championship cricket after an encouraging start, anyway, in the first innings here.
Then you wonder, does he then push Lewis Goldsworthy for the spinner spot in the Blast as well, having both gone to Leicestershire and bowled on loan in the Blast?
Did Josh Thomas go to Leicester?
Yeah,
as
they
well?
both did last year.
Did he
Both bowled. Yeah.
Did they? Well, I don't know the answer to that. There's a lot of imponderables at this stage.
Yeah,
Although I think actually Goldsworthy in the Blast was almost surprisingly valuable
Yes.
with his left arm spin. He was batting about 10 or 9, wasn't he, half the time?
He had that 3 for at Gloucestershire
Yeah,
that really
yeah.
kick-started his campaign.
And he's a combative cricketer. You need to be strong to bowl left arm spin in the Blast, the Taunton especially.
But he bowled well here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's
I think it was Jason Roy hit him around a bit in one of the early games.
well. You're always gonna go at some point, aren't you?
Yeah, and I just think like, the confidence you could see zooming out of him after that Gloucestershire game.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there's plenty of imponderables with both roos being contracted to 100. But that's a way away.
Yeah.
Juice up the way in a tad. Is it?
It's just a few drops of rain, scudding little showers. Hopefully it doesn't linger. Umpires are starting to look at one another.
Yeah, that's a bit heavier.
Yeah, I think they're going to pop off. Well, I don't think it'll be long. But it is suddenly it's raining quite hard. There's a stiff breeze. It really won't last very long. They'll get the covers on. In fact, James Rue is helping by uprooting the stumps. They'll get the covers on, and I can't actually see.
It's blue sky to our left, Vic.
Yeah, well, that's where it comes from. So I don't think this will be a long delay.
Mr. Admin's turned up with Easter eggs just as the rain comes. Oh, well, thanks, Pete.
That's wonderful.
I don't know what it is, an orange...
It's an orange egg. There'll be chocolate in there, I expect, if you're lucky.
If you're lucky. It's not an orange.
Oh look, it's absolute delight.
That's the admin he was doing. He was going to the shop to buy some Easter eggs.
Well, what a generous soul.
Or maybe the Ferrari comes with Easter eggs. Maybe that's part of the deal. No. The covers are going to come on quite properly, actually, now. It's not just one cover.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see
they now have put
a bit more.
A tarpaulin on, but I don't think it'll last for long. There's a stiff breeze blowing left to right.
You can see the contacts, though.
Yeah. Well, they've cleared up a bit. So it's one of those days where the grounds have got to do the business, but it won't be too long, I think, before they start to take them off again. I'm hoping. But what are we going to do? Are we going to stay, or are we? Or are we going to go?
Actually, now. I think it's going to go.
I think we're going to go.
I think we might.
But we won't be. I don't think we'll be too long. But it is raining quite hard at the moment. But I suspect. Well, actually, we might be here a bit later than 6:20.
I might have to get the cryptic crosswords out. I know it's your favourite rain pastime.
Okay. So we'll be back as soon as there's any action. But for the moment, farewell.
session. Tea will now be taken at 3:55. Lunch remains at 1, tea at 3:55. Thank you. Resuming from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, number 7, Craig Overton.
Craig Overton is going to continue after the rain delay with 2... Oh, no, he's not going to continue. He's not got the ball. Was that a joke? I think it was, actually. Did Craig realise? He started running in. Oh, no, this is going to be clipped up.
They hadn't given him the ball.
Craig's going to go viral. He's got a massive grin on his face. I think he realised.
Well, what's got into him?
Went through this.
He's smiling. He's being mischievous.
He got a wicket, Vic. That's what got into him.
Well, he'd like to get another one now after that little break.
Unfortunately, we can take the rain off the screen now. It's blue sunshine. Lovely setup. Lovely pitch. And there is the inside edge from Carl Verena. We talked about him squirting into funny areas, and Craig Overton has a little joke with him straight away. As he's still giggling.
Well, what's he had to drink in the short rain break? Anyway, he's got a wicket. He's deserved that.
Yes.
He's got Haynes this morning, 227 for 4.
To continue from the river end,
Right,
number
well, hot
27,
news.
Miguel Pretorius.
Lunch stays the same, but tea is no longer at 3:50. It's at 3:55.
5 minutes further. Although it could be 3:57 if we started over at 3:54.
And I suppose the close of play has elongated as well after that interruption. I don't know.
Good luck to Kevin Mitchell, sorting out all the permutations. Lovely to have Polly in the box yesterday. Great to see Polly back, enjoying her retirement. The shoe's on the other foot, I hear. David's now working and Polly's enjoying a life of leisure.
Right.
Well, Mickey Pretorius then will continue from the river end. Again, the inside edge. Carl Verena's not happy. He's not got his timing right yet. Still early in his innings. A couple of times he's just twisting his hands.
Yeah, well, early in his innings, early in the season.
Cold.
Yeah, we know what a dangerous player he is, but he's mortal. It's a sweet shot, and it's beaten mid-off.
Thought that was good fielding. Just got away from him. I think that's Alfie Ogborn at mid-off, diving to his stronger left hand. Good fielder, Alfie Ogborn. Just give himself a little bit of pain trying to stop that.
Yeah, he's moving a bit gingerly. He had a bit of a turn last night, actually, where he slipped in the outfield.
Carl Verena has a test average of 30. First class average of 47, complete the 216 not out. So as number 6s in county championship go, he's got to be right up there.
First class average of 47, that's pretty serious, isn't it?
1600s, 34 50s. And there, he should be gone though. Kola Cadmore, it was low, but I think that's a proper chance there. Mickey Pretorius is fuming. It carried well enough. It would have been a good low chance, but Kola Cadmore didn't quite get underneath it. We're seeing the edge taken today after missing the edge so much yesterday. My naked eye, I think he could catch that. Yeah, that's definitely carried. It's low, and he's got to get underneath it. I agree. It's not an easy catch, but
it's sort of ankle height.
Should get under that.
You're a bit closer to the replay, but ankle height, you reckon?
Yeah. Yeah, hit his boot via a few fingers.
Oh dear.
It's gone up a tiny bit of a fraction there, I'd say. Get a fraction of a step. Kola Cadmore closer, as you would, having been hit low down, but we'll get another replay for you. But that's a genuine edge for Mickey Pretorius. Hitting that good area. Him and Craig Overton bowled particularly well yesterday. Jason Kerr applauded them last night after play, but you've got to take your chances against the champions. 3 for 40, could have been 4 for 40. It's a good single. Finds that gap between mid-on and mid-wicket with a plom. Could that get Carl Verena going? Here it is. Defensive shot, just poking at it. Kalakama didn't move particularly swiftly down and underneath it. Craig Overton, the best slipper at second slip. Great fielding at mid-wicket. That could have been 4. Carl Verena's frustrated. He's not beaten that mid-wicket man 4-4. Lewis Goldsworthy.
So's Joe Clark. Who hit him?
Fair enough point.
We've got a festival of red ball cricket coming in June, when Somerset take on Warwickshire. All the details will follow. If not now, quite soon. Q&As. You can quiz Harry, probably. Bat making demonstrations. The museum will be putting on some special events.
Oh, the museum.
Harry will be available.
I'll be here, of course I will. Craig Overton again then, on the spot. Tell you what, Vic, I went to visit the museum again yesterday. They've done some brilliant work over the winter. Not just the normal museum building that a lot of us know opposite Mr. Bryce's Somerset County Stores, but there's another building, the bookstore, which isn't open that often, has been revamped next to M&H. It's not open as much as the museum, but on a match day, they're hopefully going to open it a bit more this year.
Well, I think I heard them say that it is open today, and they are selling books at very competitive prices.
Yes.
And there's quite a store of books in there.
And upstairs and downstairs now.
Yeah. If you're a cricket lover, you'll find something that interests you in there.
Mike's had a lot of work on the museum website, in the museum, helping out in the bookstore as well.
Yeah. So
lots of Notts fans were enjoying it yesterday. They've got Wisden collections, they've got certain Vic Marks books.
Well, there's a few remaindered, but there's a whole host of surprising books in there.
Shield Berry gave me a copy of his book yesterday or the day before.
Did he?
His book's probably in there.
So presumably that was his. He's written several. Obviously, his 500 test book.
Yes. Oh, that's a cheeky second. Gets in well enough. Alfie Ogborn's a good fielder, as we've mentioned before. Can't quite stop the 2 there. Quick is Carl Verena scurrying between the wickets. Yeah, he's not here today. Michael Atherton and Shield Berry were here for day 1. I'm not sure if they've gone to different county grounds for all of the first 4 days.
Well, I'm not sure Mike Atherton does that much work for the Sunday papers.
Part-time now, is he?
Well, no, he does do. He's not part-time, but Mike is, because he's the Times correspondent, doesn't regularly write for the Sunday Times, so on a Saturday he can have a little bit of respite.
So you reckon that the Friday article will go in the Sunday Times? Well, no, because I saw it.
No, he came on Friday.
Yeah. And
he wrote a piece for the Saturday Times.
Yes.
Sunday Times used to be a very completely separate paper, but isn't there now someone like Simon Wilde, who's been the Sunday Times correspondent for a long time now. He now writes regularly for the Times as well.
Yeah, not seen him down here much either. If at all, actually, in recent years.
Well,
I can't remember him being down there.
I know.
There's only 18 grounds to get to, so.
Well, he lives very near the Rose Bowl, or what was the Rose Bowl, the Southampton.
Yeah.
And of course, once the international season gets going, you don't see many of the
Yeah, they tend to prioritise the international game.
Yeah. It's a very neat little tuck, that, isn't it? It's not
off
the worst
stumps
ball.
As well. Yeah. If he misses that, Craig's appealing again.
I know, but he didn't look like missing it, and it could be an expensive miss. It wasn't a straightforward chance, of course, but
Your jackets are in the museum. Mike tells
Oh,
us.
yeah.
How many jackets have you donated?
Well, these were England touring blazers, not just jackets.
Come on, Mike, give them the correct title.
Well, my wife was thrilled that
Yeah, they were gone.
but I've got a few of the, not the grand. Years ago, they were multicoloured type blazers, but these are just a sort of dark blue, really. But they are England touring blazers, so obviously well worth a look.
Absolutely.
I'm sure I could still get into them.
I'm sure I'm not going to go and buy your blazer.
They're not for sale. They're not for sale. They're to admire, Harry.
So 2 slips in for the 72 overs old ball. The new ball not that far away now. You wonder whether these two will bowl.
You would think. Well, Pretorius rarely gets the new ball,
I think it'd go to Alfie or Jake Ball. Yeah.
so you would think that Overton might give himself a break now,
Yeah, it's tricky to push through. You're not going to bowl all the way now
Yeah.
until the new ball.
and therefore you think that Pretorius might keep going,
Yeah.
and then perhaps Jake Ball might take over from Overton, so that
Yes.
Overton is ready for that second new ball. But we'll see.
To then take it with Alfie Ogborn replacing Mickey Pretorius would be the sensible move, you reckon? Although
Well,
Alfie was a
it's-
bit expensive.
Yeah,
his first
that's
overs.
one option, and perhaps the likeliest option. Pretorius, as he was yesterday, is after a loosener that went for 4, has been on target. We'll see. Where's Jake Ball? Is he mid on?
Yes.
He's not looking like a man preparing to bowl. I mean, there are a lot of hands in pockets out there, but I think
That's
is
fair
not.
enough.
Yeah, they're just trying to keep warm. Oh, that's moved. It's still something there, isn't it?
I think Craig will give himself one more over with this oldish ball.
He might
Just-
do. He's still getting a little bit of movement there. But you would think you would want him ready to go with that new ball. It's a very firm defensive push, that. Would have almost gone to the boundary without an extra cover fielder. He's looked good again, hasn't he? Clark. He always looks pretty good, actually, when he scores runs.
And he tends to like scoring runs against Somerset. He's got a
Yeah.
great record here, and well, some Kookaburra ball games at Trent Bridge, of course, as well help. But I remember him batting quite well with Will Young
Yeah.
down here. Just bat through the day, basically. No messing. Will Young is not playing in the county championship yet for this year.
Well, I suppose he's in the New Zealand Test team.
Yeah, even the squad. Yeah.
And they're going to be touring before too long.
Yeah, if you get 3-4 game stint though, just to warm up and get used to conditions. Shot, that's going to be 4. There's no stopping that. There's a fine leg in place, but he's very square, almost like a long leg. Almost a backward square leg. And that's too short, too easy to play fine from Craig Overton. And Joe Clark's eyeing up 100 potentially before the new ball comes here, if he's got enough of the strike in the next few overs.
Feral breeze out there, you can hear it on a So when's your first game of the season then, Harry?
Well, yeah, I'm not actually entirely sure on my pre-season schedule yet.
Oh, well, this is obviously a very cunning way of trying to work out what you're up to.
Yeah, but I meant to have an MCC debut at Truro on the 28th of April.
Right.
If weather allows.
MCC versus...
I think it's Truro School. They play a lot of the schools,
yeah,
don't they, MCC?
Yeah.
So I've never played down there. But yeah, I'm a candidate. I think you're meant to play 10 games in 2 years.
Right.
So yeah, I signed up for a few games for the MCC. So they don't play very late, the MCC. They seem to stop in August. No,
well, a lot of the schools,
obviously
the schools tend to finish in June now, so they're not around.
I thought there'd be other teams that'd play sort of end of August in the school holidays or even September, but I think the first week of August is the last, particularly in the West Country. There might be a few more games London way, but yeah, I've got a potential game in Bath way, West Buckland, they play at Blundell's, Mount Kelly. A few of these schools I've played at for Devon Dumplings and Somerset Stragglers in the past anyway, but yeah, intrigued to play some MCC cricket at some different venues and different people.
Yeah.
That's a lovely single there. Good cricket. Deep cover point is back. So the strike rotation from a ball just outside off stump in that corridor. The front foot push. Take the single. I don't think Craig Overton needs a deep cover point.
Well, he hasn't. Well, he didn't have one for Clark, for Verena, but he's got one just at the minute.
Down the leg side, they know that straight away. Oh, hailstones in Wiveliscombe. I'm not sure.
How do you know that?
YouTube chat.
Right.
Very educational.
Well,
we've got 2,500 people watching on YouTube, plus over money on Facebook.
And some of them are watching hailstones in Wiveliscombe.
Correct, or it might just be one. We get told of weather all over the place. It was beautiful in the Riviera down Torquay, Painton Way. Apparently, but April showers they call it, don't they? I don't think we're going to have anything too serious. The rest of the day it looks pretty bright. Right, Mickey Pretorius then with 6 overs to go into the new ball. He has 3 boundary riders. There's Jake Ball's warm-up.
Yeah, he's got to come and bowl at this end, I would guess.
Amy Matthews, Polly Rose's daughter, is in Scarborough. She's just brought the washing in.
Well,
the information we
well,
get.
There's a fair old breeze up there, and there might be a bit of rain as well, I just think.
Storm Dave might have dried it in seconds.
Might do.
Might have washed it into the next door washing line. Not much foot movement, but an easy single out to deep cover point again. Josh Thomas cleans up. So much chat from Somerset supporters on the train home last night, Vic? Do you have an army of Somerset fans
No,
going
not
back
really.
to Exeter?
No, I think because of all the stoppages we had just before, I think most of them gone.
Right.
So we actually got
quite
seats on the train.
Did you?
Got a seat on the train.
How about that? I did notice in that Times article from Mr. Atherton we mentioned him talking about how busy the train was.
He was standing up.
Yes.
I know. Well, I've spent a lot of time standing up in trains lately. You know, suddenly they've only got, I don't know why, but there's reduced to 4 carriages.
And you're on an easy walk from the train station the other end, or do you get picked up?
No, I walk home from...
Nice little leg stretch.
Yeah. And there's a new walkway here from the station.
Is there?
You can, if you look over
by the
there,
canal.
you can see
yes.
the station, and now there you can see just to the right of the station there. There's that path that's been built, and you can walk directly from the station across a sort of fire pool area.
Yeah.
Over the bridge. You don't have to go back down to the sort of main street.
Oh, by Virador.
Yeah. So you can just walk down there.
Yeah,
and
Which gate do you come in? The Priory Bridge, yeah.
Priory Bridge is, yes, the cameras will be zooming in on it probably.
Lovely.
It makes it even more pleasant an experience.
That's a beautiful shot. Glorious from Carverena. Beats point, the despairing dive. He smoked that for 4. A bonus wicket early on from Craig Overton, but this old ball's not doing too much out here. Somerset just waiting 5.1 overs now to try and get to that new ball. So it's now a 6-minute walk from the train station, not an 8-minute walk, is it? That's a bit more
I haven't
direct.
timed it, Harry, but
You see the challenge?
but it is reduced in distance.
Oh,
You can admire the newly planted trees.
I guess you can come off at the platform this side, I guess, is the closer walk.
Well, yeah,
Is that platform 2?
Well, that one goes. The platform on this side goes westward.
Yes. Westward ho. Westward.
West.
Here it is.
So,
Look at this.
There you are. Over
Great camera work.
Yep. So you can. So that's that. Yeah, it's very easy. Coming to watch cricket at Taunton. The most convenient way is probably, unless you've got a really fast vehicle with all sorts of turbochargers, is probably to come on the train, provided that you're not too fussy about getting a seat. Anyway, I am going now to go and lie down and bring in young Trigo.
Been a tiring half an hour, Vic. But you got your wish.
For
Jake
you,
Ball's on.
maybe.
Jake Ball's on. Jake Ball to take Somerset through with the old ball towards the new ball, we'd think. And Craig Overton can come back in 5 overs time. 245 for 4. 83 not out for Joe Clark then. I reckon he wants to get 70 more runs before the new ball. He's an experienced pro, so it won't be a massive worry to him, but a slight psychological bonus just to get there before the ball changes. So deep cover is in place. Deep fine leg. Oh, that's up in the air, just shy of Miggy Pretorius. I think he got that a lot better than he meant to, Joe Clark. Not much of a push. That's flown towards Miggy Pretorius at mid-on. Jake Ball nearly has a wicket first ball. He's just given... I spotted it. I think he had hand warmers in his pocket that he bowled that first ball with. He realised they were annoying him. He's just given them to the umpire. Yes, it's that time of the year where they have hand warmers in the pockets, hence the hands in pockets. Can't really criticise hands in pockets if it helps you catch the ball. Punch through the offside for 1 run. Well played, Joe Clark in control, ticking the score around.
Morning, Harry. How are you, buddy?
Morning. Yeah, all right. Nice to see the sunshine on Easter Sunday. Just that minor delay for rain. I think we're going to be good for the rest of the day.
After watching those first few balls, I was hoping that the 2 days of playing misses were over and it was going to be the day where ball dominates bat.
Got your tally sheet ready to update.
Notts do have quite a long batting lineup, so plenty of work for Somerset to do at this stage. Notts in good position here at 246 for 4. Joe Clark on 84. He played some very easy on the eye, elegant shots yesterday. Be looking to start his season off to a flyer, as did Tom Abel for Somerset.
Jake Ball needs to work on his football skills. Off the left boot, not quite getting that flick up right.
Well, he's a massive Everton fan, Jake Ball, and even by that little effort, he'd probably make it into the reserves.
Watch out, Spencer Bishop will be listening.
Yeah, Spencer will be savage with that. We've got a few Toffees fans around the ground at the moment. Jake Ball looked like he had very nice rhythm in patches yesterday. Hasn't made a breakthrough yet. A few sharp nip back deliveries that caused a bit of strife yesterday. Only 4 overs and a ball until that second new ball's available, which I think will be a pretty big moment in the game.
Yeah, 5 overs and a ball. Jake Ball with the ball then. What can he do? with a bit of magic here. Yeah, hit that spot. I think that's the best strategy here. You're not getting that much movement. Just hit your line and length. Don't think Clark's going to come running down the wicket to him.
Yeah, it's always that little period before the new ball where you're just trying to keep control of the run rate as much as you can. Obviously, the ideal scenario is you pick up a wicket and expose a new batter to that new ball. So I think every time there has been a new ball on this pitch, the seam movement has certainly livened up a little bit. And as we have said many times, there were an awful lot of player misses on day 1 and 2, and both innings could have looked a lot different. You enjoyed your Easter Sunday so far? Obviously, I loaded you up with a couple of little mini eggs. Have you got a nice little cache of Easter eggs to
No, I haven't actually.
pile into later?
I think I'm past that stage in my life and career.
Looking very smart today as well, Harry.
I've made an
big
extra
fan.
effort. Yeah, I thought I'd... it was a bit cold, so I had to wear
You look
trousers.
like a slim Anthony Gibson. He loves a cashmere jumper, doesn't he?
Yeah, you know, actually, it's just an Anthony Gibson colour. Yeah, he's not worn the same one today. But no, thought I'd make an extra effort for the Easter weekend, first match of the season. Sadly, we are seeing Nick Pepper's team. They had 6 of them yesterday. A couple of them are having an Easter Sunday off, I think. Just the 4 ground staff members today. They are getting around the covers. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to take them off, though. Hopefully, they just plough on through, because good call from Carl Verena. Not worth the run there. Joe Clark was thinking about it. Not worth the run.
Yeah, I think the umpires do tend to take lead from the activity of the ground staff, and they are primed and ready to go to bring the sheets on.
I think if they wait another 45 seconds, though, this cloud pass, and it's all blue sky behind it, so sometimes it's worth just going through a little bit of rain. Not much on the radar. It was only between 10 and 12 there was a chance of rain today. From 1 o'clock onwards, it's meant to be dry completely. Lost his balance a bit there, Verena, coming through, that back hip coming through as he tried to defend that ball, but did manage to get some bat on it. Enough to protect his stumps.
Yeah, good spot. Just slightly fell over to the offside with his head, bringing that front pad into play. I'm sure that's what Pretorius will be targeting. He's bowled very well as Miguel Pretorius throughout this game. Going at a shade over 2 and over, and he's obviously picked up the lion's share of the wickets, 3 for at the moment. Sounds like he should have had an extra one, albeit for a drop catch at first slip.
Yeah, I don't think there's any excuse really for Kola Cadmore that. Just didn't quite get down underneath it enough. Maybe too many jumpers impairing his flexibility.
That's very generous of you. Blame the jumper.
Trying to think of an excuse for him. Oh, nearly another chance there. That's a waft from Joe Clark, one of the poorest shots he's played today, but he's got away with it. Yeah, we saw Mickey Pretorius take the first 3 wickets here. We saw Toby Rowland-Jones take the first 3 wickets for Middlesex against Gloucestershire. They were struggling a little bit in reply to that mammoth effort from Lewis Deploy. Got 181 not out for Middlesex in Division 2 yesterday. Miles Hammond's going well in the 60s though for Gloss. There's some quite high scoring games around the Shires the last 2 and a bit days.
Yeah, you always do look at the scorecard, sort of lunchtime on day 1, looking for the obligatory calamity performance, but none to be seen really. You often see a 30 for 6 or something on day 1 of the county championship season, but the batters have obviously been doing their preparation work, and the pitches are probably a lot better than they have been in the past. I mean, I think it's remarkable actually the standard of the pitch that we're seeing in this game with the amount of rain that fell. But Nick and his team have done a fantastic job. It's been a pretty fair contest, I think, across the game so far, bat and ball. slightly loath to talk about play and misses because we've probably covered that off, but I think both scores that the teams have put on are a little bit flattering. The bowlers have toiled hard, both teams.
Again through mid-on, Joe Clark likes that area. Nearly hit one to Mickey Pretorius off Jake Ball in the last over. I like this move. Tom Ableton come out second slip and come into a catching mid-wicket. I think that's a very sensible move, the way Joe Clark plays. Killer Cadmore stays at first, doesn't go any wider. And then we see a deep mid-wicket go out. Not sure. Well, they might have just gone with 2 close mid-wickets. 2 catches in there, but that was a ball fielding change rather than the Craig Overton fielding change.
Yeah, I agree. I like this. I'd like probably to see Tom Aber a little bit straighter. And right on cue, he's moved a little bit straighter, but Somerset will be mindful of for the next few overs until the new ball, keeping the boundaries off the card as much as possible. Joe Clark just tucks that off of his hip into the leg side and will pick up 1.
I say it's a Jake Ball change. Craig Overton not actually on the field at the moment as Notts get their first batting bonus point. A ripple of applause from the green and gold fans in the crowd and a few appreciative Somerset fans. Yeah, Craig Overton, I'm sure, will be back on the field within the next 2 overs, ready to take that new ball in the 80th over. We talked about low scores. Well, Hampshire are struggling actually. 65 for 7, replying to Essex's 461 for 7 declared. Hampshire should really be in Division 2, but for that bizarre collapse from Durham in the last season in September.
See, there's always one team that has the first innings disaster. Looks like Hampshire are going to be that team. Very good cricketers, or group of cricketers up at Essex. Good bowling attack, especially coming into the middle end of the season when Harmer starts to toil away. Yeah, it looks like we've seen the end of the rain. The ground staff are still lurking around the covers, but leaning on the board. They may be too comfortable to want to move, but yeah, blue skies now. Doesn't look like that little rain cloud's going to have an impact on the amount of overs bowled.
He tried to cut that, but just didn't move his feet at all and got that inside edge. Tiny bit of movement from Jake Ball, but more of a misjudgment from Carl Verena, trying to get that one out to cover point. Just playing with his hands, did come in a little bit. I guess when you bat on off stump, if you get an inside edge, your pads, your legs, save yourself from chopping on. Whereas if you bat on middle stump and play that same shot, you might play on.
Yeah, Verena's quite short in stature, very good square of the wicket.
There's a little press. That's a lovely shot. That's going to be 4 down the ground. Mickey Pretorius can't quite get it. It wasn't too far away from him, to be honest with you. But it's 4 down the ground. Carl Verena, that little trigger over to the off stump and then bops him straight down the ground off the front foot. Didn't time it perfectly, but got enough on it.
Right on cue, as I say, he's good square of the wicket. He plays a glorious on drive for 4.
He's got it all.
What are you talking about, Trigo? You know nothing. That's a beautiful shot. Slightly over pitch there from Jake Paul. Right in the half volley slot that most bowlers try and avoid as much as possible. Very small margins for error lengthwise on a true pitch. I think that's one of the challenges when you bowl here at Taunton. You can err fractionally from line perspective, but if you bowl too short or too full, the batters can dominate. Graham Lloyd being thrown the ball and is looking at it with interest.
Surely it's got.
Will he bother? Will he bother changing it with such a... Well,
surely you got 2.1 overs left in it. Well, Craig Overton looked like he was warming up. Well, say warming up. He was tossing the new ball around, whereas they might need a new old ball before they get to the new ball, which is a bit of a daft situation here. We're going to have another delay.
Well, I would say that taking into account the last ball went for 4, it's obviously gone onto the covers into a puddle and has been saturated. Because it's very unusual for an umpire to be very confident of a ball change. There was no use of a gauge in terms of its roundness and size, so it's obviously just gone into a puddle there. And I'm looking down in front now on the blue sheets. There are some quite decent sized puddles down there. Yeah, I don't think this next ball's going to have to do too much work, as the new ball's due in 2.1 overs, as Harry says.
I guess, is that something that could be done though? How often is that going to happen? A straight drive, every time it goes over the boundary, it's going to land in a puddle on the covers. And the shade down there, it's not going to save the water from the ball. There's the new ball coming down the steps, or the new old balls.
Oh, Dean Koska there, quality left arm spinner, played his career at Glamorgan, the match referee. Dishing out the new balls. They're probably trying to find one old enough to be a fair comparison for this 77.5 overall ball. We've had a little bit of news from those mystified why the Durham game is off due to high winds. Apparently, according to Sydney Smith, there has been a collapsing of scaffolding, bringing danger to potentially players and almost certainly spectators. So that's the reason why Durham are off the field at the moment. The old scaffolders will be hooning up the motorway as we speak with their crowbars to try and sort that out. I'm not sure they use crowbars, but certainly some sort of impact gun to undo a few bolts or tighten a few up.
I did see someone use the word crowbar in a cricket report yesterday, actually. Nothing related to that. I think they said they crowbarred it through point. I didn't quite know how you crowbar it through point. You know, you might punch it or slap it or cut it. I wasn't quite sure how that worked out. But
yeah, that's a new one.
Yeah, the scaffolding was holding up the sight screen, so a problem not just to safety, but to the actual match, I guess. If your sight screen's wobbling around with a bit of scaffolding loose, it's not ideal. Steve Smith wouldn't be having that. We were talking about him and Marnus with Vic yesterday, saying how amazing they are, bothered by everything happening behind the bowler's arm, even if it's 200 metres away. But we continue here. Jake Ball back on the spot to Carl Verena. And that big old delay for one dot ball, and now we'll continue for 2 more overs before Craig Overton will take the new Dukes. I am 100% sure he's going to take the new ball after 80 overs. I know they don't have to, but there is no reason why they wouldn't.
No, it seems like one of those easy decisions to make. It's been pretty clear throughout the match, the new ball, that 20 over period where you get a fair bit of movement out of the new ball here on this surface at Taunton. Nottinghamshire have just past 250, their first batting point, 254 for 4 at the moment, and you think the key to the innings being the not-out batsman Joe Clark on 86 now. He's going to take strike to Alfie Ogborn, who's been brought into the attack, and he is, much to my delight, starting his spell over the wicket. He caused Joe Clark a number of problems on day 2, just angling it across, a number of player misses will keep the slips interested.
He'll bowl 2 overs, well, he'll bowl 1 over with the old ball, and then the second one with the new ball, we think. Him and maybe Jake Ball, or it depends whether Craig Overton wants an old ball 1 over warm-up again, though he has bowled within the last half an hour, so it might be less important. But that thought, does Alfie want to have a 1 over warm-up with the old ball and then steam him with the new?
Yeah, Alfie Ogborn on day 1 bowled some impressive deliveries and in patches, was looking dangerous, but I did get an overriding feeling, and knowing what it's like being in that position, you know, that tension, the desperation to make a breakthrough, I think, yeah, just tightened up the action from time to time. Absolutely normal for a young bowler making his way in the game. Wants to make an impact, but sometimes as a bowler you can sort of try too hard. But showed some good signs, bowled some nice pacey, swinging, moving deliveries.
Deep square leg and deep fine leg are out on the boundary. as is deep cover point, who's in the game this ball.
Yeah, that sort of line and length delivery will keep everyone interested. I know Varane played that quite well, but they're the sort of deliveries that can bring the outside edge. There was a bit of an ooh and an ah from Ogborn. Can Somerset make a timely breakthrough here, just before that new ball?
Good fielding off his own bowling there from Alfie Ogborn. Good athlete. Gets across the ground pretty quickly. He's got a bullet arm. Decent pair of hands. Fifer for Toby Rowland-Jones. Gloucestershire have lost 6 wickets and he has 5 of them.
He must be getting on now. He's
been captain
in his
for a
late
while as well.
30s now.
Yeah.
Rojo. Good bowler.
Got you out a few times?
I have no doubt he would have got me out a couple of times. Yeah, good bowler. They had a nice attacking parts. Old Rowland-Jones and Murtagh in particular. Very, very handy bowlers. I think he had a pretty good berth in the England team for a while before he got injured.
He'll be known for that hat trick, won't he? That'll be his career highlight, I guess. Not in the West Country, he won't be remembered too fondly, but that Middlesex-Yorkshire game, bit of declaration bowling. Tight line from Alfie Ogborn, could leave.
Yeah, he's got 5 for 37 at the moment off of 19 overs, so that's a pretty fine spell to start your season.
So I'm not sure what the chat's about here. 2 umpires coming together again. 1 over Leicester's old ball is going to be bowled by Jake Ball. Then we expect it to be Craig Overton from the pavilion end. And Alfie Ogborn continuing from the river end, of course.
Yeah, he's probably going to fall into the bracket Rowland-Jones of a Richard Johnson having a ridiculous start to an international career, curtailed by injury, 17 wickets at 19. And then I think he picked up a lower back injury, which struck down many a bowler over the years. A little bit of a false shot there from Joe Clark outside, out to the offside. One more over left to that new ball. 5 balls. Not seeing too many signs of Craig Overton getting loose straight away. Maybe Alfie Ogborn will continue his spell with the new ball and Craig will bowl at his favoured end, replacing Jake Ball, depending on how the next few balls go. And that probably could spell the end of his spell with another crunching drive down the ground from Varane. Beautiful shot and 4 runs.
Yeah, Mickey Pretorius twice has been beaten past his left hand. No chance for that one. Again, not completely off the middle of the bat, slightly down towards the inside edge and toe, but the pace of the ball and the power in these bats these days, Farina gets enough for 4. Surrey are still under the pump, although they have got out the Warwickshire number 3. Dan Mosley promoted up to number 3 this season. 144. What a start to the season for the young left-hander. Warwickshire 394 for 4. Ed Barnard is the Warwickshire captain this year. He'd be pretty happy that he doesn't have to bat until nearly 400 are on the board. And Jimmy Anderson's got the new ball for Lancs, trying to wrap up the Northants tail. Already taken 5 foot.
He's not bad as Jimmy Anderson. I saw the montage of his wickets, bowled some outstanding deliveries, bowls that full of a length, and his skill level so high, terrorising batsman. Wouldn't surprise me if he passes 50 wickets very comfortably this season.
Yeah, it was a good day for the Andersons yesterday. Verena whips another one, but yeah, Martin Anderson, that Derbyshire game, got a double 100. He's spelt with 2 S's, of course not related to Jimmy, but a nice line that 2 of the players of the day have very similar names. Keller Campbell then is going to come into a short mid-on. Jake Ball has Craig Overton now as a sort of 1.5 slip, almost a second. It's not looking too threatening here, but you'd expect that with an oldish ball, as Tom Abel does the keeping job without gloves this time. We saw him warming up with James Rouge gloves to keep warm this morning. Keller Campbell back into slip, you can see, for the batter Verena. I guess Verena new to the crease compared to Joe Clark, who's got his eye in for a while. Just looks quite easy out there for Notts at the moment. Somerset hoping the next ball will change things. Pitch doesn't seem to have much wear and tear. Day 3 now, still looks pretty decent batting wicket.
Yeah, it will be all change after this last delivery. New ball. Wouldn't surprise me if it was taken straight away. Alfie Ogborn's got himself loose with that first over. There'll be a very different vibe out there in the middle. The batters will be watching the ball like a hawk. I mean, it sometimes goes one or two ways, the new ball. You can sometimes get a number of wickets. It is going to be Craig Overton replacing Alfie Ogborn after that very, very short spell down the river end. Wouldn't surprise me if Craig... oh no, it's being taken straight away.
At the river end, number 7, Craig Overton, and Somerset have taken the new ball.
Sometimes the norm to have one delivery with the old ball just to get the old Castrol GTX round the system, but Craigo straight in. Picked up that wicket early on today, getting Haynes out for 55, caught James Rue. Be hoping for a few more. Certainly bowled well enough to get a few. Wouldn't surprise me if he mirrors what Pennington achieved, a very unlucky start to a spell and then cleaned up with a fifer towards the back end of the first innings.
Yeah, 5 for 65. Interesting talking to Dylan Pennington after play last night. Very nice fella to interview. Very honest and open with the hard work he's been putting in. Said, I've done a lot of work this winter. Wanted to put that into practice in games as soon as possible. Once you put the ball in the right area enough times, you will get your reward, he said. We just wanted the wickets as quickly as possible so we could get batting sooner. And he's quite positive about Somerset putting a lot of pressure on us at different times, saying our batters have put us in a winning position.
Almost writes itself, that, doesn't it? As a bowler, I was trying to take wickets as quickly as possible so we could then bat.
Put your feet up in the changing rooms.
Just looking over to Vic. Is that do you think that's a modern thought, that bowlers try and get wickets quickly so the batters can bat, or is that a thing that stood the test of time? Yeah, that's quite
media training.
Very insightful. I think a lot of those interviews, it's all in the art of the question, isn't it, Vic? Ask the right question, get good answers.
Fortunately, that wasn't my question, so don't panic.
What was the plan today? Take some wickets. Oh. Surprise, surprise. Overton to Varane. Oh, just turned him round a little bit there, Overton.
I've got to correct you, Triggs. You're getting stick on the YouTube chat. It's not Varane, Verena. We've got to tell you how to pronounce it.
Yes.
Carl Varane that's a Triggerism.
That's the way it goes.
Sounds like a car make that. Carl
These good Scrabble names, I'm sure across the globe he's pronounced in many different ways. I spent half of my career being mispronounced, and it's just the way the cookie crumbles.
You were Trago. Who used to call you Trago?
Everyone, apart from a few that asked the question.
Well, I think we just knew down here, didn't we?
Well, you'd be surprised, Harry. You would be surprised.
Never a track to call you Trago.
Yeah, it's very hard to say Trago with a deep Somerset accent. U's and ers and e's.
Also, when it's spelt with an E, you'd have thought it'd be pretty obvious you'd go Trigo, but okay. Not far away from that cover field. I think it's Tom Lammerby again. He might have hurt his knee, but he did take a brilliant catch there off Hasib Hamid earlier in this innings yesterday. I think he's going to be right, just land on his kneecap, but not far away.
Physio run out with the SpongeBob SquarePants plaster.
She was quick onto the square there.
Rapid.
Fair play. Not messing around. They're normally the dugout side, but she was at long on, having given Jake Paul some attention the over before.
Was that the landing, or did the ball hit him on the knee?
We'll get another replay. We'll probably have the Shika dugout angle to let's have a look, but just short of him, wasn't it? Diving forward. Oh, Alfie Ogborn is going to bowl from the Triscothic Pavilion end.
Yeah, I'm pleased about that. He's had that one over to get himself loose from the bottom end. And now he's been given the duty of partnering Overton again with the new ball. Oh, Lammers is...
Well, he's going off. I don't think he was
himself off. Maybe...
We'll get a zoom on that injury at some point and try and show you whether it was the ball or the turf, but didn't think it'd be enough to take him off the field. Archie Vaughan coming into the action.
Yeah, it's never much fun when you have to take a dive on a square there, especially where he was fielding, where the net wickets are pretty well compacted. Yeah. It's almost like diving on the concrete car park. Ogborn to Clark.
Oh, that would have been a screamer. Alfie Ogborn put out his left hand. Don't think he got a touch. Could maybe been a tickle and a run out the non-striker's end. He'll be frustrated there because he's a very good fielder, Alfie Ogborn. You don't really... I know you always should be aware of a caught and bowled, but first ball, the new ball, probably thinking about what area he's going to bowl it in. His head's looking up to the sky. Oh, he might have got a little finger, actually.
I mean, you see so many amazing catches in cricket now. I mean, I think that does go down as
he was in
somewhat of a viable chance. Probably the hardest type of catch you can have in cricket, a return catch. And you're just at the end of your bowling action, you look up and the ball's flying towards you. That would have been a right bonus. Oh, beautiful, and that is out. Lovely bowling from Alfie Ogborn. He's deserved a wicket. That swinging ball that myself and Vic were talking about, absolutely perfectly executed by Ogborn. Late swing, and that's taken the middle of middle, and a celebration to match.
Absolute beauty, Alfie Ogborn. I love watching him celebrate. He's such a passionate young man. That's a beauty. We talked about the left arm over angle multiple times yesterday. Verena's head's quite still, but just not played with the swing very well. Alfie Ogborn nearly fist pumps Verena in the face, not deliberately, but he's so pumped up with the follow through. He's down there, and how brilliant for the young lad. The warm up from the river end, then early into his spell. Just his second ball. Well, he could have had 2 and 2. Nearly a beautiful caught and bowled to get Joe Clark. And then that LBW. Bringing Lyndon James to the crease at number 7. Still a proper player. Genuine all-rounder. But that's big for Somerset.
Yeah, if you could ask Alfie Ogborn how would he like to get a wicket, he'd probably describe that exact delivery there. Angling across, but swinging in at the last minute. Hit Verena low on the shin.
And I make that the first LBW of the match. Easy
right.
decision. Easy decision.
Yeah, I mean, there have been a couple of close ones, but if you turn that one down, I mean, I don't think you've got anywhere to go as a bowler. That was absolutely salmon.
I've missed your favourite phrase over the winter.
Lyndon James now to the creases, as Harry describes, a very genuine all-rounder. Very good run scorer in the middle order for Nottinghamshire. And he'll be under pressure here against this new ball. Ogborn will be buoyed by that wicket. More swing back in towards those pads.
Played that ball first. That first ball well, actually, Lyndon James, with the swing into the leg side. Shades of Mark Davis. Oh, I like that.
Bring back Mark Davis.
I think he's coached Alfie a bit over the years as well. Mark Davies does a lot of work with young bowlers across the county. Great to see him underway with a wicket in his first innings in the county championship this season. Alfie Ogborn will be a little bit fuller and wider there. God, that's gone a long way in the air. That's the problem with having a deep cover point. If that's at cover, I mean, he might not have played the same shot, of course, but that's a catch, just like Lammerby taking Asif Hamid yesterday.
That's the sort of shot that no one has sold to me why you should ever bowl without a point. I think it's such an important position.
Yeah, it's one thing I do massively agree with you every single time we talk about it. However much we bang on about it.
Would that have been a catch to point?
Yeah, or cover
certainly
point.
An opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know it's easy to say they wouldn't have played it if he was there, but he went for cover.
Oh, yes, what a beauty that is. Unbelievable stuff from Alfie Ogborn. The key man, Joe Clark, goes for 92. Hooped back in through the gate. Bails everywhere. Great sight for the young man and the Somerset fans. Somerset now have an opportunity here. Brilliant bowling from the young left armour. 2 perfect deliveries. If it wasn't LB out bowled, it would have been out LBW. Absolutely brilliant stuff from Alfie Ogborn.
That's done so much. I think it's hit leg stump. Superb from Alfie Ogborn, and brilliant to see a young lad got his chance, picked ahead of Josh Shaw. So many Somerset fans talking about needing a second overseas, but it gives the youth more opportunities. Someone like Alfie Ogborn might not have played if there was a Matt Henry equivalent. Alfie's come on in, didn't do brilliant in his first 3 overs yesterday. He's changed ends quite a bit, but here he's got the new ball again. And 2 wickets in the over. The 2 set batters is a really crucial point here. Suddenly Lyndon James and Liam Patterson-White and 2 new batters at the crease. And could Somerset even get a lead in this match? This would be massive. If they can get through the tail quickly here, this 2-wicket over will be a massive contribution in doing so.
Yeah, I think you see a different Alfie Ogborn now. That would have settled the nerves more than anything else. Excellent stuff from Alfie Ogborn. Always nice as a young bowler to really feel like you belong, and 2 dismissals like that will certainly make you feel like you're in the game. He's got a new ball in his hand, it's swinging. Liam Patterson-White, left-hander to the crease. Also very good batter, good player, Liam Patterson-White.
What can he do then? First ball to the left-handed Patterson-White. So the swing will go away from the left-handed batter. All down the leg side. It's going to be 4. Oh, really? Leg byes. I thought he hit that.
He's gone a little bit greedy, and who would blame him? 2 wickets in the over for Alfie Ogborn. Verena and the key man Clark are back in the hutch. 2 batters out there without many runs to their name.
Well, on that double wicket over, I'm going to make way for Vic Marks.
The perfect start to a new ball as Vic Marks joins me. Thanks, Harry. Really, really good stuff, and I think that will settle the nerves for young Ogborn. Brilliant stuff. The adrenaline will be pumping through his veins.
Yeah, on every level, it's great to see from a Somerset perspective, because we've talked about the left armers that sometimes when it just clicks with that newborn, it starts to move in against a fresh batsman. You're in business, and he got the 2 wickets there, but he got them in the classic fashion. This is not really a stroke of luck. There were 2 terrific deliveries against the new batsman, Verena, hadn't faced him. Didn't really know what. He got it just right into that front pad, swing, late swing. And then to bowl Clark, who's batted beautifully. A terrific innings, that 92, very polished, lots of gorgeous straight drives, looked very accomplished. To actually get through his defences is some achievement, and it was a terrific delivery as well. No shame in being dismissed by that. It just jagged back in, swung and kept coming in, I think.
Yeah, I mean that's why we spoke
That's
about
why
it
you
on day
pick him.
one. I was really excited about watching him in warm up
Yeah, yeah.
and what I saw in pre-season, because I think he's just gone up a notch in pace, which makes that swing happen just that fraction later. And I probably won't use the word unplayable, but I mean to get a player of Clark's quality out and Verena, I mean those balls are
They're serious deliveries.
so hard to face when it's
Especially early in your innings,
Yeah.
or early in his spell. That's the other thing. But the key thing too is it would just settle Alfie down a bit. Young play, you're straining, you want to make an impact. You can do it really, but you just need the confirmation of some important wickets.
exactly right. You could almost sense the tension in him day one. He'd be given that shirt, he'll be desperate to hang on to it, and it's such a hard emotion as a young bowler, young cricketer, whether bat or ball, is you want to make that impact to show your teammates that you're the man. And I think those two deliveries, I think we'll see the best of Alfie Ogborn for the rest of this spell in particular.
Well, let's hope so.
Even though that's going to be halted by this pesky
frustrating
weather.
Yeah, I mean it's not going to be long, but there are clouds drifting over, and they produce quite heavy little showers. I suspect by the time they get the tarpaulins on, it'll probably stop. But Somerset will be a little more cheerful now, clearly. And also, you understand why you pick someone like that. It's going to frustrate occasionally. He's not going to be the desperately mean, economical control bowler. Left arms, actually, because they have to get the ball to swing, they're always going to give a few runs away because they're going to bowl full enough to let that ball swing. But you're going to want him in your team because he has the capacity, when things click, to get wickets quickly. If it all clicks, if he gets that ball swinging.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of one of the challenges in county cricket, taking 20 wickets, high quality left armour that bowls with the pace of Alfie Ogborn is definitely an investment worth making, and I'm just over the moon for him. He's a top lad. He's a hard worker, and I think performances like that, it's only 2 balls. It's not.
I know that, but it just shows what he can do.
I think that will do a lot for him, and really pleased for him. He's a like I said, he's a top lad, but he works really hard, thinks about his game, and I mean, they were 2 perfect deliveries. It was almost when we were talking about left armers from yesteryear, that was pretty much how you draw up your perfect wicket. So really good stuff. As we have a look at the replay there's that one from Joe Clark. I mean, it looked like it clipped the back leg on the way through, potentially onto the stumps. It would have been stone dead LBW if not bowled. So we have a look at the closer replay there. Yeah, pitching on middle, nipping back, swinging. Yeah, back leg onto off stump. It would have been absolutely dead LBW if not bowled.
Yeah.
So perfect from Alfie Ogborn. I love watching Tom Abel sprint towards him. Tom Abel, being the senior player now, will know how impactful that is for Alfie Ogborn. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah.
As the rain absolutely clatters down. I do agree. It's not going to take a while, but it's thumping down at the moment.
And it's also quite breezy. They're trying to get another tarpaulin on. They use tarpaulins now rather than the old sort of wheeled covers. But they're fighting a losing battle at the moment. The wind is so strong that it's like a spinnaker that's filled with... And they've lost it. They've lost it.
Let it go, let it go.
And the tarpaulin has taken charge.
Paul Franks has been absolutely peppered.
Has he? Oh,
yeah,
dear.
I think he might
Sorry.
I think he might be under it right now, old Franksy.
Well, by the time they get that tarpaulin under control, I think it'll stop raining, actually. I think they might as well just fold it up, take it away, stick it on the side. They've managed to get the tarpaulin over the actual wicket they're using. Now they've just got to discover poor Franks, if possible.
Yeah, they'll
Let it breathe.
They'll persevere, but it's probably one of the. I think you've got. I need to hold on to this, but there's probably a point where you could end up 10 feet in the air as a groundsman. So yeah, wise of them to let go that time. We'll take a little short break while this.
Yeah, or they may take an early lunch. I don't know, but
rains come in.
They could do. At Somerset, we've got those 3 wickets today. Just change the balance of the match. We're back to sort of an even Steven. I think at the start of play, Notts were just ahead. But those 3 wickets for, 50 runs? Just brought Somerset back. New ball, 2 new batsmen. If they get a lead, they'll be delighted.
With the new ball in hand, I'm going to say, as the Trade Nation win predictor, slightly tipped.
Oh, yeah,
Somerset's
we need to
way.
know from win predictor to see the impact of that over.
Well, that would make it official, but I feel with new ball in hand, Somerset have just snuck a couple of %.
Yeah. I would have thought so, yeah. They were very much out of the picture come close of play last night because we consulted old win predictor.
Sarah Trunks is come marching out to the ground staff.
She's just checking
health and safety.
Health
Chief.
and safety. They're going to. And they're taking. Actually, they're taking it off again now because the sun's come out. And now we're just going to wait and see whether they've opted for the early lunch or whether they're going to pop out for what would be, I suppose, no more than about 10 minutes play. I'd have thought they might take lunch, but we shall see or hear. The tarpaulin has started to behave itself now. Poor Franks, I think, is all right, isn't he?
He's okay. He's survived.
I think we've had it pretty easy compared to up at Chesterless Street, and Storm Dave has kindly, essentially bypassed us. Actually, looks glorious now. There's this beautiful blue sky, sunshine. It was the obvious thing to do, but it was interesting that Overton gave Ogborn just the 1 over at what is essentially the wrong end for him, i.e. trying to swing the ball back into the right-handers with the breeze not helping at all, going the other way. But just the 1 over with the old ball, and then no messing about. This was the end for him to bowl, Ogborn, because of the way the breeze is going left to right. Just to help that swing, make it more natural into the right-handed batsman. No mucking about.
Yeah, I agree. Good to see. I think it would have been very easy for Craig to have gone for Pretorius with Overton, just based on how the first ball went. But I think it's now looks like a genius.
He's at the moment, Ogborn is at his most dangerous with a new ball that swings, and the ball will swing for hopefully 15, 20 overs in normal conditions, won't it? A bit more sometimes with these taut balls. But if it's swinging, he's your man. Well, anyway,
the umpires are back out. They're having a little chat with Nick Pepper, and maybe
they may come straight out, or they may say, "Well, how long does it take you to get those tarpaulins off, or shall we have lunch?"
Well, reading the body language, Lloydie's had a look down at his watch and then spoke to the groundsman. So I'm thinking that they have taken an early lunch. I'm going to put my neck on the line.
I thought that would be the logical thing. It's now, 17 minutes too. At most, they're going to get 10 minutes, maybe less. So lunch will be taken at 1:45, and we'll resume at 1, whatever that makes it, 1:25 or something like that would be my guess. But we will see.
An opportunity to Vic to crack open those Easter eggs a little bit earlier.
Well, those wonderful Easter eggs. Fantastic gesture, Pete. You just don't forget, do you?
Just got to look after you.
Keep morale up.
Keep those
day.
Keep those sugar levels in the right space.
Yeah, there are, after all, still 83 overs remaining today.
That's why I bought 2 packets.
Good thinking.
We haven't had confirmation, ladies and gents, but
you'd think that we'd take lunch, wouldn't you?
We'll take a small break. It'll be one of 2 things. We'll either be back on very soon, or we'll see you after the lunch break.
Well, welcome to another Player Podcast, and today we're joined by Marcus Trescothick. Welcome to Somerset again, Marcus. Welcome back.
Yeah, it's not been, well, it's been quite a long time this winter. Been busy, very busy here, there and everywhere, but it's always nice to come back as we start close to another season and get ready for, you know, some epic cricket to be watched again. So.
Absolutely, and I mean, on the back of last year, we all sort of got high hopes that maybe this year will be the year we'll push one step further.
Yeah, well, let's hope so. Like we know the goal of the team, and obviously that's just to win trophies in all departments. But you know, obviously we all appreciate the pinnacle of being the championship trophy is one that we really want to put our stamp on and finally get our hands on. And it's a matter of time, isn't it, before that happens? So you know, it could be next year, or it could be this year, it could be next year, it might be in 5 years' time.
Brilliant. Okay, well, here we are sitting in pavilion named the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. When you walk in here, you see your picture up on the wall. You walk up the stairs and there's pictures of you. Here you are, come back from England. What does it make you feel like now, sort of, you think back when you started to where you are now? Did you ever in your wildest dreams think you'd end up here?
I don't think you ever imagined that you'd have something in this sort of place. You know, when I remember starting back, you're just trying to get in the team to start with, let alone thinking of journeys down the line and opportunities that may come around because of, you know, your service to the club of 27 years. And here we are. I open the door and it's just like, wow, right, you're still, the pictures all over the memorial down the corridor as you sort of walk through, still a little bit takes you by surprise when I've not been in for a while.
I bet it does when you bring people in here who know you.
I think especially the kids laugh more than anything else. If they bring their friends in and the kids' friends, and you know, I think we've seen it enough to remember it now, but still a little bit, a few moments when you know, people can have a little laugh and a joke, and some of the photos when I'm getting a bit older, got my glasses on and a bit more sort of portly, shall we say, and stuff like that. But it's still nice to see it and see various photos from the years, you know, of the sort of time scale of playing for the club.
And to think you nearly actually went to the other team, didn't you? North of the river. You played for them, didn't you? Tell me how that came about and what happened.
I played 2 games for them when I was 11.
This is Gloucester under 11s.
Under 11s, yeah. I played 2 games because I was born in Cambridgeshire, up in Bristol, and went to Avon Schools was the sort of process then from me sort of developing. And I guess Avon Schools almost fitted more into Gloucester than it did into Somerset Cricket Association. And obviously then you go for the process, you're playing under 11s, you get invited on, and suddenly, okay, I'm now playing a couple of games for Gloucester. The first one against Somerset, where I got 100. And I think they realised at the time then, where was he born, where does he go to school, all these different things, what club's he at? And suddenly they're like, okay, Somerset were, I'm guessing, a bit more like, we need to obviously change allegiance here. And next day I played another game and got 0, and obviously that was the last game I played for Gloucester at that point. And after that, so ended up, I don't know how it came around or when how soon it was after those 2 games, but then ended up with going through the system of Somerset Cricket Association at the time.
And when did you first come on down here to sort of get involved with winter nets and that sort of thing? Can you remember that?
I spent a lot of time, you know, the winter nets were in this building as it was, in the old building that was here. And there was 2 nets that sort of then run lengthways of this sort of pavilion. I remember coming through that. And I also spent a lot of time at the local schools in terms of Taunton, Kings, Queens, all had individual net facilities where they'd run cricket courses, and you'd have weekends where you'd come down for a couple of days and have cricket courses where you'd stay over. So I always had quite a big connection with the area and Taunton and the schools close around. And I don't remember the sort of age group of when I would have said, right, that was my first net session indoors. I think it would probably been in the school system beforehand, you know, but you're probably talking 11, 12, 13 from that sort of time. And then you gradually come down every winter, you just come more and more time, and it gradually builds up. Then from the nets being in this old building as it was here, the indoor school was built here. What was that? That was when I was 18, I think it was, because Sir John Major came down and opened it up. For previous times before. But there was many times that we used to come down, me and Dad and Mum and my sister would come down and be around, and I'd be at a cricket game or a coaching session somewhere across one of the schools, and then we'd come down and watch afterwards, or spend a bit of time just watching the team playing and things like that. And it's just like, this is amazing, to see how it was, and the development of the ground since then is obviously dramatic. But to see the old ground, in all its glory when you're a junior and you see all these kids, and that as a kid coming through, it's like amazing, and inspirational to think that that's where I've got to get to. That's where I want to be.
Do you still get that bit of buzz when you come in here?
It's like being at home, isn't it? It's like, I've been away quite a lot over the winter, and I've not. This is the first time I've come back in today since I've come back from being on tour, being in Pakistan, and India for the Champions Trophy, and it's just got something. I don't know. Stand here looking at the ground and trying to take it all in, and I come back during the summer and in between test matches that we're doing now, I come back and watch a T20 game, or come and sit and watch some championship cricket, and still got something about it, and that will never change, because it's just got, it's been part of my life since I was 10, 11, 12, 13, all the way growing up.
And then it became a big part of your life, didn't it, when you left school, when you left Bernard Lovell, and you were offered a chance to come and join the staff here? Yeah,
16 I was. I played, I remember sort of like when I was 15, sort of playing a few second team games and sort of joining into the, that sort of time. And then 16, I left school, I did my last exam and joined the next day, and spent the next sort of 5-6 weeks here then playing 4 or 5, 6 championship games, I think, at the back end of that season. Signed when I was 17, official contract at that time. And they can't get rid of me. Well, they've got rid of me now, I suppose, but I'm still never far away.
What were the conditions like that you lived in when you first came down here? Tell me a little bit about that.
Interesting.
So I don't think they were the best, were they?
Well,
you were probably happy.
More than happy, because obviously I was playing cricket and just sort of going about business and being with a couple of mates who were in the house also. But it was literally to the first street, literally out of the main gates. Yeah. Turn right into the first street, and we're down there on the bottom of the street on the left-hand side, St. Augustine Street. It was just like, okay, this is what I expect professional digs to be like, We're 4 lads in a house together, the other lads are 18, 20, all having a laugh, all enjoying ourselves, playing a bit of cricket during the week, going back and play a bit of club cricket at the weekends. They were different, and I've also stayed in these flats out the back that we've got, and I know they've been upgraded since. So it's a baptism to get involved in it. Your first sort of communal house with sort of fellow cricketers, or in the flats and stuff like that. It's an education for everybody who gets a chance.
And then obviously your big chance came here, didn't it, in that game against Lancashire? When did you know that was going to happen? How soon before did you know that you were going to be playing?
We were in Birmingham, Edgbaston actually. Was it Edgbaston? We were in Birmingham somewhere. I think it was Edgbaston, where I got a call just from Peter Robinson, just mentioned to me that I needed to speak to Bob Cottam, who was coach at the time. And obviously then they let me know that I was going to be playing in the championship game the week coming up, which I was really surprised, because I hadn't really got a massive amount of runs. And I hadn't got a stack where I thought, crikey, I could be in with an opportunity here. But I don't know what it was, injuries or what, I'm not really sure. But they sort of give me a chance. Didn't get any runs. I got 1 and 3 in the 2 innings, and it finished in 2 days. So it was just like, okay, is this what county cricket's all about? Is this what I'm going to have to experience? Looking back on it, pitches, yes, because that's what a lot of the pitches were like. Many of the county pitches were a bit more challenging than sort of international pitches. But I suppose here at Taunton, we do have generally good pitches in comparison to some of the places. That was an incredible game, though, wasn't it? Remarkable game. That was Mushtaq Ahmed's first game for the county. Yeah. And as I say... And yours. Yeah. And obviously it finished in 2 days. But the great Andy Caddick obviously got 9 wickets in the second innings. So they were chasing 88, weren't they? I can't remember exactly the scores. They were bowled out for 71, 72. Yeah. We've seen the remarkable games like that over the times, haven't we? We had another game against Lancashire here. Yeah. We needed 77 or something to win. Yeah. And we tied, and we were 77 all out. And it was Jack was caught out trying to hit the winning runs. That's or something. Right, yeah. And it was just like, Well, some of the games we've seen and some of the experiences of opposition and stuff. Yeah, some brilliant one-day games, some amazing bowling performances, some triple hundreds. If you think over the period of sort of 30 odd years, we've seen some big things.
The game against Yorkshire here, when Triggs got his ton.
Well, we chased 460 or something.
And you and Harold put a good start on, didn't you?
Yeah.
And then Triggs came in, and as soon as we walked off, it rained.
That's right, because we had 2 games against Yorkshire in the space of 2 years, I think.
Yeah.
Where we chased down 460 in one game, and then 380 in a short space of time, and it was just like, I remember speaking to some of their Yorkshire lads afterwards. It's like, we're never ever setting a total here again because we just don't know what to say.
No, that's right.
But many games, even in my first sort of time with Andy Caddick getting 9 wickets, and many good games along the way. It's just it'd be lovely to go and sit back and remember them all, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, and probably if you look at the score sheets, you will remember them all.
You might remember bits of it,
Yeah.
I reckon there's some in the early days I probably wouldn't quite remember as much as I probably would do from the last sort of 5, 6, 10 years
probably,
of my career.
Yeah, when you came back.
After playing, playing for England.
Yeah, when you came back here, I would think you've probably got a good memory of that.
Yeah, I reckon, I think you're probably right, because you're more involved in it in the fact that you're coming close to being captain, and then I had 5 years of being captain, and then the last few years of my career, but some good times, good memories.
Then 93, you didn't play that many games, and 94, you scored your first ton, didn't you? Tell us a bit about that and how important that was to you.
Yeah, 93, I think I played 2 or 3 games. It might have been one championship game and a couple of 40-over games or 50-over games. They would have been Sunday League games at the time. And then it was the breakthrough season was 94. When I think I played 10, 11 championship games and got 900 runs.
Yeah.
And that was remarkable. That at the time for me, that was just like, this is amazing. Playing in and playing consistently well and getting scores and producing good results. It just felt like this is simple in terms of how I was going to play the game. My first 100, for it to be at Bath, it was remarkable, really. I had some good friends there watching. And it was just, to be so close to home, obviously, where I'm growing up, was really quite nice. As much as I would have loved it would have been here at the home of cricket. It wasn't to be, and it was still such a special place for me. So.
And is that the game where Lasser's got 200?
200, yeah. You got 200 in the first innings, I think.
Yeah, I think it was.
And I got 100 in the second innings. So.
I can remember you walking off the pitch with that smile on your face.
Yeah, I know. It's
feeling
like
Priest's punch.
Look about 15, don't I, at the time? But
we weren't much more.
No, I know, 18. But I tell you what, that was one thing that, me and Lathers could have opened together for a lot longer than what we did.
Class act, wouldn't it?
Would have been brilliant, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it have been?
We were looking at it. I remember we were getting asked about it. We were playing testimonial games, and people were starting to talk about it. And we had a journey together. But if we could have both played, and Mark would have carried on for a period of time, would have been epic to
Wouldn't
see.
it have been? Yeah. Class act was smart. And then 2005, there was the incident, wasn't there, where Rosie phoned up Peter Anderson and put you in the team.
Was that 2005?
I think you find that was 2005.
No, because I was playing with England at that time.
Was it?
Yeah, 2005 I was playing with England, because that was Ashes. That would have been...
No, sorry, 95.
95.
Sorry,
right.
Sorry, Trez.
Was that 95, was it? Crikey.
Yeah, 95.
Right. That was a strange time at the club. There was a few things that were... it wasn't an easy place to be around. Obviously, the challenges of various different things going on. And then I literally... I had a bit of a late night the night before. And I remember waking up and I was sat just watching telly, living in the flats at the time. There was a knock on the door. Director of cricket walked in. You're playing. What do you mean I'm playing? I'm watching TV at the minute, but no, you're in the game. You're playing in, we need you out there in a bit. It's like, okay. Right, I better get my stuff together. So, quickly ate breakfast, got my kit together, got out, warmed up with the lads quickly, came out the bat, and obviously, we ended up batting first. And I got 100 and... I think it's 178 or something like that.
Yeah, you got 100.
Yeah, against Hampshire, and it was just like one of the old-fashioned great pitches against to bat on, as we've seen many times. But a remarkable day to think, how quickly you can go from sat watching TV, eating your breakfast, to having a brilliant day and putting your name up in lights for a few hours. It was pretty special, really.
You had a few years bidden sort of in the doldrums at that after then, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. But you came back around and you had that fantastic game against Warwickshire Seconds here.
That's right. Yeah.
You got your 300.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw most of that happening.
Yeah. I remember that was a strange game because it was like obviously I got 40, I think, in the first innings, 300 in the second, but I think I bowled 46 overs in the game.
Yeah.
And I remember, probably because of the volume of runs that I got, for about 2 weeks afterwards, I was just mentally just absolutely exhausted. I just remember I couldn't concentrate as well as what you needed to do. But, to bat for that period of time and get a 100, it was an amazing game of cricket if you ever get a chance to look at the scorecard. Fascinating game of cricket. But I guess, during those few years, really, it was... You'd have some good times and I'd get a score. And I remember it probably would have been 95 or 96, 97, around that sort of time that I was sort of predominantly in the first team. And I'd have some really low scores and then suddenly get 100.
Yeah.
And then I wouldn't get many more for again. And then I'd get another 100. And it would sort of ebb and flow for a period of time, but not the consistency that you really wanted and desired. And all the way through that sort of period of time, all the way up to sort of 98 is when it sort of changed.
Yeah.
I was trying to work it all out, understand the game. I burst onto the scene, as we talked about, and had great success. But then bowlers and teams analysed you a lot more, work you out and try and come up with a plan about what they're going to try and do. And obviously then that challenged me in my game, in what I needed to do to be able to be sustainable and have longevity playing at the top.
Who were the people who helped you find your way from that period? Who sort of worked with you on your game and helped you out? You went abroad, didn't you?
I did. That was sort of 98, 99, 99, 2000.
Yeah.
Is where it... 97, 98 was the first winter we went away. 98, 99 was the year that it really made a difference.
Yeah.
But both those winters I spent in Perth in Australia, and they were great education, in terms of, I need to grow up and, sort of understand what I'm doing here and living on your own. Challenges for me were always tough about going away from home anyway, as we know. Sort of the sort of things that you have to go through. You've got to live on your own in a country on your own until you get to know people. So it was different, but it really helped me as a playing education and as a personal education, just to grow up and be a lot more responsible about life in general. But the second year, we'd had many times, Pete Robinson here, Bob Cotton was here, then Dermot Reeve came in, and they were really quite influential, and obviously around that sort of time making a big impact. I think when Dermot was here in particular, it was like he changed. He was forward thinking anyway when he came from Warwickshire, and he gave you a good education about little bits of detail, how to scrap in games and all the extra bits. But then that time, the second winter in Australia is where it really clicked. And I just found a method, worked out what I was going to do, came back, implemented it into the start of the county season, and it was like, okay, now I've got something here. I've got something that is really working, and it flowed from there after that point.
And you got that ton against Glamorgan here that Duncan Fletcher saw.
Yeah, so that would have been 99.
Yeah, that was 99.
Because he was taking over in the winter of 99, and then obviously into 2000 was when I made my England debut. It was just all unfolding at that point, wasn't it? There was various different things. I'd got a few other scores along the way, broke into the team from that point on. It was just like, I'd love to relive that one because it was an enjoyable 100 because of the style of cricket that it was, but also it was a low-scoring game, and I dominated in terms of the scores. And put us in a position to win it.
There weren't many double-figure scores in that game apart from your ton.
Yeah, I don't think there was anyone above 50.
No,
was
there
there
wasn't. No.
So, and obviously then, to have an impact in the game like it did, but also on my career, the rest was history from that point on, really.
Yeah, and Somerset didn't see too much of you, really. I mean, I know in 2001, we obviously 99, we got to the C&G final, didn't we? I mean, that was a bit of a bittersweet experience, wasn't it?
Yeah, all of those finals, which there was far too many of them that we got to and didn't succeed, were all challenging. Of course they were, and many more to come as we progressed throughout the years. That was my first taste of it in '99 against Gloucester, and it was hard. It was really hard. You know, the emotional battle that comes with playing in finals and challenges in those sort of things. That was challenging. Yeah, it was tough, but nonetheless, you learn from the experience, and obviously the next time we went back, we had a different result.
And what a fantastic feeling that must have been for you guys.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I think because of the disappointment we had before, and then to get over the line in the way we did. I know Keith Parsons obviously had a major game, and it was superb, and he did so much for us. Winning that game was great, but it was a good team led by our CEO currently, Jamie Cox. Obviously playing in his playing days at that time, it was a good team.
And we went back the following year, didn't we? Yorkshire.
Yeah, was that 2002?
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
And Matt Elliott beat us, didn't he?
Yeah, he got one scored, didn't he, on his own. But you know, good times obviously with good players and good friends back in those sort of moments. So lots to look back on.
And then, as I say, we really didn't see too much of you back here. You played the one-day competitions with us, and you then lifted some more silverware when you were on the 2005 T20.
Yeah, epic year for myself, for England, for the club.
Absolutely.
You know, to be so much going on, and that was also the year that we beat Australia, wasn't it?
Down here.
T20 game or 50 over game?
50 over game.
50 over game. Which would have been amazing to watch.
Oh,
you know, I was watching it from from away, like on not on my phone at that time because it would have been much around, but would have been on CFAX or something like that, trying to see it all unfold and things. But brilliant, you know. Winning the T20 was a great experience. Obviously, Graham Smith was a major part of that. You know, having being brave and the leader that he was for the team was superb for the club at the time. Obviously, then the big England victory of the Ashes. It was just, you know, years that you just wish you could replicate year on year, wouldn't it? And just sort of keep them coming and have that success all the time.
That 2005 England team, but you'd grown up with them, hadn't you? With quite a number of them in age group cricket, England under-19s. The England Ashes team.
Quite a number. Wasn't it? I think we created a group rather than grown up with some of them. Some of them I had, and we played junior cricket together throughout the years. But I reckon that for a good 3, 4 years, we've been creating this team. But then specifically the last sort of 2 years where Duncan had been involved and then Michael took over as captain, we created a group that was consistent, strong, positive, and we had great results. And then a couple of things sort of tweak and fall into place. You know, Kevin Peterson then joins the group because obviously, you know, he's X factor and does something different. We created a bowling unit where we had some of the best bowler in the world in Steve Harmison, Andrew Flintoff, obviously Simon Jones, Matthew Hogarth, Jimmy Anderson was starting to break through. We had this group of bowlers that were just like different and special and consistent, and combine that with a good batting lineup, we were good for a good couple of years until 2005 sort of finished.
Who'd ever thought we'd have won that series? After was it the Lord's game we lost?
Yeah, lost at Lord's. We all thought it was going to be, you know, roses and, you know, enjoyment all the way through, but we got hammered at Lord's. We didn't really perform in the fashion that we wanted to. We didn't play the style of cricket that we played. And we were lucky. I did an interview the other day just talking about it for someone else, and it was like we were really lucky, I felt, after that first game that we didn't go into back-to-back games.
Yeah.
Because they would have been flying, we were down.
Yeah.
We had a week off at home just to get all the rubbish spoken about by various people. We came back with a fresh, straight back into it, reiterate what we'd done so well, and away we go. And then things fell in place. The toss of the coin, McGrath standing on the ball, sort of fell into place for that game as we went along.
I mean, that in people who were around at that stage, that's got to be the best series that England's ever had, as far as I'm concerned, and a lot of people in my generation would say.
Yeah, I think there was so much to look back on and go, wow, that was so exciting.
Yeah.
It was the last series on terrestrial TV.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
could have also made a big difference in terms of viewing figures and the amount of people who watched it. So many people you still see now say, oh, that's what got me into cricket. Or I remember sitting in my exams and I still had notifications or whatever, sort of understanding what was going through, and people reliving the memories because it was so good. And of course, that's very similar for me. You know, I experienced it
Absolutely.
and was part of it. And I'd love a series like that now. You know, we had something similar last Ashes series in England.
Yeah.
2-0 down, obviously, and we needed to win all three. We won the next one, and then, you know, we got washed out at Manchester. But it could have been also something pretty special. But going back to that, it was to 2005. Their team was iconic almost.
Absolutely,
wasn't it?
yeah.
You know, you had the great Shane Warne, McGrath, and Ponting, and so many players in the team that almost like they've been untouchable in recent times. And you know, you think over the course of 5, 6, 7 weeks, this series building to this fabulous crescendo in London at the Oval, and it was pretty amazing. And you know, you don't see like open top bus rides or parades in Trafalgar Square unless it's like amazing. I remember the rugby lads in 03.
Yeah.
You know, you think, wow, this is incredible. And we had that little taste of something different, something special, and it lives long in the memory for
20 years on,
amazing.
we're still talking about it like it was yesterday.
Yeah, and I'm no doubt we will be in another 5 years, 10 years, and as anniversaries sort of crop up around the way. Because I know, I see Mike Gatting now and again, and we still talk about, or, you know, we're involved in conversations around 81 and the great times when he was captain in the amazing series that they had, and touring time. So I guess that's part of the journey, I suppose, as being an England cricketer. You entertain so many people, so they want to talk about and relive the special memories and moments that come around. So,
of course they do. I mean, then obviously you had your period where you were obviously suffering with depression and you sort of were struggling yourself, but you retained your contacts here with Somerset, and Somerset were good for you, weren't they? It was a home base for you, somewhere to come to.
Yeah, and that's probably why it sort of lived on in the memories for so long. But Brian Rose and Richard Gould were obviously director of cricket and CEO at the time, and having the support from them and the rest of the team and the squad and players and everything around you was crucial, really, because I had a safe place to come back and play. I didn't want to stop playing cricket. I just didn't want to travel abroad and play cricket because it was getting too hard and challenging for me and making me ill. So coming back and playing for Somerset was still a major part of what I wanted to do, because I still had love and passion for an unfinished business from playing here. But they were really good in terms of protecting me when I needed to be, looked after, you know, various different things for me, and always understood if you know, things needed to happen. And it's down the line since that point. It's put the club in a good position to understand, you know, the challenges of what come with it. So we're always very sympathetic or empathetic towards others who maybe have those challenges.
Yeah. And of course, when you came back here, J.O. was captain, 2007. I mean, he was quite inspirational, wasn't he, in his own way?
That was a hell of a team, by the way.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, if we could have carried that on, if we'd have had that team there for a little bit longer at its peak going into First Division, then that would have been pretty special, I think. You know, Caddy was unfortunately coming towards the end. Obviously, JL was gradually sort of coming towards the end, and other players were, again, sort of fitness was starting to become a bit more of a challenge. But, you know, we were progressing, and obviously won 2007 or 2008 we won the...
2007 we came back up.
Yeah, so 2007 we won the second division title comfortably, and we were strong. And it was a good couple of years. Yeah, Justin and with Sards being around, Andy Hurry being head coach at the time, it changed the club. That's where the club evolved into being what it was, into where we still are now, instilling what it's delivering now is based off the back of that. The discipline, the hard work, the changing of philosophy, the approach from the club, the board, the players, the squad, everything that came around with it. was started in that sort of era there, from Justin and Andy, and lives long and carries on still now.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because a lot of the players who sort of were young players when he came have developed and moved on, haven't they, and become the players they are now.
Yeah, and players have finished their careers,
Yeah,
but also, you know, people have had impact through the club, you know, in that journey for the last, 20 odd years, have still made a major part. You know, players that were sort of breaking through around that time. I remember Joss, Lewis were being in the academy, sort of breaking through really close to that time, and then have gone on to have fantastic careers. Obviously, I know Joss obviously had to leave and moved away, but Lewis has been around for a long period of time where he's carried on that principles of, what the club was all about.
Yeah.
And, that will continue because of the way that the academy is run here. Everything that the club has, it stands it in good place.
I mean, the academy here has been, well, exemplary for what it's done for us, hasn't it? The number of players it's brought through, and it's probably one of the best in the country, or we like to think it is.
Yeah. Well, then I think the beauty of it is two things: is the amount of players that we produce off the academy to play, professional cricket is the start, and for also location-wise of where we are, the amount of players that we're producing to go and play for the country, boys and girls. That's a real testament to what you're trying to do, isn't it? If you're matching up to those sort of things, and you're getting players who are drip feeding slowly through, then we're doing something right, or they're doing something right.
Still going on.
Of course it is. And one of the major factors, I believe, is the schools around.
Yeah.
We've got some fantastic schools around that are delivering a lot of good cricketers coming off. That's state schools and private schools. That's in both areas. But for such a small area, the amount of people that are coming to the area to play cricket because of the schools, very, very lucky for that.
Cricket is the sport in Taunton, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's what people talk about.
Yeah. Well, of course, we've got the rugby, we've got the football, of course we have. But this is, with all due respect to those, and obviously I spend my own time watching them and supporting them as much as I can do. Cricket is the highest level and the pinnacle of what goes on, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
But it's, we still need to keep growing it and taking it to the next level, or we could be left behind in years to come.
But that's the exciting time that we're in now, isn't it? I mean, if we can talk about the future now here, Jamie's come here now and taken the reins on. We've got a Tier 1 women's side. I mean, that's an exciting development and going to be interesting this year. But I mean, beyond that, maybe are we going to get a franchise team here in the 100?
I'd love to think that we could get a franchise team here. And I think we need to get a franchise team here. Otherwise, my concern I would have concerns about where it's going to go in years to come. And we're talking 5-10 years down the line, right? But if we can get the ground to a certain point where we get enough supporters in to be able to host a 100 team here, we'd have amazing support.
We would.
No doubt about it. We see it here all the time. T20 games, 50 over competition still, when obviously some of the best players are off in the 100. County Championship cricket, there's a remarkable love of the cricket in this part of the world, this part of the country. And we need to keep progressing that, in my view. I think, already we're seeing, the 100 teams being sold for so much money as they are. We need to be involved in those sort of conversations.
We've got to be there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You came back here and obviously played until 2020 you packed up?
2019.
2019, yeah. I mean, and that was the end of your time here. But I mean, that you had pretty good memories that year, I'm guessing. Remember you were fielding on your knees?
Yeah.
And
all the different things like that.
All those things.
Yeah.
I mean, that must be a bit special for you, that final sort of few games here.
That whole season, it sort of petered out. I kind of knew then I sort of made the decision because I needed to make the decision myself. I dragged on, and this is me now after the event, looking back on the last sort of period of time. And, I should have walked away sooner because I wasn't good enough in terms of what I was and how good a player it could have been. But I was just frightened of what was to come almost, cricket's been your life forever, and it's like, what's going to happen next? And then moving into coaching or punditry, whatever it would be from that point on, you just don't. It's that uncertainty of what it was. So I remember for the last couple of years negotiating contracts and stuff like that. And the best thing I did was take responsibility for, right, I'm going to finish at the end of this year. Because it would have been hard for me if they would have said, if the club would have come to me and said, look, no, we're not going to offer you something. I think that would have been really challenging. The best thing I did, as I say, was made the decision to move away and to change direction on career-wise and see what was going to happen, because it just gave me a bit more clarity on where I was going to go and what I was going to try and do. And the responsibility of that was the best thing for sure. And I wish now, where I am now in terms of my coaching career and what I'm doing, I wish I would have done that at least 2 years beforehand, just to give you more time then to move into coaching and opportunities that will arise from that.
Yeah, it's amazing really to think you had 27 years playing cricket at the top.
Yeah.
And you're still very involved with the game, even further up now.
Yeah, obviously, coaching side of that, obviously I finished and I did a year with Somerset here as batting coach.
Yeah.
Mainly within the second team, just to sort of, help out with that, and sort of, they were good to me in terms of looking after me, giving me opportunities to be involved. And then I was lucky then to jump straight into the ECB and be, highly involved with the England men's team. And that's been great. I'm so lucky, and it's so exciting being back in with the England Lions on your shirts and stuff, and it's just brilliant. And now we're full-time like assistant coaches now, so we're doing all formats.
Good.
Red ball, white ball.
Yeah.
It's more time away, which has dramatically changed for me in terms of, right, okay, this is a lot. I've done a lot of work and a lot of therapy in terms of getting myself back on track. And it's been really good.
Good.
Really good. And really enjoying the place where I'm at currently. Obviously had a little taste of head coaching. A series against Australia, a series against West Indies in the Caribbean, and really enjoyed that. But it's exciting times. We've just come off the back of a tough time in the Champions Trophy, but the team are in a good place. They're still very together, and looking forward to the Indian summer ahead.
You haven't done bad, though, from a kid from Keynsham, have you? You started down there in 93.
Yeah.
Daffy got you both times.
Yeah, I sort of worked my way through it, hadn't I?
Yeah.
Managed to sneak the odd game here and there, and I had success along the way. And
It hasn't been easy, has it, all the time?
No, of course not. No, never is it? I don't think any journey is going to be, any successful journey is going to be easy. Of course not. But that is it. That is it. That's still part of the fun, isn't it? To go and do the graft and do the hard work to know that you'll benefit down the line from where it's going to be. And you've had year on year where it's, that period from sort of 95 or 96 through to 98, 99 when I really worked it out was challenging, because you start questioning yourself and you start doubting it, but then you break through and live the moments which you really wanted to, which is when you play for your country. But absolutely.
Marcus, thank you very much for joining me today.
Very enjoyable.
Thanks for all the pleasure you've given to us over the years.
I reckon you'd probably know more about my career, or as much about my career as I would, I reckon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The early lunch has come to an end. Craig Overton at the top of his mark. Somerset taking on Nottinghamshire. Day 3 of the Rothesay County Championship. Overton to Patterson White. Full delivery, just punched down the ground. But what an end to that first session. Alfie Ogborn tearing through that middle order, dismissing the key wicket of Joe Clark for 92. Has kind of changed the complexion of the feel of the trajectory the game was heading in, I think. Vic, would you agree?
Well, absolutely. 2 wickets and an over. Prior to that over, you're thinking, well, Nottinghamshire are going to get a lead in this, and it could be a significant lead, perhaps, with Clark. Played beautifully. He's a 92. He's such a gifted batsman. Now, well, we don't know, but we're going to have a look to see whether Alfie Ogborn can be as potent. In a way, it was a pity they went off there because Ogborn was right on a real high. The ball was swinging. It's still a very new ball. There's no real threat up above now. But if you can get it swinging again in a similar fashion, well, anything could happen. But it was an uplifting spell from a Somerset's perspective to see a young cricketer come in and just give us a glimpse of the potential that he has to bowl serious deliveries that can get good players out. So let's see what he can do now. Well, that's 4, and it's a real bonus 4. It was along the ground. You wonder whether he might be better if he's at this stage in this. Not to have your deep point out there, but have him up there, and if you can have a third man if you want.
Yeah, you kind of want to encourage the drive a little bit, don't you? So that brings that swinging ball back in. Yeah, I think it could go one or two ways. You know, so high on emotion and adrenaline, I think that could have carried him through to a really exciting spell. Let's hope he can.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that particular delivery, actually. I mean, it's a sort of educated edge, no more than that.
Yeah, in particular, the state of the game now, Vic, I'm actually going to position myself where that upright of the building stops me from looking at the vacant point area.
You don't like
it. I can't cope. You've got 2 new batters at the
He's got 2 new batsmen in. I think if you've got Joe Clark batting there, you can see it. I'm just thinking that actually, with the 2 new batsmen, it's more likely to go to third man as it has off the outside edge, and it is a thumping cover drive. Anyway. Ooh, that's just going down, but there's just that little bit of movement there still.
Yeah, I think I'd be quite happy with the ball offering swing back for the batter's eyes to light up and try the occasional big cover drive. Yeah, I'd be inviting that. Maybe that's why I didn't get to captain too many times in my career.
No, actually, I don't believe that. Oh, that's sweetly struck. And that's 4. That's a glorious shot. I mean, he is inviting the drive there, and he's accepted the invitation. And, well, having the man on the boundary didn't actually help him there because he was too square. It was a very sweet shot from James. And, you know, I think can't be too critical of Ogborn there.
No,
giving it a chance to swing, and it didn't swing enough. It swung onto the middle of the bat.
Not at all. But from a principal's point of view, that's where a good shot goes.
Yeah.
So I always, we said it yesterday, have the point in, and if you're going to have that sweeper, he needs to be where the good shots go, not where the bad ones go.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, full! Slightly drifting towards the leg side. I think that's a fair decision. Very full.
I need my engineer. Yeah. It could be you.
The engineer that's capable of pressing the on button.
Well, you've got to know where it is.
TV
Oh
to
yeah,
live.
yeah. Oh right, we just missed the replay there.
Well, the
Let's
live
have
stream
we'll have another look. Here's a go. It's coming up, I think.
just had a leg side feel to it. Yeah, good.
Just, yeah.
That's
Close though.
just pitched outside leg. Maybe would have clipped the outside of
Yeah.
leg stump, but good decision there by umpire Lloyd. Good signs though for Ogborn.
If you're an umpire, it must happen to the umpires. Hang on a minute, I better get on my mettle here. Because LBW is a big factor here. If you've got someone who's bowling little away swingers in the channel on the fifth stump, you think, well, you know, I'm sure you have to keep concentrating, of course you do. But you're not thinking red alert LBWs here.
Well, I know Uncle Ray would have been inspired. Ray Julian would have been very interested in a left-arm seamer coming on, that's for sure.
Absolutely. I hope I get in my end, rubbing his fingers.
Thanks to WPA Health Insurance and Clark Wilmot Solicitors, a number of our sponsors here at Somerset County Cricket Club.
We're thinking of famous and much loved umpire Ray Julian, who was ahead of his time in terms of LBWs.
Must have been a golfer. Yeah, a lot of bowlers used to call him Uncle Ray, which used to wind the batters up an awful lot.
And he would proudly announce, you know, he's got 100 victims by the end of May or whatever it was. He liked to give the odd LBW. He was a keeper, actually. I mean, he actually was a wicket keeper. He kept wicket for Leicester. And actually, a wicket keeper is a good training to be an umpire, you would think. You get used to the angles. You've got a perfect view. But he was ahead of his time in the sense that he was not shy of giving LBWs. Quite a lot. He used to... Well, dear Dickie Bird, who passed away recently. I mean, you were always pleased to see Dickie Bird because he was such a character to play alongside. Good fun, mad as a hatter in a nice way. But if you were a team striving for the championship, you weren't so pleased to see Dickie because you wanted a fast game. You wanted to get those 20 wickets. You'd take a punt on perhaps some of your own guys being LBW. You'd much rather see Uncle Ray than Uncle Dickie because you wanted a game that kept moving.
Yeah, you do remember umpires that, I suppose, throughout your career feel like they like what you offer with bat or ball, and
Yeah, I'm sure you were good at it, and I used to do it in my own way, is that you just try and build up a bit of a relationship with the umpire. You're just being civil to them and having a chat with them and not getting too stroppy when the LBW doesn't come.
I remember a breakthrough moment in the relationship between, which would have been, I suppose, to some a bizarre, what I view as a friendship. Pete Trigo and Peter Willey, not just because of the first names, but I remember quite early on in my career, he pulled up in the ground with a Subaru Impreza P1, which I knew being a bit of a petrol head, and I used to feel quite a bit early on at square leg. And we would have hour-long conversations about cars, and he loved his cars, I liked my cars, and I think that opened the door to a couple of wickets and a couple of decisions in my favour.
Yeah. It was, the Aussies have a slightly different relationship. I remember when I played a year of state cricket and I was, you know, trying to hide me somewhere in the field, and square legs was as good as any. You'd sort of automatically in England, if you were fielding there, you'd chat away to the umpire, who's probably an ex-player, and you could chat about anything. Yeah. But I sort of started doing it with the Aussie umpires, and initially, eventually, I think they quite liked it because they certainly weren't used to it. You know, they were sort of more separate.
Broke down those transatlantic barriers. There's a fixture on the 2nd of June. England women taking on India in the Vitality IT20. Have a look on the website and pick up your tickets for that. Ogborn into Lyndon James has shown signs of That ball just subtly angling across, but the danger one definitely looks like that one that hoops back in towards the pads.
Yeah, played nicely.
Alan Whitehead, I had the opposite version of. I tried to have many a conversation with Alan. He didn't give me anything, no decisions, always used to fire me out.
The Somerset player, of course, is. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't like the earrings.
Red of
maybe.
face.
Didn't like the earrings.
Yeah, yeah, could.
Oh, and Edge Ogborn, he's picked up 3 in quick succession. The dangerous Lyndon James.
Well, that's
departs.
the one. That's the one. I mean, that one didn't swing back. It took the outside edge. We actually heard it for a change. It carried nicely. It's 3 for Ogborn. All classic dismissals, actually.
Lyndon James was
super
caught
stuff.
by James
The batsman,
Brewer,
in his psyche, that ball can swing back. That's just held its line. A thin edge through to James Rew, and Ogborn is on fire here at Taunton. Knots now 284 for 7.
Wow. I mean, it looks a poor shot, but you've got to take the context into consideration. That ball has been swinging back in. Therefore, you think you're inclined to play those balls. He's only defending it. But because he's seen the ball swing back in, you think, I can't leave it because it might.
Nottinghamshire, number 4.
In fact, he could have left that. It just kept going. Clear nick, and now he's got 3. He's having a chat with Graham Lloyd.
Yeah, context is key, Vic. You would have seen his fellow teammates get hit on the shin and bowled by that swinging ball, so you do have that tendency to be a little bit more fearful of leaving the ball, and that's certainly the case there. Lyndon James just prodding at a good line ball, doesn't swing. If anything, maybe just nipped across him a fraction. Beautiful bowling, and Alfie Ogborn, the adrenaline levels are back up to 100 now.
Yeah, they are. I mean, when he gets a wicket, he keeps sprinting. He'll
learn, Vic. He'll learn.
He's up at square leg before the batsman has set off. Anyway, he's got another. Keeping that man on the boundary. The new batsman is a Lord, and I don't know what his batting capabilities are. We'll soon find out. He's got a testing time.
You feel like they're going to have to be good to survive this spell from Ogborn. He's absolutely ticking here. The young bowler, another one threatening that outside edge. I mean, it's one of those tricky things when you meet the player that's in. What's it doing here, pal? Well, it's swinging in and nipping away. Yeah. And he's bowling a good line as well. Oh, cheers.
I mean, and I like this. Alfie's looking to his captain, and I wonder whether he's saying, I wouldn't mind another catcher in. I wouldn't mind another catcher in either.
He's got his tail up here, bowling with good pace, good control. Those wickets would have settled the nerves. Awesome stuff for the young Somerset fast bowler.
Well, that's the right sort of area there. Well played by Lord, to be fair. But
yeah, he's feeling it. Walk into the ground today. It was a 10 overs, 0 for 50. Probably feeling a little bit downbeat, and now look at his figures: 3 for 65, and he's changed the complexion of the game. In a very short place.
He's thinking, oh God, I mean, I don't want to burn my chance. I'm sure they were inclined to give him a good go actually this summer, but I haven't got a wicket yet. I've a whole day in the field. Now he's got 3, and he's the main man just at the minute. And he's getting applause from his captain.
Yeah, top over again from Alfie Ogborn, a wicket. Also a maiden. 3 apiece for Pretorius and Ogborn, the single wicket for Overton.
Yeah.
I think bowled better than his figures, but
Yeah. Well,
good signs.
he's bowled. He's been a workhorse as ever in this inning. He's bowled 24 overs. 1 for 58. There's still scope to improve those figures, but it's Ogborn who's looked the most threatening today, clearly, with the new ball.
I think they're going to have to be a little bit careful. Well, the man himself is going to have to be a little bit careful about the amount of overs Overton bowls. You've got a second innings to look after, and a long season. He's already bowled 24.
It doesn't, in a sense, it doesn't help being captain, because he's a sort of bloke who thinks, right, well, where do I go next? I'll do it.
Patterson White just prodding forward there, getting an inside edge on that one. Overton interested. Let's have a look at the replay. Just pitched outside leg. That's no good.
Yeah.
Good signs from both ends here. Somerset hunting those last 3 wickets.
Well, that's not a great delivery, and it's a damn good shot. He's just dragged that one down, and he's given it the full wallop through extra cover. It's a long boundary out there. It's sped out there.
Oh, he's absolutely thumped that. Very straight for a cut shot as well. He's got right onto that, Liam Patterson White.
Yeah. I don't think it was a great delivery, but my goodness me, he's laced into that. It's propped it over and said, well, I think I'll come around the wicket now. He didn't have a lot of width, but he sort of created a bit. Going around the wicket, he may not have so much leeway. Let's have a look. It's a nice sweet shot for nothing there. So you were saying they had 3 spinners, didn't they? They had got Patterson White, they got Farhan Ahmed, and they had Calvin Harrison, who's gone to Northants. And who was the best batter of those 3? Did you?
Patterson White.
Patterson White's the best batter of those 3.
Yeah, very good. As we're seeing,
he's almost all genuine all-rounder.
Genuine all-rounder. He's a very, very good cricketer, Liam Patterson White. I mean, Calvin Harrison has some talent with the bat for sure, but Patterson White has performed in the first team a number of times.
Yeah, well, we're looking at that slip cordon. And I think it may be that Kohler Cadmore's come a bit closer. I mean, he had that one chance when Verena was on strike, and the ball did carry, but just carried. Difficult to know early season, especially where to stand.
Yeah, you're always...
Depends on who batting, actually.
You're pretty much led by the wicketkeeper's position. It does look like James Rew has taken on. I mean, in an ideal world, you want, the standard deliveries to be carrying knee to waist, really.
Yeah.
James Rew does look like he's crept up a little bit. Like I said.
Of course, where you stand at slip is also, it depends who's facing, because you get some players who really go hard at the ball, and some who have very soft hands. If you got Pretorius on strike, then you might go a little bit deeper, because he's not inclined just to tap the ball. So if he edges it, it tends to fly. But if you had Jeff Boycott there, you might come a bit closer.
Yeah, he's definitely of the realm of, if I'm going to nick it, it's going to take some catching.
Yeah. There and again, they might have even gone a bit deeper for you, I think. Although, you were a graceful player. But
I don't think I was known for my soft hands.
No.
In fairness.
Soft hands, Trigo. And that ball's swinging. It's not swinging that much actually, but when it does swing, the wisdom is to try and play late, but that's easier said than done. And try not to plant that front leg down the pitch too early, so you end up playing around that front leg, and that's when the LBWs come.
Yeah, I think the top batters that have success playing left arm
I tell you what,
spin.
that's a good shot. There's only a couple, but
yeah, it's a nice shot. Yeah, I think there's a subtle sort of shoulder feet alignment when a left armer's bowling, because I think if you stood in your sort of orthodox position, you create a little bit of a blind spot over your left shoulder. So most
open up a bit.
Most batters open the shoulders, so you
Yeah.
can have a better field of vision. Yeah, I mean it's one of those. I mean, a lot of batters, when there's a left arm swinger on, will bat. You know, if they classically bat on a 2 or a middle guard, will change that to leg stump to try and keep the pads out of the way. But obviously the stumps then come into play. I mean, good left armers do pose challenges, and a sharp bouncer there from Ogborn and a timely stare.
yeah, we haven't seen many bouncers this match, but that's one of them.
Oh, Lord dished a few out, so he's getting the reciprocal.
He played it quite well. Looks like he can bat. I've not seen him play before, but he's getting into proper positions. Played a couple of nice shots.
And nicely played again. Good delivery there from Ogborn. Watched well by Lord. Yeah, I agree. He's shaping up nicely. I mean, he's relatively new on the scene, and quite often you have these bowlers that will bat in these, you know, the 9 position, and give it a few games, they end up at 7.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he looks a very capable player. I haven't seen too much, but he's shaping up nicely at the moment against quite a challenge. Ogborn is really in a good rhythm at the moment, and buoyed by those wickets that he's taken.
Well, again, that's the sort of delivery he's aiming for. But he's got bat on it, and he's picked up a single.
One of those ones you got to hit, I think.
Yeah.
That looked pretty straight, but he's clearly got a good eye. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's.
Look where that front leg is, but he's managed to, although he's come across it, he's got the bat on it.
I
You
mean,
miss that and you're gone.
If you don't mind seeing that.
No.
There's probably a amount of times that he hits it that you might change your mind, but
Yeah.
that's almost the perfect presentation of the knee roll that you'd like as a left arm swinger.
Yeah.
Have a look at those contributions. A dominating partnership of 92 between Haynes and Clark. Good partnerships with McCann, Clark, and the opening partnership, but that little blast there from Alfie Ogborn has just opened this innings up a little bit. Craig Overton bowling a short, wide delivery. I think if he doesn't have success quite soon, Pretorius would, I think, be a good foil to Ogborn.
Yeah, and then Jamie come back to his favoured end, this end. Still, moments where you think this has become, really quite a pleasant batting surface, and then something happens.
Yeah, it definitely falls into the category of good cricket wicket, I would say.
Yeah.
Especially if on later on today and day 4 there's a little bit of turn.
Well,
for
that would be almost
the
the
2
perfect
spinners.
wicket.
That would be the perfect pitch. Unlikely that with the overheads, the moisture in the ground, that it will get dry enough to break up and turn. But
we've had, quite a lot of overs bowled, and there are very few visible marks on the pitch. I mean, it's often we've got a good left armour. It is handy for the off spinner. It depends where his feet land. They can land legally, sort of not too close to the line of the stumps, but still make a few holes that are very handy for an off spinner bowling to a right-handed batsman, let's say. I can't see much evidence of that.
always just makes me shiver what you've just described there. The Keith Barker, Jeetan Patel combination.
Warwickshire.
Keith Barker's landing leg used to almost slam down like a footings piler, and it was just inside the legal area, and it used to dig a hole exactly where Jeetan Patel wanted to land the ball. I mean, the two of those.
Barker was worth his weight in gold.
Oh, absolutely.
Even if he didn't get any wickets, he got some for Jeetan Patel.
I mean, you'd go out to bat in the second innings, and there would be a fruit bowl sized dent in the pitch, and it would be probably a good inch at its deepest under the surface. And Jeetan Patel used to just
bowled at a good pace
as well. He took a lot of wickets here at Taunton, and I think that combination was won him at least one championship.
I think if I were captain, I don't want to waste too many Overton overs. And just a moment, I feel that he's bowling perfectly well, but he's not actually beating the bat very often. And I think I might save him, maybe to follow Ogborn. He's already bowled 26 overs in this innings. Where's Pretorius? I'm just looking for him. Mid-on. Well, he hasn't been given the word. He's just got his jumper on.
Yeah, there is a little bit of chat on the live stream about the speed gun. Would you concur with my theory that it's under-reading?
Yeah. We've not. I mean, we had Ogborn bowling in the low 80s, which is as fast as anyone's bowled in this match. So it seemed, according to that. I mean, we had Pennington and Stone. I mean, Stone was sort of regarded as an express bowler, one of the express bowlers, really, but he was barely touching 80.
Yeah, I think it does register low. Maybe
it's a good shot.
The techie types can have a little tweak of that and see what's going on. But yeah, beautiful shot there from Lord. Just plants across the stumps, which will keep the left armour interested, but he hasn't missed one yet, and that one was straight out of the middle of the bat.
I mean, it would be tempting just trying to look up. I'll tell you what I would consider. Given that you fancy him as LBW, but I might bring that point up. I'd rather have one on deep square leg and say they're going to do that, actually, or more or less. I want him to bowl straight and invite that sort of shot where if he misses it, I mean, now that one was not such a good delivery, but if he misses it, he's right in the lineup for LBW. Let's have a look.
I mean, I think you've got to assume that in the modern game there is a stat out there which is determining these decisions. But for me, I'd have the cover open and the point in position. Apart from that, I like this field now. Is it the same sort of equation as when you were bowling off spin on a turning pitch? You'd be wanting the batter to play through cover.
Well,
and give them a little bit of a sight
on a turning pitch, you might want to leave sometimes the extra cover open. You might have a point and a widest mid-off, say, because you want people to cover drive as the ball. If the ball's turning, cover drive opens up the gate. He's playing slightly inside. You might get through there.
I feel like it's the same challenge.
Yeah.
Like, leave cover open, presents Alfie with a little gate to swing that ball through. But like I said, I'm sure there's been an analyst that has worked out that a lot of runs go to point, maybe.
He's shaped well, though, Lord, I have to say, so far. And you'll pick up one there. It's an easy run, isn't it?
I'd be interested. Good ball, moral victory for the bowler, catching the outside half of the bat. How many of those would you leak ones
Well,
and
it's,
how many boundaries. Do you know what I
yeah.
mean? I think it's so tight and it's a catching position.
Well, I think what's happened
Drives
is
me
that the onus has become on stopping boundary prevention. See, I mean, I know this is, again, it's ancient history, but if you bowled off spin, now it is standard procedure to have a man at deep point very often. Well, I never. I mean,
for the
never.
short, wide drag down.
Yeah. In red ball cricket, I never bowled with any boundary fielders on the offside, square on the offside. It just wasn't done.
That was a sorry captain delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah.
If you bowled one that went out there.
Yeah. And you were more eager to protect that easy single than people are now. Now they want to protect the boundary. Now, there's a certain logic there, but...
Well, I've gone on about it so much. I think my only way forward is...
Change of bowling at the river end, number 27.
I'm either going to see him or I'm going to text him later. Captain Overton, talk me through, no point, please.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he'll give you a straight point. Now he's actually done what we were talking about, which was to get Pretorius on. Shrewd captain. Is he going to come round the wicket? Yeah, he's bowled mostly round the wicket to the left-handers, actually, isn't he? They've been out there a while now. They've bowled 90 overs over the last couple of days. Here's that room.
Nottinghamshire's 300 comes up in the 91st over.
And Nottinghamshire take the lead, 5-4 in points. We haven't heard from Win Predictor lately. I don't know, in a funny sort of way, I think the draws got stronger.
Yeah, I agree. It probably does look like the game's running on par at the moment for both sides, especially with the amount of cricket that has been played.
Still, however, there's theoretically there is almost 70 overs left a day. Take us to a...
You might get the last train if you're lucky. I'll give you a lift, Vic.
That's why I'll take the train. I've seen your car. I'll never get out of your car. I might be able to get in it, but I'm not sure I'll get out. You have to... I'll only ever see. Yeah, I don't know how you can. I haven't actually sat in your car, but it's quite a machine. I haven't seen one like that since I stopped watching Thunderbirds. But if I was sitting sitting in the seat, all I could see was the sky.
I'm starting to look like Brains with the glasses on. Oh,
yeah.
There we go. 5, 4. Pretorius has bowled well through this spell. 20 overs, 3 for 51. He's kept it tight.
Yeah.
Got some valuable top order wickets as well.
Yes, I mean, it's too early to start, but there's another game coming up against Essex, and if Lewis Gregory is back to full fitness, you can imagine that Jake Ball will be the one to give way.
Yeah, Bawley throughout his bowling so far is long periods where he was looking threatening, but I think because he does try and push that fuller delivery in, he's leaked a few runs. He's probably been one of the more expensive bowlers. And I suppose when you're selecting your team, you always are led by form and what happened in the previous game. And certainly of the four seamers, Bawley's the one that looked like he struggled for a bit of rhythm. Another
So he's hit that hard too.
good
with a
strike.
back foot. I mean, he's got strong forearms. It's not quite Gareth, but my goodness me, he's middled that and it's sped away.
Slapped through the covers.
So Patterson White seeing the ball well. Ogborn's going to keep going. Yeah, well, I would, like you, I prefer to have that deep point on the one because you want to keep Lord on strike. I know he's looked good, but he's the man you really want to bowl at just at the minute.
Yeah, I think of my 5 or 6 years of commentating on cricket, it's probably my trigger point, the point fielder. I apologise in some way, shape or form to our listeners, but you know, you could try and be objective and you think about the pros, the cons and all that kind of stuff, and it doesn't quite marry up for me.
Well, we all get a bit Fred Truman-esque, who famously, you know, I just don't know what's going on out there now. I just really don't know what they're doing. In my day.
I mean, I don't think it would be high up on the list of dismissals, but especially as a swing bowler, would have got quite a few dismissals, like false shots that were thick-edged and caught point as well.
Yeah.
So it's, yeah, it just doesn't quite add up.
It might have been your cunningly held back delivery. It was a bit slower than people anticipated.
Absolutely, definitely slower.
I'll always remember, with affection, dear Angus Fraser. Played, I don't know, 40, 50 tests for England, got wickets. And he was famous for the fact that Angus did not like any experimentation. He liked to run up, he'd smack it down on a length, ball after ball after ball. That's what his method was. And it's a damn good method for any seam bowler. He's tall, 5 foot, 6'3" or whatever. Relentlessly accurate. Anyway, he had a tour of the West Indies when they played 2 consecutive games in Trinidad, and he got lots of wickets. And then amazingly, one of those wickets was caught mid-off off a ball that was about 5 miles an hour slower than his stock delivery. And we got to him afterwards. Said, "What's going on, Angus?" He said, "Thrown in a slower ball. I mean, variety. What's come over you?" He said, "No, I lost me run up. I couldn't be bothered to go back to start again."
Yeah, certainly being a watcher of a lot of cricket in that era, it always amazed me that Angus Fraser looked as knackered ball one as he did in his 30th over of the innings.
I know.
He looked like he was uphill into the wind.
Yeah.
Very, very.
I mean,
fine
it's a
bowler.
triumph really because he didn't really swing it much, Angus. I don't think. Bowled about 80 miles an hour, 81, 82 perhaps. But he was dogged, unrelenting. Bowled from a good height, but you know he didn't have any special weapons. But he made the most of what he got.
Yeah, he certainly did. Very, very fine cricketer for Middlesex and England.
Well fielded there.
Lovely work there from Tom Abel.
He's taking his jumper off. It must be balmy out there.
Well,
Jack had been off the field. He's run back on again, I think. Perhaps it's not the most ridiculous thing just to have a couple overs of Leach, you know. I don't think. Just you know, I think Patterson White might go after him, but you never know.
Yeah, it does seem to be a bit of a committee meeting at the moment.
Well, the Brains Trust includes Cola Cadmore, the well-under bowler, and the captain.
Yeah,
Well, I think they'll give Ogborn one more, probably. I would have thought that'll be about it for that spell. It's been a great spell. Just need to keep the pressure on and pick up another couple of wickets. Any lead would be grateful for. 305 there, 42 behind.
Yeah, it's just important for Somerset they don't allow this segment of the game just to drift. I'm sure that isn't the case.
had to work hard for these wickets, or both sides have actually.
I do think though that both attacks in this period where that real zestiness of the new ball starts to go, that the bowlers have just been fraction too straight.
Yeah.
Like the ball getting to the batter around about middle stump, I just feel like their lines have been a little bit too straight. Not getting into that realm of should I leave it. You know, I think that's the line you want to bowl. 4th, 5th stump, the occasional ball in towards the stumps, but just try and get the batter fighting with himself. Shall I leave it? Shall I play it? Always feel like that's a good line, and also just a tiny bit short.
That's a good shot, that is. That's a top shot. Again, it's very straight. Won't go for 4, but I'll pick up a couple.
Yeah, quality shot there from Lord, straight back down the ground. He's played nicely for his dozen runs.
He's not played much cricket, but I'm going to just... He's a Lancastrian from Salford. This is only his, I think, 5th or 6th first-class match. And this I can exclusively reveal. Well, no, not. I thought it was his high score. No, he's got a 30-odd. I mean, we can't really judge by the figures.
Is that his batting or bowling?
This is batting. His highest score is 31. The average is 11. But I mean, he's only played 7 innings, so you can't really draw any conclusions from that. But what we've seen is that he's a very, very competent number 9. He's got into good positions. He's played 2 or 3 excellent shots. Quite a few like that, where you think, oh, if he misses that, he might be in trouble, but he doesn't seem to miss it. He's 24. We're quite impressed by his bowling. He bowls some serious deliveries.
Yeah, definitely one to watch.
Yeah.
I think with the bowling side of things, probably it's be fair to say, you know, the comments we had about Alfie and those emotions of, you know, getting into the team on the first game as a young bowler, that bit of tension, you're trying to impress, trying to bowl that magic ball over and over again. I think you'll quickly learn that finding that little zone is where you need to operate as much as you can. He bowled some absolute beautiful deliveries on day one, but often backed it up with a sort of a pressure release ball. Not always a boundary, in fairness, just a little tuck off the hip for one. But again, if you've just played it, got a batter to play and miss, you really want to try and keep him down there for as many balls as you can. Ogborn is going to have at least another over. That sharp swing back into the right-hander hasn't been on show quite as much, but you only need one. Liam Patterson-White is on strike. Obviously the other way round, he'll be looking to swing it and catch that outside edge. Oh no!
That's a very rare sight.
That was the outside edge, a beautiful delivery. Drew Liam Patterson-White into the drive, a genuine edge. Straight towards the normal bucket hands of Overton, but he's put it down. That was a real simple catch.
By Overton's standard, I mean, he has been one of the best slip catchers I've seen play for Somerset or anyone else, but that was sort of regulation. And he's furious with himself. Ogborn, no doubt disappointed, but has kept his disappointment to himself.
Yeah, you don't want to upset the captain.
No.
Just yet.
But it's a very rare sight. He's unhappy. Just examining his fingers, but it just doesn't happen very often, does it? He's one of the best I've seen. Anyway,
that's a big shame. Ogborn would have been certainly on the
hunt
path
for a
to a 5 as well.
Yeah,
which would be huge for him as a young bowler. Can he do it again? It's another one of those emotions that you sometimes get used to. Drop catches do happen, but that would have been.
Oh, where's that gone? That's a good shot.
Ogborn. Oh, let's have a replay of Craig Overton's reaction of that boundary. The captain's absolutely fuming with himself. 4 runs to Patterson White, and he should maybe be dismissed. Just take a look at Overton as soon as that ball goes through the covers. The hat came off, thrown into the floor. He's all heart, passion, Craig Overton. He's bitterly disappointed with himself there.
Well, it's what. Oh dear, yes he is, isn't he?
Sunglasses everywhere.
Well, they happen. They happen. It's very rare for Overton to drop anything.
Now, if you need a meme for something going wrong, that could be one that the club can clip up.
God damn it.
Fucker in Fuckertash.
Yeah. So I always think there'd be the great West Indian side of the 80s. They used to drop catches. But the thing is, their bowling attack was so good that very often you didn't remember them because they would create another chance, very quickly. And their bowlers were, they would atone. It's not always so easy. But anyway, it
was always it was always particularly difficult if the bowler sort of didn't take it that well, and it was almost highlight the fact that you dropped a catch, and you do want the ground to swallow you up. We have a look there.
It always it dipped on him at the end. I don't know, but he usually catches those. There's no question about that. It's a lovely angle to see.
I prefer the replay of the hat throw. I've got to be honest. That's my could be my highlight of the day.
Well, I think, you're right. It's a terrific moment. If he wasn't captain, it would think, what the hell? What's he doing? He's sort of drawing attention to the drop, really. Anyway, he's gone down. Have a look at the hat throw then. Oh, I mean, that hat was always buried in the turf. These cameramen, they don't miss a thing,
Oh, he's run up. The captain's run up to his junior bowler. He's given him a pat and no doubt an apology. Maybe he's earned himself another over. Who knows?
Well, it's tempting because he's gone for the odd boundary, but he's still the man who looks the likeliest to get a wicket. You've got to go to high level meeting.
I'm going to take a short break, Vic. Harry's going to join you. I'll be back quick, smart, and I might even open up that second bag of Easter eggs just to keep us going.
There's still 66 overs remaining according to that scoreboard. Anyway, okay. Cheers, Pete. Well, yeah, vintage little moments caught on camera there. It's a quite a spectacular reaction to a drop catch, which is a very, very rare occurrence when the ball is going to Craig Overton. Here's Harry. And he's got him. He's got him. He's caught down the leg side. He doesn't want to go, but he's got to. The finger is up.
What an entrance to the commentary box that was, Vic.
By you?
I'll bring a wicket first ball.
Oh, well done, Harry. Sorry, it's nothing to do with James Rue diving to his
Great
right.
catch.
Let's have a look. Well, he didn't like it, I don't think, and we can't tell from that angle. He's clearly caught the ball. It'd be more interesting to see it from here. Let's have another look. Well, it's going to be difficult, but I don't know. I have the suspicion
well, he
might be fortunate. Earlier. Well, only if he caught the ball.
You could argue about the 2 LBWs as well. With Craig Overton, we argue about
it. Nothing to do with Patterson White.
No, he's angry. Look at the gloves coming off there.
Well, I think Well, we can't be certain of anything here, but if you trust player reactions, and you can't always trust player reactions. However, my gut feeling is that that's bad.
Yeah, that's not bad. I agree. Great catch from James Rue, though. What I could take credit for is I spent the last half an hour with the Rue fan club downstairs.
Is that the mum and dad?
And brother and
Thomas?
Charlie's down there. Charlie and Katie, Thomas, Debbie, Chris. They're
Well, he's
enjoying a
supposed
good
to be
angle.
revising that, Thomas. What's he doing? I suppose it's Easter Sunday.
He's got his revision books with him. Don't worry. We were doing tectonic plates. We were doing the Haiti earthquake. He's doing a geography revision, so don't worry.
Oh, you've been helping out, have
Yeah,
you?
well, a little bit. I said I did a geography A level and got an A, but it was a long time ago and I've forgotten it all. I wasn't much help.
Well,
he was telling me the economy and the cost of the Haiti earthquake and exact figures.
Another fascinating conversation with Harry Everett.
I thought I would know more about the earthquake than I did, to be honest with you. So I don't know how much.
Oh, well.
A-level geography's changed a bit in 12 years, I reckon.
I don't know. I've never had much familiarity with A-level geography.
Revision cards, though, is a good way of doing it. I used to go to cricket games with my revision book and your revision card, so someone can test you on little fun facts that you got to remember.
Wow. You never rest. Harry never rests.
No, indeed. I've just had a couple of texts saying, yeah, that was not out.
Yeah, well, I think that's a reasonable conclusion, a bit of a bonus. Good. I mean, he did well to catch it down the leg side, but it was a surprise, certainly to Patterson White, to see the finger raised.
Well, we can't take away from James Rue, though. It's a brilliant catch diving. Whether it was pad or bat, he still stopped the ball and caught the ball. So
it'll make Craig Overton feel a bit better.
Well,
now he's got his hat back on his head.
It went 2 or 3 times, didn't it? When that ball went for 4 through the covers as well. Let's move the bet. A movement off the seam from Miggy Pretorius. I can report it is cold outside the Vic. I
thought it was.
Yeah, I sat in the seats outside the boxes a couple of floors below, and out of the sun, it's still pretty chilly.
Yeah. Well, it is April the 5th.
I guess the only thing we can say about the decision is, they say these things comes around as Haynes, the drop catch at slip. Pete and I were talking about when he gave it as 4, when it was a 6 over his head. There were a few LBWs that looked very out, that didn't go Somerset's way. Craig had Hasib Hamid. It's not Patterson White's fault, of course, but...
Yeah. Anyway, well...
The rubber, the green and all that.
Yeah. But from what we can see here from the replays, it's not absolutely conclusive, but my impression is that flicked the pad rather than the bat.
I think it was conclusive enough, to be fair, yeah. But Ollie Stone can bat. I'm sure he batted at 9 for England. Batting at 10 here today.
Yeah, well, like Lord has looked pretty good, actually. Yeah. And Ollie Stone is getting into very orthodox, classical positions throughout that over. You don't get so many bunnies now.
There's a few Easter links in that sentence. The Lord on Easter Sunday, Holy Weekend. Easter bunnies.
Yeah.
Deliberate. You had a little glint in your eyes.
Pretty random, really.
Triggs promised us some Easter bunnies when he comes back after his important admin meeting.
I don't know. He's important meetings all the time. Pete.
I think he chooses the word important, though, doesn't he?
Well, they're important to him.
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
Business meeting, this one, I think. The lead is currently 33. That's 8 wickets down. Somerset hunting an equalising point.
I said about 2 hours ago, I think this could be a very close to level first innings, and that's still possible. Still likely, really. I think these two could easily come.
Was that before or after Alfie had got 2 wickets and 2 balls?
Before Alfie had 2 and 2.
Right, there you go. Look at that.
This morning I said, yeah.
Sage reader of game. Well,
I've watched enough of it here by now, haven't I? Could say not as much as you, but... I'm just looking at the fall of wicket comparison.
Yeah. It's
284.
quite similar, isn't it?
Yeah.
There was the partnership, the Abel-Rue partnership, where batting seemed fairly straightforward by the end.
Yeah.
Likewise, the Clark and Haynes partnership.
That's a bit of a fish. Yeah, Ruin Abel took it from 66 for 3 to 206 for 4.
Yeah.
Notts went from 128 for 3 to 220 for 4. That good partnership from Clark and Haynes. That was their best partnership so far. It was 331 for 8 in the Somerset innings. 314 for 8 in this innings. So yeah, not much in it.
So we have a good game on our hands, especially if this innings, if they get parity, we've got we'll have about, let's see, 90 overs, theoretically about 140 or 50 overs cricket left, 140 overs, let's say, if the weather, I think the weather's good tomorrow, for what is essentially a 2 innings contest, potentially, with Somerset, well, firstly, it will be to get sufficient runs, and if they bat really well, then Craig Overton can contemplate a declaration, but that's a long way off that.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see a declaration. Another 14.3 overs of batting points.
No, I'm talking about the 3rd innings.
I suppose, yeah, we're looking like we're going to use pretty much all of the 4 days or whatever overs can be gotten in.
Today's, well, we've seen that little flurry of wickets. Ogborn 3, fairly quick succession. Sort of changes the tempo of the game. He's got Stone on strike. New batsman. Just see if he can get that little skidding in swinger in at him. The new batsman always more vulnerable, obviously. Oh, it's there or thereabouts.
You know what? Alfie Ogborn and Mickey Pretorius could have both argue they could have got a 5 for so far. Still 2 wickets available to get there. But Jake Paul yet to contribute. Craig Overton got Jack Haynes that big wicket this morning. But yeah, Mickey Pretorius and Alfie Ogborn doing most of the damage. Craig Overton bowling better than his figures suggest, you could argue.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit unfortunate, but then Dylan Pennington probably bowled even better than his 5 suggested, I would argue as well. Pete and I decided it was one of the most deserved fifers we've ever seen.
Pennington?
Yeah. He had 5 for 65. 7 maidens, 26.5 overs, but could have had 7 for, could have had earlier ones. Craig Overton comes specifically over to Alfie to give him a big high 5. Little apology for the drop catch.
I think he's already done that, but I'm
again,
just wondering.
Do it again and again. You're not taking
it could be the end of Alfie. I don't know. He's bowled.
I think he could have one more, couldn't he?
What he could do, but
well, he's bowled.
Is he going off?
He's bowled 4 because he bowled 1 before the new. No, sorry, he bowled 1 before the new ball at the River End. Then he came on and bowled the 81st.
So he's probably bowled 7.
Yeah, okay, that's actually
I think
quite
that's
a lot.
probably his quota.
There were a couple of breaks though, weren't there, with the rain and the luncheon interval.
Yeah, well, we'll see. He's still looking good. I think the maximum of 1 more probably.
He's off, but he's on. He's off the field, but he's about to walk onto it, walking in from the boundary. Yes, the points criteria are the same as last year. To those asking on the live chat, same batting bonus points, same bowling bonus points. And sounds like we're heading for a 1-day match tomorrow. That's an interesting way of looking at it.
Well, more than that, because there's still, I keep saying there's 64 overs remaining.
Yeah, we're nowhere near halfway through today yet. Can they push for 2 here? I think they probably can.
Yeah.
Wide open space there between deep mid-wicket and mid-on. Beautiful sunshine here on Easter Sunday. If you just finished your Sunday lunch, get on down. Kids for £1 this weekend, I believe. A lot of people are off work being Easter Sunday. Come on down, enjoy the sunshine. It's slightly warmer than it looks now the sun's coming out, but do bring some layers. And if you're coming into the ground, you can still listen to us through an earpiece. head to the Trescothic Pavilion reception down below our commentary box, and you can buy an earpiece that lasts for as long as you remember to turn it down at the end of each day. Pretty good battery life in them. A lot of people like listening wherever they are on the ground. They can still listen to us talking about the cricket. We haven't done our little camera on the hill just down Never Wave yet this year, have we, Vic? One of our favourite pastimes. Yeah, why not? End of the over, we'll have a little look. See who's got the, the woolly hat.
You'll be so disappointed if there's not a flicker of movement, Harry.
I think the woolly hats could be an issue. Because an earpiece, when you've got nothing on your head, is quite easy to stay on your ear. But when it's so cold you've got a woolly hat on, it doesn't work quite so well.
Is that right?
You can have an earpiece under a woolly hat, I suppose. We'll have a look. Hopefully they're just nudging their mates. They've got 2 balls to nudge their mates to make sure everyone in the stands.
There seems to be a great deal of activity in the Hildreth stand.
Your eyesight is very good. I don't know why I always go to the Hildreth, but it seems...
Well, it's a popular spot.
Yeah.
Understandably. And it's currently in the sunshine.
There you go. Take the hats off, put the earpiece on. Lovely cricket shot. That deserves 4. Beautiful timing. Archie Vaughan, the subfielder, will have his legs saved a little bit, but I think it's Mark Stoneman runs around to save his legs and get the ball from the deep cover boundary. Beautiful shot.
He's played some good shots, Lord. He's clearly got potential as
it's a Lord's Day.
All-rounder.
It's the Lord's Day Sunday, isn't it? Yeah. Particularly Easter Sunday. Come down from Lancashire. I was slightly surprised he got in the 11 for this game, but with no Brett Hutton or Josh Tunk, he's been quite impressive with bat and ball. Here we go then. Who's awake in the James Hildreth stand? Who's got their earpiece on? Give us a wave. Hey, there they are. There's a few. I saw a few arms in the air. Oh, go again. I went too early. Arms again, please. Earpiece listeners. Hey, there you go. There's a few, Vic.
Splendid.
Splendid. There you go. Keeping them awake. Well, we need their cheering and their enthusiasm.
Yeah, well, exactly. Anyone who decides to sit in about 10 degrees maximum, biting wind, for 6 or 7 hours.
They're still waving. Brilliant. Look at that.
They deserve all the credit they can.
Loads of listeners, Vic. They're all listening.
They're really.
Look at them.
Oh, well, sales of these gadgets are obviously going well.
They are.
Okay, we've got Jake Ball's back. So a great spell from Alfie Ogborn.
Yeah.
And one that is significant in terms of this match, but also it gives him the confidence as a first-team player. I'm sure, all things being equal, he'll be playing the next game and he'll be seen as a key member of the attack. Yeah. He's potent. If it all clicks, you're desperate for someone who can get little wickets in little batches, and he can do it when everything clicks.
Yeah, here's a little bit of non-county cricket but international cricket news that might interest you. Do you remember that the Netherlands spinner who wore glasses, Tim Pringle? Do you remember him?
Nope.
Played for New Zealand, played for the Netherlands alongside Rudolf van der Merwe.
Okay.
Both spin together in a few World Cups. He's now playing for New Zealand A team, one of those, Luke Ronke was another one. You think of these 2 countrymen, vessels, I suppose, play for 2 countries. Asa Tribe could be one that ends up playing for Jersey and England. The Italian lads who used to play for Australia, like Joe Burns. That's just a random piece of news for you.
So, from the Netherlands
to New Zealand A team.
Roelof actually played for South Africa,
yes,
didn't he, before he went to Netherlands.
Dirk Nannes, another Somerset man. Did he play for Netherlands and Australia?
I think he played some white ball cricket for Australia.
Left up, he played for Somerset.
Yeah.
There you go, there's a couple. I suppose you could go Joyce Morgan,
Owen
Ireland,
Morgan, yes.
England,
Ed
Boyd
Joyce.
Rankin.
Yeah, 1 test match.
Who else? There's been a few.
Gavin Hamilton.
I don't remember Gavin Hamilton. Go on, educate me.
We played for Yorkshire. He was a Scot, though, and he played 1 test match. He's a 1 test wonder. Didn't have a great time in Johannesburg. I'm sure he would have played for Scotland somewhere along the way. He was Scottish. Slightly before your time, Harry.
Gavin Hamilton.
He played in Duncan Fletcher's first test as England coach in 1999
Okay.
at Johannesburg, when England were 2 for 4. Michael Vaughan made his debut on that match.
Wow. Free hitting middle order batter.
Gavin Hamilton.
Yeah.
Did he play for Scotland?
He did.
Yeah. So he's another 2-nation cricketer.
Very good. Let's give it a quiz question. I don't know.
Well, if you don't know the answer to him, that's, I mean,
Shot. That's a glorious cover drive. That is smoke to the boundary. You don't even need to run half a run for that. Tell you what, Ollie Stone, that's some way to get off the mark. First runs for him this year. Had a injury dogged year last year. This is actually his first Notts game since 2024. First
what a glorious shot that is. Since 2024, gosh.
Yeah, injuries ravaged him last year.
Well, he looked pretty good in the ball, and he's looking. That was a terrific shot to get off the mark. It wasn't quite a half volley, just hit through the line.
Just thought of a couple more. That Mark Chapman, left-hander, played for Hong Kong and then New Zealand. Played in the World Cup for New Zealand. Shout here in the chat that Leach should be bowling instead of Ball. I would generally agree, but the ball's only 17 overs old. When you've got a newish ball, you've got to give all 4 seamers a fair crack at the whip.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think spinners like a harder ball as well.
Yeah, but there was no turn yesterday.
No, I know that, but I just think against a couple tail-end right-handers, they're perfectly capable batsmen.
Yeah.
It's still a possibility that they may succumb to a Jack Leach.
Well, you know how much of an advocate I am always for bowling spin, but I just think with 18 overs gone and you've got fairly fresh seamers in that Jake Ball's not bowled that much. It's only 2:30 on a day with quite a few delays. Yeah, I think they'd have a couple more overs each before they go to Jack Leach. If these two put on 30, then you might get a Jack Leach, but I don't think they'll be bowling him before Ball's had 4 or 5 overs.
Okay. Well, they've put on 12 so far, but they've looked very comfortable.
Yep. But I think that's more the pitch is a decent pitch. We know how flat it was against Worcestershire here first game last year.
Bowls have something different.
Yeah. Or even we talked about Lammonby, didn't we? Lammonby or Josh Thomas. Josh Thomas and Lewis Goldsworthy you'd bowl after Jack Leach.
Yes.
But Lammonby you might have a go while the ball's newish and still swinging.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. Actually, Lammonby's not the... I wouldn't... Well, they haven't obviously thought about Lammonby in this match. Is he out there, I suppose?
Yeah.
He's still out there. As a sort of pale shadow of Ogborn.
Well, yes. I wonder if Lammonby would be more likely to bowl if Ogborn wasn't playing as the only left armer or left arm seamer. Ollie Stone does look solid.
Yeah, there's not much happening out there in terms of movement. I mean, Pretorius has been terrific in this innings. Just look at his figures; they suggest that, and they don't lie. But we haven't seen so many players playing and missing in the last half hour, I don't think.
Not much playing and missing all day today compared to the first 2 days, I'd say. Pete stopped doing his tally. He got to 87 on his tally of play and misses. Could we have an official play and miss tally, please, Ben Warren? Do you have that information available to us?
I think they'll be making it.
Thank you
it's
very
possible,
much.
apparently. Yeah. Possible.
Yeah, I think it might have been day one. Ben came with some brilliant stats about the player missing. The most we reckon in a day here for, well, since those stats were counted. Josh Thomas with that left arm throw into James Root. The 2 lads that share a birthday. A couple of years apart. King's College and St Andrews Youth. Josh Thomas now playing up in Bristol when he gets time to play Whipple cricket.
You may not have much time to do that.
No, indeed. I don't think he'll get that many. You'd expect him to have a decent role in the One Day Cup. Won't be far away from the T20 side. I'd say he'd be second choice to Goldsworthy as a spin option. was wondering if maybe Archie Vaughan and Josh Thomas open in the one-day cup. Does Lammerby open, or does he go down to 3?
Well, it's a long way off.
Mm.
I think my gut feeling would be if Thomas has been opening, if he's still opening in the Championship side, I would think there's every reason why he should continue doing so.
Yeah.
Although, as we said, that last summer, my recollection is in the 50 overs contest, he batted around about 6 and 7.
5 or 6, yeah.
And he came in and he hit some
lovely shots, yeah.
Very quick fire, sort of 40s and 50s, didn't he? At a runner ball. So he could have a busy summer, playing most of his cricket, not in Bristol, but here.
Tom Lammerby almost could open the bowling and the batting. The one-day cup, he bowled so well last year.
Yeah.
Brilliant wicket. And yes, Amy, Tom Lammerby is back on the field. He's fine. Since the lunch interval, he was at mid-on in the last over. Archie Vaughan has been get a bit of work in as sub-fielder. Not seen James Thieden or JT Langridge on the field, but Archie Vaughan a few times over the last couple of days. Oh, I also, you know, we were saying about Tom Kohler-Cadmore. We were laughing at his trousers falling down. He's got a big weighted hand heat warmer thing on his back.
That's what
when they're back at this end, we'll have another look. We might get the camera to zoom in.
Yeah, I can see. You thought it was just a sort of towel for keeping the ball dry, but of course the ball's not wet at the moment.
No.
It's a hand warmer, is it?
Yeah, not one that I've seen, not that style. Jake Paul had the hand warmers in the pocket, as most of them do, the small ones. Plenty of people at home cooking their Easter Sunday roast whilst listening to the stream.
Jack's warming up. I think it's time for
Jack time. River End, you'd think.
Well, he likes the River End, and I don't know how many overs Pretorius has bowled, but he's bowled perfectly well again. Picked up one more wicket.
Yeah, 25 in total, but yeah.
But I think something else might be necessary.
Yeah, I think now's getting to that time. So Dylan Pennington will be the number 11, but Rob Lord and Ollie Stone doing the 9 and 10 job with no Tongue or Hutton in this not side. Of course, they're losing Brett Hutton's bowling, but he's a pretty useful number 8 batter as well, don't forget. Oh, that's a genuine outside edge, but it would have been the gully needed to get anywhere near that. Tom A with a brilliant chase, because that could have been 2. Turn and threw it off balance very quickly. A wayward throw, but he threw it in quickly enough that it didn't matter. They'd stopped thinking about the 2.
I would think Josh Tongue, after the Ashes, might be almost the first name you put down in the bowling attack.
In the England side?
Yeah,
I agree. I'd say him and Root are probably
your first 2 picks.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Possibly more than the captain, dare I say. Oh, that's unlucky, Jake Ball. It's a good area, the inside edge. Yeah, there aren't many dead sets. I mean, I did hear.
Well, I think.
Oh, we're going to. Sorry. We've been asked something different by our director here. Look at this. Look at these LED boards here. Thank you to our match sponsors. If you want to advertise on these sponsor boards, get in touch. Brand new LED boards with a bit of extra shine to them. So get in touch, and you can advertise your company on that. I guess you got.
Well, they keep changing. Yeah, you see, just now they said thank you for your sponsors, and the next moment they've got a company being advertised.
And then Jack Leach on from the River End.
Yeah, well, I think probably what Somerset need is an earpiece in the captains, and we'll just tell them what to do, shall we? If you want to sell one, you want to give one, we'll just sit here. We'll just say, just do this now, will you? Okay. We've got Leach on anyway. Now, it'll be interesting to see what sort of response we get from the 2 Nottinghamshire batsmen, whether they they sense, well, a bit of slow bowling, I like that, or give him some Humpty.
I don't think they speak in a West Country accent.
Oh, do they not? No. I forgot he's from Salford. Oh, he almost got through a very first ball.
And Ollie Stone definitely doesn't either.
Do they not?
Try again.
Okay, well, let's have a look at that first one. Change, it kept a bit low and wasn't that far from the off stump. You may not spin them out, but batsman error is the source of many wickets, especially when you've got a 9 and 10, although a very capable 9 and 10 together.
Well played. That was quicker, flatter, attacking the stumps. Jack Leach, what I did notice about his bowling yesterday, he didn't give it much flight. There was a lot of speared in deliveries. I think when it's turning a little bit more, it'll give it a little bit more flight to allow it to turn, where he was bowling quick and flat, attacking the stumps and trying to get that LBW. Yeah.
He was also bowling against two very capable batsmen against spin. I think Clark is a very good player of spin, very positive. I don't think he felt there was any encouragement needed for them to go for a few shots.
What I am slightly surprised by is the respect, I don't know if it's respect to Rob Lord, but TKC is back where he was for Joe Clark at long on. I thought to a number 9 and 10, I thought he'd start with mid on and mid off up and almost encourage him to go for that shot over the top if he wants to.
Maybe, but I think Jack's quite conservative in that. He likes to get into a spell.
Yes. Well, a maiden's a pretty
with
good way
no
to
damage,
get into it.
And he likes maidens, and that's actually the first maiden he's bowled in this innings.
Yeah, good point. I suppose he's not bowled at tail enders before today this season, so bowling at Clark and Haynes is a very different situation. It's also hard in cold conditions. For
And he has also. I'm glad he's on because I think you need. He almost got a wicket with his first ball, and purely because it's a different proposition.
Yeah, it worked for Josh Thomas, didn't it? Liam Patterson-White got Josh Thomas.
Yeah, and it was a sort of tame dismissal in a way, and he was furious. It was just a nondescript ball which didn't spin, and he just took the outside edge. And a sort of careless bit of batting in a way. Ooh. Okay, well we got our beavers in the research department telling us that there have been 79 plays and misses in the Nottinghamshire innings, which is not such a high figure as there was in the Somerset innings. So they've power to add. That's nice, gone for 4. Off the outside edge, the ball will be growling.
What I would caveat that with, though, is there are still 2 overs left until parity. So
in terms of number of balls bowled.
Yes. So Somerset faced 103.5 overs. So if there's a lot of, it could still, depending on how many player misses in the next couple of overs, could end up having the same number.
Well, yeah.
Been a pretty close game all round. Jake Ball against his former club. The county he had for most of his career while he was playing for England as well.
It's a long time he played for England, isn't it? Since he played for England, he played quite young.
I always thought 50 over was his best format. He's done well for Somerset in the T20 Blast, bowling the death overs, the tricky overs. He'll often bowl when the batters are really trying to whack it. There's got to be a lot of play misses.
Somerset played and missed 109 times. So, well, I don't know what we conclude. The wicket is calming down a little bit, or
not
Somerset were
tiny bit
luckier.
better.
Somerset were luckier than Nottinghamshire. I don't know.
Or did Notts bowl a tiny bit better than Somerset?
Who knows? Well, I think it's speculation now is of not much value. But the game is sort of stagnating here. This pair, Lord has played really well. This partnership has now got up to an annoying. Oh, he's out. He's out. Ball's got his wicket. A good catch that by Kola Cadmore. Hands warm. probably. Diving to his left, and Ball getting a pat on the back as he's toiled away. He's in his 20th over, but he's now got a wicket to show for it. Let's have a look at it. Invited the drive.
That's a poor
found
shot.
the edge, and a good catch from Kohler Cadmore.
From a man who looked quite good with the bat, I think that's quite a disappointing dismissal. That's quite a wide ball. The length is nowhere near there to drive. It's nowhere near a half volley. It's not close.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's grumpy with himself. He's looked really good, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, it's better than a defensive shot at a ball like that. He could have gone either he needed to leave it or go even harder.
Yeah. I don't think it was there to drive. I think the lever was probably the better option.
Probably
with a cordon in.
Well, it is now when he's nicked it. But they've driven one or two on the up. It's sort of pitch that you think you can do that sometimes. Anyway, the new batsman is Bennington. Somerset have got a third bonus point. It's 5-all in bonus points.
And that way it will probably stay. You never know. They might get.
They could get to
18 more runs.
80
more runs in 9 overs, but I don't think that's as likely. Just looking through Rob Lord's stats, because I think he's pretty decent low order bat. First class average of 34 for 7 innings.
Where'd you get that from? I just looked that up.
No, the ball
11.
with a ball. We're talking about batting now, aren't we?
Yeah,
11 with a bat.
Yeah, but we've had this discussion and we decided that
7 innings isn't enough.
It's too small a sample.
Yeah, I agree.
He's better than that. He actually played quite nicely for that.
But 72 not out is the more important stat I'm looking at here.
What's that?
In his last innings in the One Day Cup against Surrey.
Oh, well, there you go.
50 over cricket's different, of course, but 72 off 42 balls with 4 sixes.
Oh, well.
Striking at 170.
Well, he played in a very restrained manner then.
Yeah. Maybe that's why he's driving on the up, if he can score.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
He should have played more shots. Anyway, Jake Ball. Can he get another one? Almost.
Almost first ball.
He got it full enough, invited the drive. It was almost half volley that, but he missed it.
Dylan Pennington with a bat. Averages 12. High score of 61.
No, there's not many mugs around now.
No. He had 2 not out in the last game against Warwickshire in September, 14 and 8 at the Oval, and 15 against Worcestershire. The 3 September Championship games of last year.
Okay, well, Jack's going to continue. Stone is going to decide whether he's going to take the attack to the left arm spinner or just keep batting. Actually reinforced the leg side field. There's a man out there loitering at deep mid wicket as well as the long on. So they're expecting Ollie Stone to show a bit more aggression, and he's going to take the single out to cover. Maybe they think that there's quite a disparity between the calibre of Stone and that of Pennington.
I think that's fair enough.
So they seem to be inviting the single. The field's coming in. Just have a look. The only one that stays out is Kohler Cadmore, I think. Just the one slip, short extra cover, and the rest sort of spread out.
I've just had a bit of a memory of Ollie Stone and his international career.
Getting runs?
Well, no, we'll let Jack Leach. So Ollie Stone made his debut against Ireland when Jack Leach was player of the match.
Oh, right.
So Jack Leach batted 11 in the first innings. Ollie Stone batted at 10. Yeah. Ollie Stone got 19. Jack Leach got 1. I think most listeners will remember what happened in the second innings of England. Jack Leach opened the batting.
And got 92, wasn't it?
Yeah, for 162 balls. Ollie Stone then batted at 11 and got a duck off 11 balls.
It's an amazing match, that, because Ireland had a first innings lead, didn't they?
Yeah. Tim Murtagh bowled amazingly, didn't he? 5 for 13 off 9. The top score was 23 by Joe Denley in England's first innings.
It looked like a major upset.
Kevin O'Brien had 28 not out. Former Somerset man. No George Dockrell in that side. More of a white ball bowler in the last few years. So on a deck when no one could get any runs, it was Jack Leach who top scored.
Well, George Dockrell has been busy for Ireland, but almost primarily now as a batsman.
Yeah,
as
number
opposed
6.
to,
Yeah, clears the ropes, doesn't he? Does that roll in the middle order?
Yeah, and he looked a very capable left-arm spinner. He still bowls his left-arm spin. He's had an odd career in many ways.
Yeah, a few years ago I played in the Dublin Premier League where Glenn Quirrell was my captain, Kevin O'Brien played, and George Dockrell would play in the Dublin Premier League and bat, get runs. Doesn't play as much nowadays, gets franchise gigs and international cricketer, of course, but yeah, always could bat a bit, but now he's not bowling that much. Andy McBride bowls a bit of spin. I've seen Tector bowl a bit of spin, Gareth Delaney bowls a bit of spin, so I guess they've got other options now. And he played at Lancs, didn't he, as an overseas in the Blast last year, George Dockrell, and didn't bowl that many overs. The over rate is 3, which is quite a good effort with the lack of spin that's been bowled. Guess they're trying to keep warm, so they're getting through the overs quickly.
Oh, this has happened to us twice now.
Craig Averton's body language, his collapse on the ground, sums it all up. Get the camera on Craig Averton and we need say no more.
Well, I suspect if he's bowling to Pennington, he might be better off with a third slip rather than a deep square leg.
I agree. I don't think you're going to bounce him out. I don't think he's going to take on the pull shot to deep square leg. Yeah, Miggy Pretorius is saying exactly that now, and Craig Averton's listening.
Yeah.
So he's going to put Pennington, with Pennington on strike, he's going to put, he's going to bring Pretorius to mid-wicket.
He's going to have a third man.
Oh, he's not going to have a third slip.
No. Well, to be fair, that wasn't a catchable height, but it was 4 runs, which is...
Yeah, Lammerby comes over to point. Goldsworthy to third, a sort of wide gully line third on the boundary. There it is, an easy catch for Tom Culler-Cadmore, straight in the breadbasket. He runs off with the ball straight away. He's going to go and put his pads on. They celebrate with Jake Ball, who's toiled away. He didn't take any wickets until he took the last 2. It was Miggy Pretorius and Alfie Ogborn who've done most of the damage in this innings. But that's a great effort from Somerset. Somerset should be really happy to have the champions Notts, 338 all out. A lot of talk about Somerset struggling with the ball, but they've done a job here. To get a first innings lead against the champions is a pretty good start to the season. And now they'll have to think about batting in what's probably going to be easier batting conditions now the sun's out.
It might be. The new balls look potent, and we saw Stone and Pennington looking very good with that new ball, on the first day. But what I'd like to get win predictor up, I think he's been half asleep today, but it's obviously changed. That's one of the beauties of the game. Overnight, very much Nottinghamshire and the draw were favourites. Now is still the draw is a strong candidate, but 45%, I'm told. Notts, what are Notts? 46? Well, that I don't get the logic.
I don't get that. Somerset 9?
Somerset are 9 runs in front.
Somerset are winning. Yeah, after first innings they've got a lead.
However,
how's that work?
Have they gone to 10? They've just gone up.
What's happened in the last 30 seconds? What's changed?
Well, they're just factoring in Jake Ball's wicket.
Oh, it's taken a bit of a delay.
Anyway, there's still plenty that could happen in this game. That's the point. We've got through 2 innings. There are still 56 overs remaining today, plus another 96, I guess, tomorrow. That's quite a lot of overs. There's plenty of time for stuff to happen. There's no guarantee that Somerset are going to get a total of in the 340 region again. It could go in all sorts of directions, this. They've had to work hard to get those wickets. They bowled over 100 overs. Seamers, well, they've all had their good spells. Jake Ball's prolific one only just came at the end. He's probably looked maybe the weakest link in this lineup up until then.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Ogborn will remember that spell where he took 3 wickets, 3 good wickets too. Top players getting good players out. And they will make a note of that in that Somerset dressing room, and he will feel much more comfortable in that dressing room because he's demonstrated what he can do when it all clicks. He can get good players out if he gets that ball swinging. So that's the biggest plus from a Somerset perspective to take from this innings, that Ogborn has demonstrated that potential, and he'll feel a bit. So we've got a really tight competitive game, and we don't quite know which direction it's going to go in.
The stat for me, which you don't see very often in first-class cricket, is how similar number of balls each side faced. You think how long an innings can be. They both faced 103 overs. Notts 103.2 overs.
Yeah.
Somerset 103.5 overs.
Yeah,
and then there's 9 runs in it.
Yeah,
I mean, you couldn't get much more neck and neck.
Yeah, and in a curious sort of way. I mean, it's been a pretty good quality match so far, with two strong, gutsy sides battling it out.
Yeah.
And we don't quite know how it's going to end.
I would say a draw's a favourite, but there's a long way to go in this match.
I don't get win predictors'
no, that makes no sense.
notion that Notts are so much more likely to win. I suppose it's only because they seem to be batting last, and perhaps Win Predictor has noted that the longer games go on at Taunton, the easier it gets to bat. I don't know. But it does seem an oddity, that. But I still think probably the draw's a favourite, but there's so much that could happen.
54 overs to come at 3 o'clock, Vic, so there's a lot of time, isn't it?
Exactly. There's stacks of cricket. I mean, Somerset could be bowled out by the end of play. Yeah. You never know. But we've got a good game on, and they'll be pleased in that Somerset dressing room. There were moments, certainly last night, and briefly today, even after they lost Haynes, where you thought Notts are going to get a significant lead here. But Somerset, inspired by that over from Ogborn where he got 2 big wickets, grappled back. They had to work hard even after getting those 2 wickets, in that the tail Lord hung around. Patterson White was unlucky, we reckon, given out caught down the leg side. Not sure he hit that. So they've had to battle hard to bowl Notts out. And here we go again. These are the sort of scores, good score, mid 300s, that can produce a really good game. I mean, ideally, I don't think it's going to happen. Ideally, the wicket should be, if you want the classic surface, more difficult to bat on as the game proceeds. But that doesn't tend to happen at Taunton. By and large, what happens is that the ball actually behaves better the longer the game goes on, and the pitch doesn't deteriorate. Anyway, we'll see. We've got bright sunshine. We've got Harry coiled. We've got the prospect of another new Somerset opening partnership. See what we learn from there. There's Kohler Cabell, been standing at slit for 100 odd overs now. He's got to go and bat, along with Josh Thomas, who impressed in that first innings. Well, here's a chance to sort of consolidate that, just as Ogborn did with the ball earlier today. So much to enjoy.
Should we take a 5-minute breather and then rather than waffle all the way through?
Well, it may be that Pete has got a very important meeting. He may not be back. Big decisions board meeting. Okay, we'll have a little breather, but we'll be back once the action starts again.
The Somerset opening batters, sponsored by William Abbott Group, number 32, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, and sponsored by Sanderson Weatherall, number 8, Josh Thomas. Facing the first delivery of the second innings will be number 8, Josh Thomas, to be bowled from the river end by number 9, Ollie Stone.
Well, welcome back. A very brief bit of respite from us. Players are out there. Ollie Stone's got the new ball in his hand. Josh Thomas just taking guard. Somerset have a lead of 9. All to play for then. 3 slips in position. Sun's out. 54 overs to go. Don't go away. One of the curiosities, really, of watching Somerset over the last 12 months, as you turn up, and you think, well, who's going to be opening the batting today? Well, this is another fresh combination. They may have batted together actually in the last match at Essex last year. They reunited 6 months later. And let's see how they go.
Yeah, Josh Thomas did particularly well at Chelmsford, didn't he? He had that brilliant innings.
I presume Kohler-Cadmore was his partner then.
Yes, well, Josh Thomas came in for Abel in the for the concussion substitute rule the game before. Did well, then kept his spot for that Chelmsford game. I was on 5 Live at Chelmsford, actually. I came straight from a wedding in the States. It's a bit of a...
the life you lead, I mean, it's hard to keep up with it.
I didn't really want to go, to be honest with you, but it was her cousin's wedding I couldn't get out of, but didn't want to miss the last game of the season.
Well, he's off and running now with a beautiful clip.
Lovely shot.
Through mid-wicket. Not a great delivery, but he's put it away with some aplomb. He's off and running again.
He's good through that area, Josh Thomas. Flicks well off his legs. Joshua Frederick Thomas. Brother George at Sussex, of course. Not playing in this first round.
I suppose, George is more obviously a one-day type of cricketer, perhaps.
Kohler-Cadmore back at 5 at Chelmsford.
Okay.
Yeah, Archie Vaughan was opening with Josh.
Right.
No Banton. Where was Banton in September?
He was probably playing in the one-day team.
Who were they playing
for
against?
England. Whoever they played against.
Can't remember who they played. South
Australia.
Africa? Wasn't it South Africa? They had that mental 5-over game in Cardiff.
That probably was, but he was in the one-day squad. Even if he wasn't playing, he was away with England, I think.
He was, yeah. Or around the country of England, wasn't he? Yeah. So, yeah, Thomas came in for Abel, and then Kohler-Cadmore went down to 5. Goldsworthy played, got that 100. 100 and out. Craig got 6 and out in that game as well. So Craig Overton's got 60 in his last 2 Somerset first-class matches.
Well, actually, I think last year, my recollection is that he didn't actually... He missed a few games, and he sort of batted down the order. And he actually got quite a few runs and quite a few not-outs and had quite a good season with the bat without actually getting any really big scores. That's my...
Yeah, well, he got 50 not out in the game before versus Hampshire here. 60 at Essex, 50 not out here. 16 not out and 18 not out in the T20s, but... That's well bowled. Good length that from Ollie Stone. Getting the outside edge. Kohler-Cadmore didn't face a ball very early on in the first innings. Thomas, pretty sure, took a single off the last ball of the first over. But he will face the first ball, the second over now this time.
To open the bowling
Well,
from
it's-
the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion.
It's
end,
still,
number
even though he's
18,
been around the
Dylan
houses,
Pennington.
Coda Campbell, he'd be glad to get a score going. He's played any runs in the friendly against Glamorgan, I don't think. And obviously, he got a good ball in the first innings. So he's yet to get in the groove. But he's in the groove.
He got a good ball, but it wasn't that good a ball. He didn't defend it very well, to be honest with you. It was more bad batting than a good ball from Ollie Stone. He got squared up in the defensive shot.
Yeah.
Wasn't very textbook defending the red ball in April.
Well, that's not really his forte, the
No, exactly.
textbook defence.
No.
We all know what he can do. Is the force with him yet? We'll wait and see. I mean, it's 2 years ago, if you say, well, Coda Campbell, yeah, well, obviously he'll be opening for Somerset, but you wouldn't have thought that to be the case. You thought it would be down the order, but by default, really, he's ended up there.
I actually
and
think
he's played well, actually, last summer, particularly against the Kookaburra.
Yeah, he had that Josh Day. I was at Edgbaston for all 4 days when him and Josh Davey had that brilliant partnership. When Jacob Bethel struggled in both innings, when all eyes were on him to potentially play for England, but Keller Campbell and Davey showed him how to bat. I think Keller Campbell looks more in control and looks better when he runs down the wicket to defend. He actually gets in a better position with his head and his movements than when he stands there. Whip down to fine leg for one, and we come down again.
I think a lot of players move more positively when they are minded to play aggressively.
Yeah.
So that you don't move positively if you're defending is the problem. But you've got to move positively even if you're playing a defensive shot. But you're more likely to move positively if you're looking to attack, I suspect. And certainly that applies to the aggressive style of player.
Yeah.
He's going to be moving more.
But what's going to be really tricky
intent.
is when Banton's available. You think Banton gets back into this county championship side? Goldsworthy's often the man that misses out.
Yeah.
It will depend slightly on form, but you've got Banton, Vaughan, and even potentially Finn Hill, Thomas Rue, all these talented players waiting in the wings. I don't think the latter two will be playing the next month or so, but...
Well, I think Thomas Rue will be doing his revision and doing his exams before very long. And he's yet to play a first-class game, of course, for Somerset.
Yeah, and I don't think Finn Hill will play until the one-day cup. But it's, there's still Archie Vaughan will be there or thereabouts.
The Archie Vaughan, I mean, I don't know. There'll be times where, hopefully, you want two spinners in your team, and preferably not another left-arm spinner.
Yeah, 3 left-arm spinners and a right-arm offie.
Yeah.
That's what you want, isn't it?
Well, you don't need all those, but...
No.
So, there are 2 things that can happen. Archie can get some runs when he gets the opportunity, perhaps in the second team. Or you can get to a surface. You'll always sort of want him in your squad because you can turn up, well, certainly towards the end of the month. It's getting a bit dry. We've had a dry April and you're playing somewhere. I don't know. They're probably taken to Essex. You never know. With Harmer, they might have a pitch that looks like it's going to spin. And you might think, well, we'll need a second spinner. And Archie qualifies as a very handy all-round cricketer who can, on a pitch that helps him, end up bowling 30 overs in the match.
I think his bowling kept him in the side last year.
Yeah.
When he was dropped from opening, Sean Dixon, Andy and me didn't get enough runs opening, they got dropped.
Yeah.
Archie Vaughan got dropped to 7 because of his bowling.
Yeah. And that's fine.
And he got runs, didn't he? Got 80 odd against Sussex, having been dropped to 7.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't get as many runs as you'd hope, all told. But so he's a clear option. But it wouldn't be an option that is dictated purely by his batting prowess. So there is a certain sort of flexibility. But you would imagine, of course, it'll be a while before Banton is available. I mean, probably it doesn't become available until after the blast, really, in terms of red ball cricket.
Yes, because the IPL goes on for so long.
Yeah, I mean the frustration
10
is
games,
I don't think
aren't
he's playing he's not actually playing at the moment.
Don't get started on that, Vic. But I'm sure he's enjoying netting with some of the world's best bowlers. But
yeah, well, it's the way of the world.
I think he'd rather be in the cold with his local mates.
Well, he'd rather be playing, no doubt. But you don't sort of reject an IPL contract very quickly. He may not have that lucrative one, but he could do next time round.
But then if we mention that kind of worms, Ben Duckett's not even playing. Turns down his IPL contract. He's not even playing.
Well, that is interesting.
That makes no sense. He needs to play.
Well, I think
18 months away.
I suspect the situation there is that he did have, he had a longish winter, and I'm assuming he'll play. They've got to fit him into the team somehow too. Actually,
well, I don't think you can
play
split.
Instead.
I wouldn't split Slater and Hamid.
Well, that is the problem for Notts.
I mean, he could bat a 3, and Freddie McCann could go down. Joe Clark.
Someone's got to give way, though.
Yeah,
that is their problem.
I think Freddie McCann would probably be the one most vulnerable.
Yeah. So I would imagine if he wants to demonstrate that he's keen to. Well, obviously he's keen to stay in that test team and to get in some form of nick. You would imagine that he would be playing 3 or 4 games in this phase of the championship.
But
Root is going to. They've already decided Root's going to play 3 championship games, isn't he?
But Root went and played a golf tournament in September when Yorkshire got relegated a couple of years ago, didn't he?
Yeah, he did that. But anyway, they have obviously planned that Root is going to play, I think, 3 championship games for Yorkshire or something like that.
Takes so much planning, but Duckett had such a busy time with the Ashes and then the World Cup. Then he had a few weeks off at the end of March and April. I thought now would be the perfect time to play again. He could be gone. Josh Thomas has got away with one. Josh Thomas was caught at slip, bowled Patson White in the first innings. Well, I think that's Liam Patson White. At first slip, who's dropped him now.
Yeah, I mean, it went quite quickly, but it was nice height. He was driving hard, came hard. And he didn't catch it. He parried it, and they actually took a single. It's the sort of chance you expect them to take.
He was also dropped in the first innings, actually.
Was he?
Josh Thomas was dropped by Lyndon James at 3rd slip off Lord in his first over, the 13.4th delivery, if that makes sense there.
Well, he's small margins, isn't it?
Yeah, good call. There wasn't a run there. Mid on and mid off. A quick round to that.
Yeah, well, that's a moment. Can he make the most of that bit of good fortune?
Yeah, so Liam Patson White at first slip off Ollie Stone in the 3rd over. Note that down. If Josh Thomas goes big, that'll be particularly painful for the Notts Outlaws.
Ollie Stone come to mid-off. Have a chat with Pennington. Quick mumble about the quality of the slip catching. Brothers in arms. Both bowled really well in the first innings. Busting a gut, and what do? They don't catch the damn thing.
Immaculate defence that time from Josh Thomas. Dylan Pennington, Ollie Stone bowling from the same ends as they did in the first innings. Pennington was I'd say he's been the best bowler in the match so far. 5 for 65. Deserved every wicket of that. Beat the bat many, many times. 109 player misses there were. Somerset's 103.5 overs. Many of them were off Pennington. That is gone. LBW. Josh Thomas has had a life in the previous over off Ollie Stone. This time it's Dylan Pennington deep on the crease, trapped on the crease really. Josh Thomas didn't really move forward or back. Could have been out for 5 in the last over. Notts have not suffered much more, just the 1 run which was through the slip hands of Liam Patson White. So 7 for 1 and Pennington has 6 wickets in the match already.
Yeah, well, he was stuck on the crease. The only thing you'd be looking at, and we won't be able to tell you for absolute certain, is whether that pitched in line Well, it's
New
nip
batter for
and
Somerset,
tuck.
sponsored
Been
by
close.
King's College, number 55.
Certainly hitting the
James
wickets.
Rue.
I thought that looked out.
It looked pretty out. He gets quite close to the stumps.
Hold
Pennington.
up. Is Tom Lammonby injured badly that he could feel but not bat? James Rue at 3. Interesting.
Well, we saw him go off at one point, but he
He came back on, yeah, fielded for most of the day.
Well, I don't know whether this is a change in policy or whether it's more likely to be an injury thing. I don't know whether Lammonby was off for a certain length of time, which stops him batting. But it's James Rue. We spotted that. Well
James
done,
Rue,
Harry.
not Tom Lammonby. Yeah, that's.
Well,
I mean, James Rue's got all the technique to bat 3. It's not an issue, but he's been number 4. So.
Well, we'll see. I don't know whether you can see the dressing room. I can't from where I'm sitting.
I can't see Tom Lammonby. No.
Okay.
But it's quite cold, so they'll probably be hiding in the warm part somewhere. What I can see, though, I reckon, is Jamie Cox, Jason Kerr, and Andy Hurry all in the top dog suite in the Jamie Cox balcony, I suppose we could call it, atop the Andy Pavilion.
All right.
No sign of
I hope to
Lammonby.
go up there if I get the chance.
Do you need an invite? You can wander up there, can't you? Do you need an official invite? Do you show your Vic Marks pass?
Actually, I was.
Good hands.
I was chairman of cricket when Jamie came.
So you've given him the career, is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I mean,
if it wasn't for you, he might not have
it
the
was
job
actually
now.
no, it wasn't my idea to get him. It was Dermot Reeve. It was quite. I mean, it's an oddish story in the sense that in that era, we're talking about the late 90s. Unlike today, we seem to be thrashing around trying to find someone who could captain this team. You know, somehow the candidates. There were no obvious candidates in the way that actually today we've got Craig doing it. We've got James Rue's been doing it. Tom Abel's done it. Lewis Gregory is ideally suited to do it. So there are a lot of candidates there. It didn't seem to be the case. Anyway, Dermot Reeve, who was then the coach, kind of looked for an overseas option.
Yeah.
He'd never met Jamie.
Okay.
But he researched him, and he probably talked to one or two people, and he decided that this guy from Tasmania
Was the man.
And we kind of signed him without ever actually physically meeting him. And then that winter, before he came, we'd more or less, I think the deal had been done, but England were touring Australia. I was out there in my journalistic capacity. Peter Anderson came out, and we thought we'd better go and say hello. We had a meeting in Melbourne.
Yeah.
And we were relieved to find that, hang on, this guy, wherever
he exists, and he seems
he knows what's. He seems a very sound candidate, very impressive bloke. And then, so over he came, but it was bizarre to give someone the captaincy that you'd never really met before.
Yeah.
But anyway, and then first match, Jamie comes out, and I think it was against Leicester, or may have been someone, but he got 100 anyway, batted beautifully.
Yeah.
And settled down to lead the side extremely well, extremely calmly, for 4 or 5 years.
Wow, that's a good story. I like that. Jamie Cox has just finished his meeting with Andy Hurry and Jason Kerr.
And he loved he loved his time here, and he scored a stack of runs. He was one of those, one of the best players who never to play Test cricket. Australia were very strong at that time.
Yeah,
they had the likes of, I suppose, Hayden. I suppose Langer was coming.
Well,
so he never played for Australia, but he had
a pretty
extremely good record
yeah.
for Tasmania.
Well, I have very good news, Vic, from a
What's
Somerset
that?
perspective. I can see Tom Lammonby shadow batting with his
Pads
yellow
on.
gripped GM in the balcony. Yeah.
With his pads on?
Yeah.
Well, good research there. So I wonder why it was that they
maybe just needed a bit longer. Maybe he had a little physio test on his knock that he sustained in the field just to check, wanted a bit of treatment.
Okay.
Maybe just wasn't quite ready at the time the wicket fell, but
So it's a big ask for Rue in the sense that he's just been keeping wicket for 100 overs.
yeah, very fit.
I actually think from Rue's point of view, thinking beyond.
And yeah, I knew this was coming. I know what's
The
going to come out
higher
of
he
your
bats,
mouth.
the higher
Yeah.
he bats, the more he can impress the powers
If we're
that be.
talking international cricket, there's
Yeah.
more options 1, 2, 3 than there are at 4, 5, 6.
Exactly.
Bear in mind he can only play for England.
Sorry to bore you there, Harry.
I feel like we end up talking about England so much when we're following the county
Really?
championship.
Well, it's fair enough. Well, it's good. I mean, it's good that is now an issue because there was a long time in the last year or two where we thought it's irrelevant talking about what happens in the county championship because England aren't going to change their approach at all. They're just going to stick with who they want.
Well, it's still
ignoring the championship.
It's still slightly concerning that we're on day 3 of Somerset have been the top 3 teams the last few years and got multiple potential England candidates against the champions with multiple international candidates, and I've not seen a select here any of the first 3 days.
Well,
normally the whispers go
there
round.
Are, and there's only one. I'm not sure
They're
they've
for
got
a job,
a selector,
aren't
have
they?
we?
Yeah.
They appointed a selector.
You not put your CV in yet?
No. Well, there was yesterday here someone on behalf of the ECB talent spotting.
Yes, but a selector and a talent spot, is that a different role?
Well,
You'd have
who
thought
is
it's
the
such-
selector?
I think there is one. You're right.
Well,
So maybe the
exactly.
talent spotter
so you
is doing
can't
the select-
complain about there not being one here.
Well, surely, with all the money the ECB got, how can they not employ someone? If you know Luke Wright was going to leave months ago, you could have appointed
well,
one
that may be true.
long ago.
But they have a sort of. Gareth Townsend was here in that
Yes.
role. Was a delight
Talent
to see him,
spotting,
ex-Somerset player,
Tiverton
who
man.
was sort of just doing a bit of patrolling to watch oh my goodness me, watch a few players. I think he seemed to be taking interest in how Hamid was going, for example.
But why can't a manager go and be selected? The football manager, when Gareth Southgate was football manager, he'd go and watch the Premier League games. Why can't McCullum and Key go and watch County Championship games as part of their selection committee? That's what I don't understand.
It's a fair question, but I don't think it's a fair parallel. Gareth Southgate, when he was manager, England would have 10 matches a year. I mean, I know World Cup years are slightly different. Maximum. That's 10. Well, that's 10 days plus a week's training.
Yeah.
He's got plenty of time, therefore, to go and watch, go to Villa Park or wherever it is. Now, to be fair to McCullum and co, they've just come back. They have 3 months in Australia. They'll have 5-day tests, 1 day internationals, blah 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 blah. So it's not a fair parallel, Harry.
No, I agree, but I wonder what do they do on the days when England aren't playing and they're working? Will they not be watching the county
Well,
championship?
the other difference is that they listen to you. Well, they might turn the volume down, Harry, if you're lucky. But they will have more information now than any other selectors, because it's available. If you want to see, who's that Slater playing?
Well, one of the YouTube.
How's that Hamid? They've got it all. All the data is there. They can watch intimately.
But you learn so much more in person than on the stream.
That's true. You've got to go and talk to people and who you respect, etc. But they do have a lot of data there that there was never. We used to actually Jeff Arnold came down last year. Jeff Arnold was knocking on now, but he was working for the ECB, came to watch various bowlers. He'd get up at 5:30, come down here, and either he'd pulled a hamstring or the other side had won the toss and were fielding. And he never actually saw whoever he wanted to watch in the flesh.
A couple of the commentators have come to agree with me. Where are the ECB watching 2 of the top teams in county cricket?
Well, McCullum. Well, I think the answer is McCullum is probably in New Zealand.
On leave for a few weeks.
Yeah, and I don't know where Rob Key is, but he's not technically a selector, although in
a selection
fact,
meeting. In a selection meeting, wouldn't you have a selector, the captain, and the 2 top managers or head coach?
Well,
there'd be a few, wouldn't there?
I think at the moment. There's Luke Wright was the only selector until.
Yeah, but he didn't do the selection on his own, did he?
No, Rob Key would have been there.
Yeah, exactly.
And McCullum would have been there, and I imagine Stokes would have.
Yeah, you've got to have those 4.
Yeah. And I suppose, and you are legitimate. It's legitimate to argue that is not very representative of what's going on in the counties, because there's only Luke Wright who's probably had the space and time to go around and talk to people and
it's
watch
also,
people.
it's the only first-class cricket any of the England team ever play. There's no franchise first-class cricket. It's either England or first class. So if they're going to pick them off anything, they've got to pick them off the county championship. There's only it's only England games or first class county championship games to be picked from. So
that's sort of true.
England Lions,
but on that basis, Lions is a big thing.
Yeah, but
and on that basis, Jacob Bethel would never have got a game, or wouldn't have got a game up until now. So that is not quite true.
He got 9. Didn't he get a few runs for? He went on loan to Gloucestershire, didn't he? Didn't he very
Jacob
well for Warwickshire?
Bethel.
Yeah. Do you remember he went on loan for Gloucestershire? Played against Somerset at Gloucestershire.
Did he? When? Not last year, was it?
2 years ago.
Yeah. It is not exclusively from the Championship. I mean, Jacob Bethel, or what's his name, Hull, who got an England player from Leicester.
Yeah, he's injured.
He hasn't played very much, has he?
I think he's injured.
But they would have been picked. I mean, it's not necessarily the right way to go, but it's the way the pattern has been. They would have been picked on fleeting performances for the Lions against somewhere or other. I'm not.
You've got to get in the Lions, haven't you? How do you get in the Lions?
Well, in Hull's case, you need to be 6'7" and be able to bowl at 85 miles an hour.
Because then Saif Zaid was top run scorer in both comps and doesn't even get in the Lions. You wonder how does that work? If you top run scorer in the whole,
it's an interesting issue for this summer, because there's been much talk of sort of the closed shop and the England setup being blinkered to what happens at Championship level, and the danger, therefore, of alienating the counties and the county cricketers who don't feel they got a chance. And there's been quite a lot of talk about how they're going to try and improve that situation and be more aware of what happens in Championship cricket. Now we'll wait and see whether that affects selection significantly.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be, I would think, surprising if England went into the first Test match against New Zealand with exactly the same batting lineup, for example, as they finished the Ashes. I would have thought. But having said that, they ain't going to change numbers 3, 4 and 5. You're not going to drop Bethel, Root or Brook.
I agree.
Stokes, if he's fit, is going to bat at 6.
I think Stokes could change, but yeah.
Stokes will play if he's fit.
Yeah, but could he bat somewhere different?
Well, he's quite a good batsman.
Yeah, correct. I think he's got a better
you want him to
technique.
bat? Where do you want him to bat? Home in the batting?
Well, if we're not going to pick a county championship opener.
Well, all I'm saying is they are obviously going to be looking around the counties to see if there is an alternative in the top 3.
Well,
maybe the top 2, really.
Bethel's not changing from 3 now. It's funny because most... Australia would have put Bethel in at 6 to bed him in, and then you push them up. Is that more of an old-fashioned?
Yeah.
Where you get your youngster at 6.
Yeah,
and then
Ponting would have started down the order a bit.
Stokes could have gone to 3. Bethel could have started at 6, but he did well and got a 3, so he'll be there, you'd have thought. But then I don't get this Ollie Pope, Jamie Smith swap. That makes no sense to me. Jamie Smith, who's a keeper bat, who's an expansive, aggressive player batting at 3, makes no sense to me in the first round of this. And I wonder if that's a Surrey decision. Or
he's also not keeping wicket, of course.
But he wouldn't keep wicket because Ben Folkes is a far better gloveman, so that makes sense.
You're the one who complained about talking too much about England.
Got you on you for a long run there. Meanwhile, Pennington and Stone have both gone for exactly 5 runs in the first 3 overs. Stone into his 4th.
Well, the oddity here... they're bowling. Well, they're back on target, this pair, but it's... the unusual sight of Kay Cadmore, 1... of 13 balls. I mean, he's still trying to recover the magic.
He's come down the wicket a few times.
Yeah. And it is a bit of magic. I think a couple shots and he could be away, but he's not there at the moment. He's still feeling for it. On which note, it's time from the wisdom of Pete Trigo.
To the over 8 still level. So we will have 47 overs after this last ball. Back from a successful admin meeting, Pete?
Administration went well. Trigo's wisdom said with a wry smile, Victor Marks. He knows me well.
Still 3 slips in place then for Ollie Stone, and James Rue whips that into a gap. There's a big gap there. Should be a push for 2. Quite a long way out towards the family stand. Good running. Deep square leg was just in front. Deep fine leg. It's quite a long way out to that boundary. So nice 2 from James Rue at 3.
Yeah, obviously that little tumble knock that Lammonby did take in the field is troubling him somewhat. Looks like he probably landed quite awkwardly on that very hard surface and looked like it was knee related. Hopefully nothing that keeps him out of the action, because game very much on a knife edge at the moment. Somerset having a very slender lead from the first innings. They've got some work to do.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's affecting him that much to stop him batting. I still think we'll see him batting next. Just didn't want to rush into it soon after the innings ended. Get a little bit of treatment, but the fact that he's in his whites and shadow batting with a bat in his hand is a good sign.
Nice there from Kohler Cadmore. Moving his feet seems to suit him when he gets in, or helping him through that getting in process. He hasn't, as Vic mentioned, got any out the middle of the bat just yet, but seems to be the sort of batting strategy that suits him, being a little bit more mobile around the crease. Nice positive movement so far. Again, shuffling down the crease and making the right decision, leaving that one well alone. I always feel with someone like Kohler Cadmore, he's only a crisp drive away from feeling like he's in. Very good striker of a cricket ball.
Paddington with a bit of a false start, a bit of a morning more call to his run up. Sort of half circle turn and then run in. That is an edge, but short of second slip. Kohler Cadmore gets away with that. Oh, he's going to go down. Wall-to-wall sunshine here now. Lovely to see. The weather set fair for the rest of the day, so we will get as many of those 47 overs remaining in as possible, even if it does take us to somewhere near 7 o'clock when bad light might come into it. I still feel more comfortable seeing Kohler Cadmore actually come down and leave it, come down and defend it. Not going to get caught on the crease that way. There's no one in at short leg. No one there to catch that. The inside edge from Kohler Cadmore can't be sprinted through and dived for by Dylan Pennington.
Yeah, no matter how you set a field, you always feel like you're a fielder short. Whoever designed the game was very, very wise. So many times you have those little opportunities. Oh, I wish I had an extra fielder. One of those parts of the game that keeps captains up at night, as Kohler Cadmore tickles one into the leg side and gets up the other end to face the next over. Thanks to WPA Health Insurance for their long-standing support of Somerset County Cricket Club, and in particular our live stream that we hope you're enjoying wherever you're watching from. We had some very exotic locations posted to us on day one. The one that does stick in the mind was the chap watching in Colorado that's offered in September to bring a nice bottle of whiskey over with him for us to enjoy, Harry. That you could maybe have a little sip off in between your 16 cans of Thatcher Zero.
Rob Lord's going to come back on his first bowl in this second innings from the River End. Ollie Stone gets through 4 overs, but Rob Lord we were particularly impressed with in the first innings. Registered figures of 1 for 74 off 20 overs. Just the 1 wide in there. No balls in the match so far, actually. But yeah, Rob Lord, I was quite impressed with the ball and the bat. Young lad got his chance with no Brett Hutton nor Josh Tongue. Right arm over the wicket. Yeah, he'll have to, well, Cider and Ale Festival Day, there might be a few. Don't they do Cider and Ale? It's not Whiskey Festival Day, is it? Don't they sell whiskey in the ground?
Yeah, that's definitely the day where I'm sure a number of away and home fans wake up the following day wishing they hadn't tried that 39th tester.
So many options, though. It's hard to resist, isn't it?
Yeah, always a good day here at Somerset. I'm sure we'll see the advert at some stage.
Shot.
Oh, there we go. Crisp from Cola Cadmore. He's played a few swish and misses, but connects with that one, and with his striking power, no need for the fielder to chase that one. 4 runs.
That bottom hand, powerful, strong, hit through the ball.
Well, he doesn't die wondering, Cola Cadmore, when he goes for his shots. It is fully committed.
It was the PSL, not the IPL, he was going to play in this next couple of months, wasn't it? Because he was at the Rajasthan Royals, was it, a couple of years ago?
Yeah, I think he went into the IPL at a very late stage, didn't he? Sort of semi-finals.
Yes.
Time, and
I've been playing a couple of games.
I know the PSL in particular. I think the dates have shifted quite wildly. They used to play it a little bit earlier in the year, so you'd be home for the county season. So poses a bit of an issue for English players, depending on their allegiance. Yeah, it seems a bit of a strange call in that part of the world, why you'd have the IPL and the PSL running at the same time. Obviously, from the players' pool perspective,
probably more politics.
I would say maybe there's a case that the two boards get their heads together and work out a schedule that suits both.
No chance.
With India and Pakistan, I'm not sure that is likely to happen at any stage.
You did say heads together, didn't he? I think that might be more likely.
Yeah, I think leaders of many facets of the two countries could probably do with entering into some calmer dialogue at some point. 4 runs there, maybe off of, was that off of the thigh pad from Cola Cadmore? Team runs.
Yeah. Leg byes.
Am I right in saying the PSL, the games are being played behind closed doors? Is that for the whole tournament, or is it just...
yeah, I'm not sure if that's a definite decision for the whole tournament yet. There's so much aggro and tension, isn't there?
Is it a potential...
You're going to wait. I think they're trying to monitor it and see. I think 'cause developments out there change so quickly, it's hard for them to make a commitment and decision for the whole tournament.
Is that with Afghanistan they've been having some issues?
Bangladesh didn't play in the World Cup, did they? So that was that Mustafiza Rahman that it all kicked off without there.
Maybe we should shoulder arms geopolitics, the current
sure.
climate, and just focus on the cricket tournament.
I think we've dug ourselves a rabbit hole.
Taunton, yeah. Neither of us are enough in the know. We're not We're not sort of sitting at a high enough table, Harry. We'll just concentrate on the
Great decision. That's the best decision you've made all day.
Pennington to Rue. Rue up the order a space, giving Tom Lammonby some recovery time from a knock that he took in the field, diving at extra cover. Wasn't sure if it was the ball hitting the knee or the knee hitting the ground.
Yeah, we're going to try and get a replay of that. It wasn't conclusive.
Well, the ball definitely didn't go in clean, so it could have been either, but obviously causing him some level of discomfort. Hopefully it doesn't stop him from coming out to bat at some stage.
I'm going to guess he's going to come in next. Just a straight swap. A few comments. Not sure I can picture Vic Marks without a wry smile. Yeah, I agree. That's my immediate image of Vic. And yeah, chance of injury in Pakistan cooperating are lower than 0. Correct. Moving on. And yeah, Michael is still on, Pete, he says, with a whiskey. He'll check in with us when he arrives.
You're a good man, Michael. You're a good man.
Enjoying the morning sun stateside. His kid's a big Smead fan. Looking forward to the blast. Good one there from James Rue. Perfect gap placement. Hamid again loses his floppy and his sunnies to pick that up.
Maybe Michael could elaborate on what type of whiskey. I know the Americans like their sort of bourbons and all that kind of stuff. Obviously, this side of the pond, we're used to our Irish and in particular Scottish whiskies. I've treated myself to a bottle of Macallan when I turned 40. I've still got some of it left. You'll be pleased to know. 5 years later.
How often does one indulge in a bit of whiskey?
I only really enjoy a tipple in particular cold weather while playing golf.
After or during the round?
No, during. Just especially if you're out there in the winter, a little hip flask with a nice little whiskey, shared by my playing partners. Just keeps the the internals nice and warm, and especially if you're a little bit nervous on a 3-foot putt, it steadies the hand.
So when Trez isn't giving you any shots, I can picture the hip flask coming out.
Yeah, there's a big match between myself and Trescothick on Tuesday. I'll have to dial in a bit of practice. It will get competitive, that one.
Not live streamed, I'm afraid.
Oh, nice delivery there from Pennington. Don't worry, next time I'm on, I'll let you know the result. Yeah, I'll tell you what, that's not a bad shout actually. Maybe Michael could bring over a bottle of petrol. Not it's probably more expensive than whiskey at the moment. So yeah, if you could
put whiskey in your car, can you?
Well, I'm sure you could run something on the ethanol.
Someone else watching from Brussels. Lovely. Good fielding, really good stop there. Ollie Stone at mid-wicket. Diving stop. Probably say 4, you know. Crisp flick from James Rue. .23 for 1 after 10. Slow going here then for Somerset. No rush. Probably the crucial innings, the moving innings, moving day, whatever you want to call it. The first innings was so similar. Both 103 overs and change. Both just missed out on that 350 for that batting bonus point. Somerset toe-to-toe with the champions here.
Well, that sparked a bit of debate, hasn't it, on the live stream, the price of petrol, which is horrifying at best. £1.59, 160, 140. I always like those stories of I've found it 5p a litre cheaper, but I've got to drive 20 miles to get there. Seems a bit of a false economy. Yeah, there was a chap in the petrol station at Taunton the other day, filled up his car, and 5 jerry cans, which wouldn't normally bother me, but I was in the queue behind him. It did get a little bit frustrating. You must have a big lawnmower.
Just had a couple of texts. Joe Baker, Somerset fan, says very valid point about about McCullum and Key not watching county cricket. I think we we're going to mention the batting coach Trescothick will be. He's been around here the last couple of days, ready for his round of golf. Just
yeah, I think they will at times. I do think with the live streams that they can see enough of what they need to see, and I'm sure there's only a very small handful of players that they're actually looking at in consideration. And like I said, you travel to a different part of the UK, and as Vic said, you might not see that person perform the skill that you want him to perform because of the nature of the game. So
yeah,
definitely a little bit more complicated. I know that there was a former England captain in attendance, and while chatting with him, he was doing a dual role of writing his article and doing a report on certain players for the ECB. So have no fear, fans of cricket, in particular England. There are enough eyes on what's going on around the traps.
I guess it's a compliment to the live streams as well, that selectors don't feel the need to come to ground as much anymore.
Well, I think from what I picked up of your conversation, talking about, you know, football managers and various other things like that, is the skills that you're looking to judge and monitor and see what, you know, who's in form. You can actually see everything that's happening when someone's batting and bowling. With football, there's so much off the ball running and movement that wouldn't actually be on the camera that you'd have to probably see from a stand. So sort of somewhat agree with Vic to a point. It's probably not the fairest comparison, even though it'd probably be nice for the players to occasionally see the selectors around, or head coaches. You know, Trez would have no doubt watched a number of sessions in this game stealthily from somewhere in the ground, and obviously he's England's batting coach.
Well, yeah, just saw him then actually chatting to some of the Notts playing staff down there. So yeah, you wonder how much Trez is here sometimes as a fan of the club and friend of the club, or in his job as you say, Atherton and other people there can double up, do two jobs at once. As Patterson White is going to bowl some spin from the Trescothick Pavilion end. Jack Leach tends to prefer the River end. He did get Josh Thomas and James Rue in the first innings.
Yeah, you have to think that James Rue, I do strongly believe that he would be one of the to watchers, and I know it's probably a bit of happenstance that he's batting at number 3 at the moment, replacing Tom Lammonby with that little bit of a niggle, but you could certainly see with his temperament, technique and the way that James Ruse plays that he's really is a viable option for a top 3 batter at the next level.
I personally love him at 3, yeah. I know it's the wicket keeping that's the issue, but I say in a couple of years' time, if Thomas keeps in the county championship, and James could be the number 3, depending on what Lammonby wants to do.
Well, he's probably scored enough runs at an average that would probably be that situation where if you really like Jamie Smith, does Rue need to keep? Because I think he has scored that many runs.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. Beautiful shot from James Rue. It's going to be at least 2. Deep covered as well to get round and save it from being 4, but that's a beautiful shot against the spin, or what little spin there is.
Yeah, he's certainly got the numbers. He's averaging a shade under 42. So he's certainly got the pedigree.
Well bowled, Liam Patterson-White. Bit of excitement for Carl Verena behind the stumps there. It's not really deep cover, actually. It's more of a deep point, which you wonder, is that more for the reverse sweep that James Rue plays very well. Didn't see it in the first innings. Plays more in one-day cricket.
I mean, with the situation of the game, if the worst happened that James Rue got out reverse sweeping, I think Latham and Walsh, a couple of rooms away, would instantaneously combust. I hope that isn't the case. Certainly is a call for James Rue just playing with. Oh, my Lord, have mercy! Oh my word!
Well played, James Rue. Great shot for 4.
Walsh, what are your thoughts?
Great shot for 4.
My word. Sorry, I just heard them from 2 doors away, ladies and gentlemen. I think that would have been the ultimate commentator's curse there.
Oh, sensational. Clip that up in the Somerset TMS chat. That's one for the end of season crackers. Not sure where Mr. Welsh is. I can see Mr. Latham there. Great shot again from James Rue. Does get through for 1.
I'm just checking the defib machine hasn't been sent in for the 2 reporters.
Tee on day 3.
Well, at 3:50, well, we're getting carried away with James Rue's reverse sweeping.
Harry, the over before tee. Make it make sense, my friend. That is absolutely madness. I mean, he's got away with it. He's got some runs for it, but oh my Lord have mercy. Couple of balls before the tee break. Oh, I'm going to have to lie down and have a cuddle with Vic. We'll see you soon.
Across the southwest of England, from Taunton to Truro, including fleet and retail sales of new and used cars, new and used van sales, servicing, MOT and repair for cars and vans.
not out off of 29 balls.
I think I've almost got an update on Tom Lammerby in the sense that I don't think it was so much the knock in the field, but I think he was feeling slightly unwell. That's why he didn't surface, rather than as a consequence of the knock, so I'm told.
An over-delivery from the Easter Bunny, potentially. A few too many Easter eggs.
Well, maybe, who knows?
I'm feeling a little bit on the sick side after opening that second bag of treats this morning.
But I think also Harry spotted him in the dressing room with pads on. So he can't be that bad, but we were surprised to see James Rue come out. But he's off and running with a sort of delicate dab, if we're being generous.
Well, almost the same sort of shot that dismissed Alfie Ogborn late on the innings. The very late decision to leave that runs off the face down to third man for 4.
Yep.
The play leave. James Rue gets away with that one. Ollie Stone has bowled pretty consistent and well throughout this game. Hasn't picked up maybe the wickets he deserved, and we can probably say that about a number of bowlers across the first 2.5 days. A lot of play and misses, but at 36 for 1, Somerset have got some batting to do here against the current county champions, Nottinghamshire.
The pitch, as it does here, it's gradually changed colour, and there was that green tinge. You were here on the first day, but there was obviously a green tinge that survived until the second day. It's starting to look a little brown now.
Yeah, I think all in all, it's a very good cricket pitch.
Good surface.
It does feel like, from the seam bowling perspective, that first 15 overs of the new ball is really, really crucial to get yourself into the middle, or if you know, good quality batters like there are on show from both sides here, if you get through to that sort of 20 to 60 over period, it does seem like that nip slows down a little bit. That on top of the fact that the wickets definitely browned up a little bit, you'd say that now is probably one of the better times to bat. But it still takes a lot of concentration.
Yeah.
Against a good bowling attack.
Hello, he's laced into that.
Beautiful shot there from James Rue. Bit of width on offer there from Stone, and James Rue accepts that invitation and slaps that through the point region for 4.
Well, he's progressing via boundaries. 3 sumptuous ones, really. I think you enjoyed that one more than any of the others.
Yeah, proper shot. He's very easy on the eye. Almost cover drives from left-handers just seem to have that little bit of je ne sais quoi.
Yeah. Not very square, but it was quite wide. And I think he's quite liking the idea of batting up the order at 3 somehow on this surface and these conditions. Or still a newish ball. Ooh, there's another play and miss for you. The rate of playing missing has slowed down a little bit as the game's proceeded, but that's another one. I'm pretty sure he played at that. Let's have another look. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, the rate that was going, it almost had to do one or the other. It was quite remarkable, yeah, but I think for James Rue, with the bigger picture of the directives from the ECB, him scoring runs at the top of the order might take that conversation to a different level, not just about the one with the gloves, because as I had a little chat with Harry about, he's got quite the record from the batting perspective alone, averaging just shy of 42 in his career so far, and you certainly look at him temperament, technique-wise, certainly a player that you could foresee being a top 3 batter.
He could be. I mean, I think if you're a top 3 batter, you don't expect to keep wicket, and there is an argument for saying he's actually his international ambitions would almost be enhanced if he wasn't keeping wicket, if he was regarded as a top 3 batsman. Because they're the players you're looking for at the highest level. Somebody who can bat in that top 3.
Well, in time, it might also open the door to an opportunity for his younger brother Thomas, who could bat in the middle order and take the glove. So, lots of potentials.
Wouldn't surprise me if that could easily happen this summer. It's a sort of country. They're both, of course, playing in the 100. Thomas has got a contract that's twice as lucrative as his older brother.
Bragging rights for the young Thomas.
Yeah.
Lyndon James bowling his first over of this second innings, and Kohler Cadmore waltzes down the wicket and clips that through mid-wicket, and he'll pick up a couple. Lyndon James looked like he struggled for rhythm in that first innings, but he's got a relatively new ball in hand. Kohler Cadmore, I'd imagine, with the pace of Lyndon James,
he might use his feet a little bit. He did there, didn't he? And then played a controlled tap through mid-wicket. He's coming again, and he got to the half volley there. Couldn't beat the field, but
yeah. What I like about Kohler Cadmore when he uses his feet, he's not committed to a big shot. Sometimes,
well, he's looking for he's looking for a big shot, but he's prepared to.
He's not committed. He's
he's got a sort of opt out of just playing it as he did there.
The internal bugle hasn't gone off. Is what I'm trying to say.
Did you have one of those?
Oh, absolutely. It was one of the worst. It was one of the worst things that I ever heard. That I think positively and negatively affected my batting. If you remember the IPL horn, it goes, and just as the bowler was releasing the ball, I would hear that in my head, and then the record shot I was committed.
No safety valve thereafter.
I had the man on one shoulder, devil, angel, and the IPL horn in my head. Every ball I faced in my career, it was painful.
This is the man who's just cascaded James Rue's reverse sweep just before tea.
Well, you know what they say about commentary. You become a better player.
Well, of course you do. I know that much. Yes, I do know that. Yeah, but I agree. It is a great art. It is part of the batting that you can tell yourself, I'm going after this bowler stroke delivery. But it is helpful to have a safety valve if the ball just happens to be not in the right slot.
Well, prior to the tea break, he came down to Pennington and then left the ball because it was sort of wide. So, I just like it. It seems to...
I think it's quite important.
Resonate with his game. I think he moves his feet, he becomes a little bit more active.
Yeah, he gets into better positions when he's looking to be aggressive. Most players do, I think. And that is a sort of front foot back cut. That'll do. That'll go for 4, I think. Yeah. And there's an instance where he came down the wicket. The bowler tried to adjust, but he still had time and scope to kind of play a short ball, despite the fact that he advanced down the pitch, and that's 4.
Yeah, tough times here for Lyndon James, but you kind of always think you're somewhat in the game in terms of taking a wicket with someone dancing around. I mean, really, you need your keeper to
stand up, don't you?
Yeah, at least offer standing up. I think that's probably a rhythm disruptor for Kohler Cadmore. He looks very comfortable using his feet to Lyndon James at the moment. Somerset 48 for 1, rattling along.
Yeah, since tea, a few boundaries. Pitch looks benign there. The sun's on it, and it's got brown. There's quite a chat between the umpires and Nottinghamshire captain and Ollie Stone, but I've no idea what it's about. Any ideas?
No, I, for once, can't even make anything up.
They're having a little conversation.
Maybe I'm getting the sense that the captain is questioning the umpires in terms of Kohler Cadmore coming down the wicket so far that he's in the danger area. But there's, from my interpretation, if you start in an orthodox position and move down the track, you can go wherever you want as a batter. So I don't think there's any grounds for the umpires to enforce that.
Well, I mean, it's possible. That is just possible, I guess. And briefly, Cola Cadmore seemed to be engaged in that. But it would be quite a turnaround. Usually, you've got a very true surface here with very few blemishes in, and usually your route to trying to disturb that surface comes from the bowler. The Alfie Ogborn bowling left arm overs, possibly, or just actually Sunil Gavaskar years ago used to do this for India. He used to open the bowling sometimes, and his role was to run down the wicket, right down the middle of it, to start to just loosen the turf for the spinners. But you don't think of batsmen doing that, except possibly you say batsmen have, they used to in the third innings. Once you've got a good total there, you instruct batsmen who are batting in flats to get those big studs out and start running up and down.
Do a little bit of wicket tapping.
Yeah, and run, dig those studs into the surface while you're batting. But I don't think that's Cola Cadmore's ambition just at the minute. I'm not sure it ever made any difference, but
I did actually have cause to have a look at the rules regarding what I think was the conversation there.
Oh, right.
So you've got the 4 metre line? 4 yard?
Yeah.
So let's call it the danger area. If you start in an orthodox position, you are free to dance down the wicket. Where it becomes a question, if you start a long way out of your crease
and then
a normal, say a cover drive where you move your front foot forward, if your normal stride lands into the danger area, then the umpires can ask you to bat in a different position. It's all determined on if you play a non-moving your feet sort of running shot. Does your stationary position, land you into the danger zone? Because I had an argument with an umpire in club cricket because when the seamers are on the wet nibblers in late April when the club cricket starts, I do like the Cola Cadmore approach of
to get to
running down everything. And I'm slightly more committed to stronger shots as well, by the way. Yeah, so I got pulled, and it led me to call the chairman, get me the handbook.
Oh, well. Well, that might be it. I mean, we may find out later on. It was not an animated discussion. It was a friendly discussion. Who knows? But for the moment, Cola Cadmore, he's got 16. Rude's got 23. It's quite an important innings in a way for Cola Cadmore just to get. He hasn't got going this season, albeit we're right at the very start. He didn't get any runs in the practice match, I don't think, and obviously didn't get any in the first innings. But he's still there at the moment, and he plays. That's a great piece of cricket. I didn't know whether he'd stop that or not. He didn't stop it. It's a beautiful shot.
Yeah, he didn't move that time, but still played a beautiful cover drive. I think to a bowler of the pace of Stone, if he is consistently walking down the wicket, he was moving that square leg deep fielder. Maybe he could employ the occasional bouncer. He's got that little extra bit of pace that Lyndon James doesn't have.
Yeah, you'd think you would, but he's crunched that cover drive, hasn't he?
Yeah, the double bluff was called. A lovely boundary there from Cola Cadmore. He looks in, dare I say it, good touch so far for his 20. James Root, 23.
You never know what an odd injury can cause. And I'm just thinking back to that Ashes series, the first test match. Who's the Aussie opener? Khawaja. Feeling unwell or injured for that final innings, the key final innings in Perth. Australia need 200 odd to win. And what do? Travis Head probably puts his hand up. I'll do it if you like, mate. Yeah, okay, you go in, Travis. And not only, of course, did they win the game, but they found a new opening partnership.
Yeah, he smacked it as well, didn't he?
Travis Head. I mean, you got to admire Travis Head. You'd admire Travis Head. He doesn't look like he should be.
For the moustache alone.
Well, yeah. He's wonderfully uncomplicated, but he's gifted as well. He looks like he could get out at any time sometimes, but he had a great series, and he's a substantial player. But that sort of little injury, or I can't remember exactly. That's a good shot too. Look at that, just a little back foot pat. Had huge implications, not only in that match, but also for the rest of the series. I'm just wondering, well, what happens here? Although he's keeping wicket, is the complication. If Rue goes and bats at 3 and looks absolutely the part, where you think, well, hang on a minute.
Well, it does open the door to other opportunities. Like you say, looking ahead, you've got Banton to come back in that could potentially take the gloves. Young Rue.
Well, you got Thomas Rue.
Thomas, who could take the gloves and get an opportunity to bat as well. So
no, you can't have that.
Yeah, doing himself no harm, James Rue, and that was exquisite timing. That previous boundary.
Right, just a crack between the thigh pad and the top of the pad, but he's all right.
Never fun at any time of the year, in particular in April. It's remarkable the amount of padding you have in your sort of mid-region. The ball always somehow finds a bit of flesh. Down the leg side.
I presume that's leg byes, but we'll see.
James, yeah, it's going to be reeled in at fine leg. 2 team runs. Leg byes called by Graham Lloyd.
It looks a pretty benign surface now, doesn't it? Well, I know we've got 2 players who are getting in, but this doesn't seem to be beating the outside edge quite so frequently.
Yeah, I think Liam Patterson-White.
He might have to have a bowl, but
have a few overs, one suggests.
Yeah, but I'm not sure it's going to turn for him. Have you done your memorable pitch inspections? Did you have one today?
I was out there. We did a
greeting.
We did a greeting on days 1 and 2. I was put on the subs bench for this morning, but I did go out there for kill a bit of time, have a little chat, had a little bit look at the surface. Yeah, it hasn't changed a great deal, apart from the fact that it's browned off a little bit. That live grass has started to age a little bit, that we can see on our screens now.
It's not offering any suggestion that a finger spinner will get any assistance. That's going to be 4 more, isn't it? He's just teasing him, that one. Just the 2. No suggestion, really, it's going to spin.
No obvious suggestion. It wouldn't surprise me if there was a straightening of the ball, but in terms of sort of ripping past the outside edge, it didn't look like that was going to be in play anytime soon. But like I said, we've had another 60-odd overs on it now. So those footholes, Alfie Ogborn's.
Can't see many though, can you?
Marks, no, we are quite a way away. But I would say that there's areas of something like interest. There has to be, but like I said, I don't expect anything alarming, let's say. But there's a lot of the spinners often say, especially from a older vintage, they'll say you only need 1 to spin, lad. I think there was that almost epidemic sort of in that initial DRS period where So many batters for years would get a good stride in forward to a left arm spinner and sort of play with bat and pad together, happy to allow the ball to contact the pad. Such a high risk strategy now, but I think in time players have got a lot more savvy that they have to play. I know it sounds obvious, but with their bat, keep that left leg out of the way as much as possible.
Absolutely. When I played, actually, you would very rarely see anyone given out playing a forward defensive and being hit on the pad. If you swept, however, you're quite often on your way.
Why is that not out, umpire? Got a good stride in.
And it's actually saved the finger spinner. And finger spinners operate differently now because I think their first ball to call, Jack Leach, first ball to call, bowling to a right-hander, is not going to get the boundary, I don't think, but it's more runs. First port of call for Jack Leach against a right-hander is, can I get him LBW now? Yep. Whereas in days of yore, it was more likely, can I get that nick to second, first slip, find the outside edge. But now it's, can I hit the middle of that front pad?
Yeah, I mean, really, when you actually look at it, I would imagine bowled LBs for left-arm spinners would, certainly in the modern game, would be as much higher percentage than caught first slip. It's such a, you have to get the ball to spin the exact 2.5 inches to catch that edge, whereas that ball just sliding on.
If you did,
the batter misjudges. Like I said, I think there was that crossover period where batters felt quite safe playing with bat and pad together. Now that left leg is way out the way.
Yeah. And if you did a survey, which we're not going to do, but it wouldn't be difficult, of, say, look at Graham Swan and his mode of dismissal. He got 250 test wickets, for his sake. The percentage of him getting LBWs compared to the off spinners of all, whether it's, I don't know, Ray Illingworth or Embury, or he would have got infinitely more LBWs in percentage terms than his predecessors, obviously.
Yeah. Cheers, DRS.
And quite right too, yeah.
Not that it out's out at the end of the day, and yeah, it's just I think that Hawkeye tracking technology showed how, I suppose, just woke up the psyche.
Ray Julian was right all along.
He wasn't wrong. I'll stand by that. Get the game moving forward. Picking up a quite sizable looking aircraft flying overhead. It's
sounded
not
like your car revving up.
Yeah, sounded a little bit military, that one going over. Always a tremendous sight seeing any of those cargo carrying aircraft, especially if you're in that Yeovilton part of the world or on that M4 corridor, taking off from Wootton Bassett. Certainly slipped into that stage of the game where the cricket has become quite attritional, batters being watched for, understanding that there's a key part of the game on, the bowlers having their focus and mentality tested somewhat. Bowling, running up, toiling on a wicket that's not offering a great deal. Just need someone from a Notts perspective to grab that ball and do something special. It's going to be tough.
Well, yeah,
or a lapse in concentration. That's the only real avenue you can see anything happening in this game at the moment.
18 overs gone. The new ball is not quite so new now. I would have thought, old win predictor, the draw is becoming ever more likely. You won't get many challenging declarations at this time of the year. You won't get, I don't think, the carrot dangled, if that's the right word, from Somerset.
Not on the first game of the season.
No, you won't.
I wouldn't think. I mean, both high quality teams. I mean, a draw certainly isn't a bad result for either team. Especially it's been a very competitive.
Yeah.
Draw
And neither will want to give everything away at this stage. Sometimes different in September when you've got to look at the table and see what the possibilities are. And also, I'm not sure that I totally support the notion that you get 8 points for a draw.
Yeah, it used to be 4 back in the day. It seems a little
sort
bit too close
the
to a win.
The incentive to stick with the draw, I think, might be just a little bit. You don't get many challenging declarations, as I say, nowadays, until you get to the end of the season where all sorts of machinations are possible. But
on the flip side of that, it got to the point where the draw points were so nominal.
Yeah, it's a balance. It is a balance.
Really chancy declaration, and you don't want championship cricket to be a case of you throw a game away because the draw points are irrelevant. On the it purely becomes a gambler's game then. So I think people still enjoy battling cricket, which we're certainly seeing here at the moment. But it's a funny old game, that last ball of the last over down the leg side, close to the edge, caught down. It's something as innocuous as that can trigger a funny 5 minutes. Pressure in the dressing room. Everyone will know that starting an innings on any surface is difficult. There's nothing to say that one little mistake can lead to 2 or 3 wickets to fall, and then the game really does open up. So we're certainly not in resigned to draw mentality just yet, even though I'm sure...
No, you shouldn't be. As one of the players out there, you shouldn't. We're allowed to say that, but I don't think if you're in either dressing room, you're thinking in those terms.
Old Puppy, I think he's feeling
he needs a draw. Yeah, he does, he's written it off.
He's given up. Yeah.
No, he hasn't. He said he disagrees with you, Pete.
Oh, beautiful pup. Yeah, bowling over, getting his tummy tickled.
But it is possible on a bland surface, let's say, it's still possible to get 16 points. If you get 5 batting points, 3 bowling points, just about, and you draw the game, you get 16 points. And then you play on a spicy surface, have a cracking game, which is probably over by the end of the 3rd day. No side gets any batting points because they all both bowled out for 249. And you get, so you've won, but someone has won the game, a hard-fought game, and you get 19 points. There's only a 3 points difference between a drab draw and an exciting, let us say, in being optimistic, 3-day contest where the ball zips around a bit. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think cricketers out there are more than happy with the latter version of the game.
They like a fast game.
Those games.
Well, it's a brave thing.
Yeah, I think most cricketers.
I mean, it's not a new thing.
Yeah, this is tough. Mentally, having experienced many championship game at Taunton in a period where there wasn't a lot of attempt to get sort of result wickets in inverted commas, where you'd barely get into the 3rd innings by the end of the 4th day, and you'd be shaking hands at 5 o'clock on day 4 and slogged your guts out for 4 days and nothing for it. Beautiful shot there. Real signs that this pitch has become quite docile, as Vic Marks has remarked. Just standing up and flat batting that through cover. You certainly wouldn't have got away with that on day 1 and early day 2.
And it's not a new phenomenon for people to muck around with pitches. I mean, Surrey won the championship for years, and they putting sand down on the oval, and then Laker and Lock back in the 50s would just spin them out. Or Nottinghamshire in the 80s with Hadley, Rice, green in the middle, bare at the end for Eddie Hemmings. I mean, and Illy in Leicester got the ball turning.
But then
it's always been, it's just getting the balance right so that the games are not over in a day and a half.
Yeah, then it does lend you to...
That's a good shot for Note.
You know, I think quite an unjust clamping down on what the curators here can do, because it seemed like there wasn't a fair balance between a sporty wicket at Somerset, which, let's face it, we've tried in the Langer era 18 mil of grass where the batters are standing now would be the pitch. That didn't really offer seam because of the clay base here at Taunton. It's such a true surface. Spin is really the 20 wicket option, and every time the ball spins past the outside edge on day one, you've got half of the ECB roster lining up to dock the team point. So I mean, I don't know where the club go. I mean, we played on pitches numerous times at Chelmsford, for instance, which is the obvious one that springs to mind. It looked like you'd sliced in half a Battenberg cake. I mean, it was relatively green in the middle for Masters, and it was red, almost aggregate, loose for Danish Canaria back in the day, and either end would spin square almost, and never made the press. No one spoke about it, and I know they sort of offer spin for Harmer at Chelmsford. It seems like the ECB really did come down quite hard at Taunton, and what was the result? Somerset were playing really exciting cricket, nearly won the championship, and produced Leach and Bess, who went on and did some great things for England. So it's, that whole scenario is kind of like confused me at where Somerset can really go.
I mean,
am I being too partisan with that sentiment?
Not really, because not just. I mean, you could say that Northants did it for a while, which helped nourish initially Swan and Panesar. Used to spin at Northants. I don't know if it did in your vintage. It probably did. And the upshot is you've got Swan obviously left after a while, but Panesar played his cricket there. Two very significant English spinners.
Well, I think
Leach wouldn't have played probably if he'd been playing elsewhere.
I think as well the officials are far more sensitive to pitches that spin than ones that seam. I mean, I heard about this relentlessly from my old roommate when he moved up to Durham. Ian Blackwell was absolutely buzzing after going up to Durham, winning the championship, and his favourite stat was our average fielding session is 46 overs. I mean, they were...
and it was seaming mostly, was it?
Green, underprepared, damp, you know, nothing but celebrations about, you know, Durham winning the county championship, and you would be hard pushed to get 160 on those pitches, and nothing was ever said apart. I mean, I feel for the club from a strategy point of view, because do they have some sort of points deduction looming over them from previous games?
There's one there. I think I'm right in saying there's a suspended one from one of the games last year. A suspended sort of few point. It's amazing. Well, it's only going to be two, but he's innocuous sort of, but not terrible deliveries round about middle and leg, and he pats them away. And sometimes they go for 4, and sometimes they go for 2.
Well, I would say, lovely shot there from Rube. I would say for consistency, playing a lot of county cricket in my career of relatively recent, that there should be a number of clubs with some sort of suspended sentence hanging over them from the pitches that you've seen from the past. But it seems like every time Somerset produce a wicket that can, let's face it, two teams are more than capable of winning the game on a sporty pitch, even if it spins. But Somerset seem to get absolutely
I think it's partly
lambasted
because
for
they
it.
know, everyone knows that it is possible to produce a batting paradise here. And so it becomes more obvious when they don't have that. And the other thing I would say, and although we don't want to labour it too much because we'll be accused of being far too parochial, is that actually, if you tour around the world playing Test cricket, you will come across these pitches in Sri Lanka and Bangladesh and sometimes in India, which turn significantly from the start of the match and become very difficult to bat on because the ball is spinning from the word go. You do come across that type of pitch at international level. You don't quite so often come across that green seamer, although actually in the Ashes series we've just had, the ball has moved around for seamers far more than we are accustomed to seeing in Australia. And that's partly because I think they recognise that if you play against this current England side on pitches that do a bit, not too much, Melbourne was too much, but if there's something there for the bowlers, we've seen how the current England setup, they can be all out for 40 overs. And therefore it's suited sides, if they're playing England, not to play on flat tracks, because they know their batsmen are lethal on flat tracks, but they're also pretty damn suspect when it's moving around. Anyway, that's probably enough about pitches. This one, at the moment,
it's a very good one.
Is a good one, but increasingly batsman friendly, I'd say. That's partly because this pair have actually consolidated now and are playing smoothly, and they're good players. But see if Patterson White gets any turn. It would be a perfect pitch if it started to turn. Oh, he smacked that. I think that's cleared him. I think that's in the car park somewhere. I think your car's all right. It's not there. I didn't see the signal.
Yeah, strategically placed behind large stand with tree in front of.
Yeah, well, but the ball's gone an awful long way. There's someone searching for it near the entrance to the Briery Bridge car park. I didn't actually see whether it went for 6 or 4, though. Someone help me. There's a wallop, a wonderful, uncomplicated, we call it pull drive if you like. It's pull drive when batsmen play it. It's a bit of a slog, okay, if you're a number 10. Anyway, he's middled it. It's gone a long way. They've got the ball back, but I think it might be damaged. I think that did go for 6, by the way.
Is it still allowed to be referenced as cow corner in first-class cricket? Sort of
I think you can, yeah.
Agricultural.
Yeah, but, I mean, it was calculated, though. And the ball is damaged. So
yeah, it's got a little bit of tarmac in it, probably taken a few dents. I mean, a really high-skilled bowler might even get a bit of a reverse swing.
Well,
ball that's
there used to be this notion that
glag out of the side.
You quite like, quite like your spinner to get hit into concrete, just to get that ball more likely to reverse swing. So it was dented.
Yeah, reverse swing in April in England isn't
not very
a known
common
phenomenon.
No. Okay, well, they got the same ball. And quite a delay since he walloped that into the car park. What's he going to do? The field hasn't really changed. He's not. He's just going to take the single, is he? I mean, Kola Cadmore's not averse to taking the aerial route. Let's see what field they set for him. Mid-on is going back to long-on, I think. Mid-off is loitering about 20 yards in from the boundary.
Yeah, the game just needs a little mad 15 minutes, doesn't it, Vic? One way or t'other.
Well, we've just had a 6 over, at the car park. Somerset are content. They're going for nearly 4 and over. They'll be happy with this, and that mid-off is too deep to save the single, so a nice little gentle trot for Kola Cadmore.
Yeah, I think the potentials are mad collapse opens the game up, or Somerset continuing to bat well and probably having a free swing at a 2-session bowl at Nottinghamshire at
He's
some
done
stage.
it. Hang on, is that safe?
Top edgy but safe. Out towards the boundary. One bounce into the fence.
Okay, it's just about all right. He didn't quite, there was mid-on, had to sprint away to his left, and he was running with purpose, and it made me think he might just get there, but he didn't.
Yeah,
but he didn't quite middle that one.
I don't think he would have felt 100% confident as he connected with that one. Very top edgy, but he got a good angle on it. It certainly looks like these two are going to be somewhat dynamic. So that scenario of...
Well, you wanted a mad couple. I mean,
well, yeah.
Patterson White, who hasn't bowled a bad ball, has bowled 2 overs, 0 for 21.
And if that keeps
Is that
on
not
trend,
mad enough for you, Pete?
well, if that stays on trend, then we will at some stage tomorrow see Nottinghamshire face a new ball with a buoyant Alfie Ogborn swinging it around, and you just never know. But yeah, something remarkable I think is going to happen. Something newsworthy is going to happen for this game to be anything other than a draw at this stage.
Well, if we do, there's 32 overs remaining. After this one, let's just do a few calculations. So depends who's batting. This pair stay together; they'll go at least 4 and over, I'd say, possibly more actually, if they stay together. So that's.
They could have something like a 40 over dart.
So that's about a lead of just over. These are hypotheticals. Lead of just over 200 at the close. Well, with 90 overs.
One session, 300.
300 off 60 is too generous, frankly.
I mean, that's the concern point, and we have a number of games in, the modern day. Beautiful shot there from Cola Cadmore. Keeper up to the stumps. Lyndon James over pitches, and Cola Cadmore thumps that past mid-on's left hand, races away for 4. I mean, the staggering thing is the ability of a batting side in any format of the game to chase 8, 9 runs and over.
Well, you certainly, on this surface, I don't think you would contemplate, at this stage of the season especially, a chase in the region of 300 off 60, which in another era or on another pitch, you think, well, that's quite a steep target. But on this sort of surface, you wouldn't do it, would you?
350 off 50.
I think you'd do that.
Yeah.
If they get that, well, good.
I think that would require some generous bowling at some point, potentially.
Maybe. Well, it depends if this pair stay together, actually. Anyway,
cards on the
all
table.
things could happen. We could have a hat trick in a minute.
Hat trick in a panic.
And we haven't heard from Wynne lately.
Yeah, do we have Trade Nation win predictor numbers? Is he
asleep?
Is he sort of wind adjusted to the fact that the game's at Taunton, or does he take sort of the championship as an entirety?
I would expect him to know where the game's being played and the weather forecast and the nature of the pitch. 69% draw, says Trade Nation win predictor.
That was interesting, that last delivery there. That looked like it had a hint of a reverse swing on it.
It's the concrete they found on the ball.
Could well be. 69%.
So, sorry, and I didn't quite pick up what the 20% for a Notts win, ergo 11% for a Somerset win. We better get ready for a bit of a collapse then.
Trade Nation is definitely not partisan, is he?
Okay, enough speculation. Somerset lead by 97.
No more spinning wicket talk. No more what's going to happen in the game talk.
Have they got a bit of a reinforcement around the sort of mid-wicket area?
Yes.
It's hard, hard to bowl dot balls here. It's just 4 men sort of saving the single. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 on various boundaries.
Well, it's really saying to James Rue, please sweep. You'll pick up 1 for it, but you might give me a chance to slide one onto your pad. And he's taken up the opportunity, and he's tickled that round the corner.
He'll look for 2, and he'll get it. It's a dab sweep. He likes these sweeps. Doesn't matter what time of day it is.
I suppose you could potentially pop that slip round the corner on the leg side.
Well, then he'll probably reverse sweep him. Dab reverse sweep. Not in your armoury. I think
you definitely, as a Nottinghamshire bowler, encourage the reverse version of the sweep. It could yield runs, but has an element of risk to it. And my mischievous side almost wants to see it, so I can run next door and see the reaction by the 2 Richards.
Yeah, here we go then. He's only going to get, I think, the 1. There you are. It's kept you happy. Well, not you happy. Cheers.
For times like this, there should be a blood pressureometer for the 2 Richards. That would have some value to me in particular. No, good bowler, Liam Patterson.
Mid-on's come up for Kohler Cadmore, and that's. I don't know. I think he was tempted by the presence of mid-on up in the ring, but that was off the inside edge, really. That drive.
Yeah, Liam Patterson-White is a slightly different left-arm spinner to Leachy. Leachy gets, I think, a bit more side spin than Liam Patterson-White. But Liam Patterson-White, one of his skills is that the ball has that little bit of an overspin on it, and it can get onto you a little bit quicker. He bowls quite a heavy ball, if that makes sense.
Yeah. He's not a flighty bowler, is he?
No, more over the top into the pitch, and he can get the ball to sort of race through onto you and rush you.
Yeah, you mentioned Ian Blackwell. He reminds me a bit of him as a bowler. Not such a devastating batsman as Blackwell, of course, but is that a reasonable?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not denigrating Ian Blackwell, but I do remember both Blackwell and Panesar were on the Lions and they were all playing in Australia during an Ashes tour way back. Must have been, I guess, at the end of the 90s, beginning of the 200s, around there, 2000. And at Adelaide, had some wonderful nets, very high quality nets, and you could, as a punter, you could just go and stand literally behind where first slip would be while they were having their nets. And I remember watching Nasser Hussain batting against Blackwell and Panesar. And it was a fascinating comparison. Both were landing the ball more or less on the same place. And this is not to denigrate Ian particularly, but Ian's, who bowled at a fairly solid pace, kind of zoomed in, and Panesar, who was at the top of his game, got that big dip, and there was a huge difference just in that the dip that the really top-class bowlers seemed to be able to generate. So you were still not being able to judge the length of the ball so easily against Panesar as you could Blackwell.
Well, I'm just in my head before you mentioned that. I'm glad you opened the door to talking about Monty Panesar, because I've been away with him the last few winters and played a lot of cricket with him against Monty.
He's been there, is he?
And he was a special bowler.
Yeah.
Even now, the way that he was blessed with quite long fingers as well, but the way that he could get over the top of his release and the action he got on the ball, it was really special. He was a seriously good bowler, and still is now, actually. Yeah, totally echo your thoughts there. Yeah, Blackie, I think.
Blackie was a
more
good bowler.
Famed for one-day spin, but when he went up to Durham, he did
No, I'm
really
not saying
well.
he was a different bowler, and he didn't have that natural capacity to get that ball to dip and spin viciously. But he was a wonderful cricketer, Ian Blackwell. But what you really want. You wanted to watch Blackwell bat, really. And he could bowl very competently, but it was his batting that got you excited.
Yeah, very, very fine cricketer was Ian. Lyndon James to James Rew. Poor delivery, dragged down the leg side, keeping his wicket-keeper busy there. Good piece of work there from Verena.
I'm slightly more surprised he stays up to the wicket for Rew. Doesn't obviously want to come running down the pitch at him. Doesn't miss those. They're bread and butter to the really good player, those sort of deliveries.
Over bowled, 94 for 1. Rew 46, Cadmore 36. It's all looking like it's
quite serene at the moment. From
bumbling
Somerset.
on.
Yeah. And it's Patterson White. As I say, he's barely bowled a bad ball. I don't think he has, but so far he's gone for 25 off 3. Without really doing anything wrong. It's a hard life sometimes on true surface.
Well, it's a beautiful Easter Sunday, wherever you're watching. Hope you've cracked open yourselves a little Sunday roast, a Easter egg or two. While watching the live stream here, it's certainly nothing to get your heart rate up at the moment.
Well, he's just beaten the bat. How did he miss that? It's the trouble. He's playing an orthodox forward defensive. Let's have a look. Quite no. Given how well he's been playing, how we missed that. So he's going to give him the reverse sweep, get it fine, that's 4 more. So it's 50.
Well played, James Rew. A reverse sweep beating keeper and first slip, racing into the boundary in front of us.
To beat first slip on his right hand side.
Impressive.
Let's have another look at that. But I mean, he plays these as if they're the most natural things in the world to do. Let's have a look. Gets it very fine. He can't believe that he knows he's going to get it that fine.
I mean, he's positioned himself in his stance on the crease that it'd be very, very difficult, even if he missed it, to be out LBW. He's quite a long way outside the line. So, providing he doesn't absolutely nail it to that fielder at 45, it does seem like it's quite a safe option for him.
I don't know with that last delivery turned a bit. Not that one. But it's got genuine inside edge of her. Might be a bit of footmark outside the left-hander's off stump that is not particularly visible here. That's almost hit him in the helmet, I think. That was how he's out in the first innings, actually, doing that sort of sweep shot.
Well, the helmet might have saved him there. Top edge onto
in fact,
the helmet.
We might have to have a... Do we have to have a...
Yes.
Here we come.
Concussion test for the top edge onto the helmet.
I don't think he wants to go anywhere, that's for certain.
Are you okay, James? What day of the week is it? Where are you playing? Can you reel off the months of the year backwards? that was the one that always caught me. Whether I was hit on there or not.
I think the simple answer to that is no. I know I can't do that. That's right. Yeah, is this? Yeah, I think they're having a little test. Is that a genuine question?
Is on the concussion test. That is one of the. Well, it was one of the ones that you could do, and your birth date.
Your birth date, you could do that. Couldn't you?
Just about. Yeah, I suppose it's just.
You don't want to tell them that; they might get into your bank details.
You do a test. You do a test at the start of the year.
Okay.
To give yourself something like a baseline. So if it was a blow that took him off the field, he would. The physio team would have a retest. So you've got a baseline score of your mental capacity.
Yeah.
Post injury, you then replay that test, and then they can test if you're significantly below par.
So they wouldn't certainly get me. Could you just please name the current health secretary? And that's a bit, could be tricky.
But then, with my conspiratorial mind, I think everything's a trick question, so it takes me a while to answer. You trying to catch me out?
Oh well. Well, I think he's going to survive. He certainly doesn't want to come off. But he must have got an edge onto his helmet there again. That is the shot that actually he seems to be vulnerable playing at the moment. And the reason he's playing is there's no boundary fielders behind square on the leg side. There's a man at sort of 45. Is he going to block this one by any chance?
Oh, his first innings dismissal was quite unusual.
Yeah.
A sweep that he under-edged into his foot, lower part of his pad, and Verena took a brilliant catch. Spotting it and then diving forward down the pitch. It really was a good piece of wicket keeping. An unusual dismissal, and that one there, top edge onto the helmet. If it didn't hit the helmet, it may have just gone straight up in the air. So some warning signs there for James Roy. Don't think it will put him off playing it from time to time. He tickles that one into the leg side for a single. Somerset move on to 99 for 1.
Well, he doesn't like to let the left arm spinner settle, does he? He's played two big shots over mid-wicket, one of which ended up in the car park. And a couple reverse sweeps. He likes to cover drive them, actually, if they over-pitch. He's keen to do that as well. But he's on them. He doesn't like to let them settle.
Yeah, he's got lots of scoring options. James Rue, and as you said, Liam Patterson might have bowled a bad ball, and he's gone for 30 off of his first 4 overs.
Yeah. You've got Pennington coming back, I think.
There's younger brother Thomas Rue.
He's
in
still
the stands
revising.
Going, come on, bro, number 3, yours. You don't need those gloves.
Well,
Don't
let
let us
theory.
catch you doing a selfie, Thomas. Come on, please. Really exciting young cricketer in Thomas Rue. He's got a bit of extra pocket money now after the old 100.
Pocket money.
After the old 100 auction.
Yeah.
He'll be buying himself a new pair of Jordan shoes or whatever his treat of choice is.
Yeah, just for the moment, he's got to get his A-levels done, I think.
Crack on with the cricket, lads.
Well,
Don't worry about those.
Don't
worry about those things.
I think they take them fairly early on in the summer now.
Yeah,
but that doesn't necessarily mean he won't.
Sure, he'll rattle through those.
I mean, it's an amazing start to his career. He's still got his A-levels to do.
It reminds me,
He's
I must
captain in England under 19s. He's played for the A team. He's got his 100 contract. He's ahead of the game.
It reminds me, Vic, I need to get in touch with Wyvern Comprehensive. I still haven't turned up to get my GCSE results from 1995.
You didn't? Oh, you haven't got them.
I knew they wouldn't be that exciting.
Well, you never know. You might have done better than we thought. At least you turned up for the exams then.
Not all of them.
Oh, right.
It was a different era. It was
100 comes up in the 20.
As Somerset passed the 100, it was very much a different era in terms of sports clubs being conscientious of young players' education. Our head or deputy headmaster at the time was on the Somerset committee.
Right.
And I was selected to play.
Who was that?
In my first game. His name was Mr. Bending.
Okay.
Western area, some sort of committee, or I don't
know. Oh, that's a sweet shot too.
Loved his cricket.
Okay.
Beautiful shot there from Cola Cadmore. And in that period where we were on study leave taking our GCSEs, I was selected to play for Somerset, and he encouraged me to go and play the fixture and miss one of my GCSE exams. So I never sat a couple of them because I was
told to go and play cricket
at the racecourse ground in Derbyshire. So yeah, different times. So
Well,
at least one of them was a null and void. NA.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Thomas Roos missed a lot of school.
Yeah, I'm sure he
I
would have
think,
done.
but trying to get the balance right, I'm sure, all parties.
Sure. Knowing his mother and father, I'm sure they were getting or encouraging him to do enough of his studies. Strikes me as quite a bright lad. I'm sure he'll have no issues flying through those A levels, whichever ones he's taken. Yeah, in the Trigo household, I think everyone from a very early age realised that academic studies wasn't going to be a huge factor in my
Well, I think I can see you.
life.
I can see you later on embarking on some adult education courses.
Yeah, I did start a degree.
Yeah.
Emphasise, I started a degree.
Okay. Well, then what happened?
Didn't finish it.
Right,
All felt a bit too much for me. It's just, I don't know. There's knowledge and there's knowledge, isn't there? I suppose. No, I've really become as I've aged, to sort of
more curious and
nature and history in particular.
Yeah.
Become really interested in those kind of subjects, and it's brilliant that, you know, the modern age, for all the negatives of you know, phones and internet and all that sort of stuff. I really do enjoy, you know, the
access
podcasts and all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah.
I'm satiated to a full point with
I
the
think you've
information I'm after. Do you know what I do love?
What's that?
Egyptology. Fascinated. I have been since I was a kid, and
Really?
find that subject absolutely. If I was to study anything, that would be it. I'd have to have a chat with old Zawe Hawass, who's the top dog over there, the guardian of all the information.
Is he?
They're not telling us something, Vic. Something was going on with those pyramids. Anyway, 106 for 1 here at Taunton. Which shot is Rue going to take on? You kind of think he's never too far away from an attacking version of one.
Well, he's been quite discreet so far in these 3 balls he's faced. He's done well there, Cola Cadmore. Well, in the sense that he wasn't backing up too far, because that did skew onto the stumps off Patterson White's hand, but Cola Cadmore, I don't think he'd left the crease.
We've had a couple of questions on the live stream, Vic, that might open up some nice conversations.
Go on then.
One of which being, if I can find it now, how do we get more people to county cricket? I'm assuming come to watch.
We'll play when it's a bit warmer, I think.
Play when it's warm, it is definitely one. And there was one that really did strike out. Is, I suppose, this was instigated by the knock on the helmet and the sports and science and medicine staff charging out. How big are the backroom staffs in a county team?
Well, you'd be better equipped to tell me that. I mean, it's obviously mushroomed.
If I had to throw a dart at the board, including players, so what you would call the playing staff,
Okay.
everyone active on a squad plus staff, I would throw a dart at the board at 30.
So hang on, does that include
early
coaching
20s
staff?
players?
Yeah.
And then you'd have lead physio.
Yeah.
Someone in sort of the psychology side of things, a couple of strength and conditioning coaches. So we're at
Sort
4
of a bowling
already.
coach.
Bowling coach. Batting coach, well, you've got Steve Kirby and Mark Stoneman.
Yeah,
you have Andy Hurry, Director of Cricket, Jason Kerr.
First team coach.
Forgive me if I forget anyone. Paul Tweddle is the fielding coach.
Well, you've got the academy element. I don't know quite, how you work that in.
Yeah, I think that becomes a slightly bigger number, but I think
so
having a good amount of contact time with the first team, I would say there'd probably be 10 backroom staff somewhere around there.
Yeah, and now you've got a women's side as well, of course, within the club that has similar numbers.
So take that and then double it. Yeah, so it's sizable. Yeah, but if you're thinking about first team match day.
So when you started, which was sort of early-ish 90s, wasn't it? Or mid-90s.
Head coach, assistant coach, physio.
That was it.
Well, and I say physio in a very loose term, not sometimes someone who would just do a bit of massage.
Yeah.
It was a few years into my career before the ECB funded counties to have a qualified physiotherapist on the full-time staff. Yeah, county cricket was run relatively lean. So, if you travelled away as a squad of 13 players, 11 play, the 2 players that missed out would support the warm-ups, giving throwdowns, hitting some balls. You'd have an assistant coach, head coach, and someone looking after the treatment side of things. So, yeah, very lean compared to what it is now.
Okay, and then I have to go back another couple decades almost.
One of the players was the driver.
Well, when I started... Well, the coach, once Tom Cartwright had left, which is way back into the 70s, our coach was Robbo. But he never really travelled with the first team. We never had a bus. We always went in individual,
Shared
6 cars or 5 cars or whatever, with someone driving the van with the kit in it.
The old Saab 900s.
Yeah. And we might... Initially, anyway, we might turn up with 11 players, full stop, and you'd borrow a 12th man. And I mean, I do remember, it seems archaic now. I don't think you can give that out. We played at Bournemouth, and Hallam Mosley was bowling to Gordon Greenwich. And just before he began this particular over, we were borrowing a 12th man, because someone had gone off for some reason, I don't remember what. And Paul Terry, remember Paul Terry, came out as the 12th man. He was doing 12th man for Hampshire, 12th man, and then you get paid a little bit as a sort of by the visiting club as the 12th man. Anyway, and Hallam Mosley rushed in at Gordon Greenwich, who, as was his wont, sort of clipped this thing, the meat of the bat, off middle leg, in the air, was going to go over the square leg boundary for 6. Paul Terry took off like an eagle, stuck his hand out, and it stayed in there. Caught old Mosley 57 or whatever it was.
Tough return to your head.
God knows what,
return to your dressing room
what
after
Gordon
that
Greenwich or whoever was captaining Hampshire at the time thought about that.
The 100 partnership between Cola Cadmore and James Rue. 42 and 52 respectively, both batters batting beautifully at the moment. Patient with a nice spattering of aggressive shots.
Ooh.
A little bit of a fiddle outside off stump there from James Rue.
Pennington, I think, still has the most likely. So yeah, we would travel, and I remember, that would happen quite often. We would just be 11. Because the coach never travelled with us. Roy Kerslake, as he was chairman of cricket, was often there on the first morning just to sort of...
Run you through your paces?
Well, no. And then a bit later than that, we signed we're into the 80s now. We signed Dennis Waite, who was the West Indies coach, a little Aussie. And he was a sort of self-made physio. He's very good, very good. Sort of fitness trainer stroke physio. So he would travel with us. Although the cynic used to think that he was a tough Aussie, about 5'5", used to run half a marathon before breakfast, having consumed a bottle of gin the night before, that sort of thing. But the cynics thought that he was tough. He'd been quite a good story, really. When the Kerry Packer started, Kerry Packer insisted that each side had a proper physio, and this little bloke from Queensland was allocated to the West Indies, who initially thought, oh, what's going on here? But within a short space of time, A, he'd won the confidence of Clive Lloyd, who noticed all his fast bowlers were never injured, and B, then he won the confidence of all the players. So he stayed as the West Indies physio for about a decade, until Brian Lara didn't want him, I think. But he came to us for about 3 or 4 years, and as I say, the cynics suggested that he was there to try and get Ian and Viv there on time, because he didn't argue with Dennis. But he would travel with us, and he was very good, actually, as a physio. I didn't use him much because I never used to get injured, actually. But as you know, with good physios too, you get on that couch and people talk to him, and he was a good listener too. So he could kind of, get a sense of how one or two players were feeling. The couch opens people up somehow, doesn't it? Anyway, I rattle on, but
No.
Well, basically we just had the development was we had a travelling physio, but we didn't have a travelling coach.
It sounds like he was fitness trained, probably doing 4 jobs in one. And I think that's, I think the personnel, I think the game has evolved to a point now with budget restrictions, whatever you want to call it, where the players have a genuine expert in all the fields, and more power to them. But probably at the stage of saturation point, I would imagine.
Well, there's also
rooms are only so big.
Yeah. And it's becoming, coaches are in demand too. There's so many more opportunities as a coach because there's, all these franchises left, right and centre, all these other teams. So I think coaches are less inclined to commit to a county job for a long period of time because they want the freedom to say if I don't know, IPL or Pakistan, what the franchise clubs want to have you, they want the freedom to do that. So you're getting fewer perhaps permanent coaches, but more people who come in as consultant type coaches.
Yeah, well, even now, sort of county coaches. Jason Kerr obviously has that period away, or has done in the past with the Welsh Fire, and the game's ever evolving as we watch James Rue just leave that ball outside of off stump, 108 for 1. At the moment, there's been something like a semi-LBW appeal that didn't really have much going for it with Kola Cadmore so far down the ground. There's little flickers of something might happen, but
he's got to hurry, but he's all right because he hasn't picked it up.
At the moment, bar a misjudged run or a lapse in concentration. Very much the case that the bat's dominating ball at the moment here at Taunton on day 3. I'm joined by Vic Marks at the moment. We're just chatting the balls away. We hope you're enjoying some of the stories from various generations.
We'll try and get back to the
we'll
21st century.
Well, it's always good. Genuine questions from our live stream. There are audience at the end of the day, so any questions, feel free as we navigate this period as James Rue clips one off his hip, gets a bit of bat on that one. Verena semi-interested as he was flying through the air, much like Vic Marks described Paul Terry's catch down at Bournemouth a few years ago.
He's a very good fielder, Paul Terry. He was a good cricketer. He played 1 test, I think, for England, and had his arm broken by the West Indies in the mid-80s. And then has since spent a lot of time in Perth, where he's kind of been, I don't know the detail, but has helped a whole host of cricketers who want to go and play grade cricket out there. It's sort of a good middleman, if you like, who knew the system and knew the people involved.
Yeah, well, live stream listeners are enjoying our rattlings on.
Are they?
Yeah.
You sure?
And yes, Stuart, I very much have heard of Graham Hancock, and I do believe he is onto something. And my deputy head teacher was Glyn Bending,
Is he
who
come back
encouraged me to
miss
don't worry about your biology exam, Pete.
I don't think it'll be a tragedy if you don't do it.
That's no good for you. You can do without that E grade. It's one of the nice things. I had really good relationships with a lot of my
teachers.
My teachers, to the point where
there's a mild surprise, but yeah.
George Croxford, my PE teacher, always offers, and I take him up on his offer to caddy for me every time I do open qualify. We had this brilliant time at his home club, Minchinhampton, and they do a hybrid of the two courses there for open qualifying. I think by the time I got to the 6th green, and George had given me a number of very questionable reads on the green. I said, George, I thought you'd been a member here for 20 years. Oh, yeah, but this is the course that I don't play very often. Brilliant. Thanks, George. We had a great day. It was quite funny when I think we were a few holes into it, and I was, like I always have done, calling him Sir. And my playing partner said, has your caddy been knighted or something? I said, no, he's my games teacher. Has Vic Marks ever done a bleep test?
Well, we used to do a bit of pre-season training, but I don't remember any results from any sort of bleep test.
The bleep was the wheezing.
Yeah. No, I shouldn't have thought so. It wasn't so regimented as that. They didn't have a file on my bleep test results. But we did, this Aussie trainer that we taught was very good, and he got us doing
fit
a lot. Well, he tried to get us a bit fitter, but not on the same level as the West Indies. He didn't have the time with us. But he was a big believer in slow stretching before the match. And so suddenly, before a Sunday League game, there were lots of people at the ground early. We go through what seemed at the time a very bizarre sequence of stretches where you'd be just static, holding a stretch. And he was a great believer in this,
8 seconds?
Something like that, But initially we were rather self-conscious because we were contorting ourselves in all these slightly odd positions in front of a crowd that got bigger and bigger, and they were wondering what the devil's going on here. But we, like the West Indies, in a gentle way, we recognised that actually whatever he was doing was helping. So, in a sense, it was an innovative.
Well, what a thought as we just witnessed a beautiful, finely struck 6 there from James Rue. The thought of Vic Marks, Ian Botham and Viv Richards doing a little bit of yoga on a match day morning.
It wasn't quite yoga.
How was your down dog, Vic?
I don't know what that is. But, I mean, Viv, of course, was he must have trained in secret. He was a magnificent athlete who kept himself fit, who looked $1 million, still does, actually, if you come. I haven't seen him for a bit now, but he's barely changed in shape since he's gone for the reverse suit again, which not necessarily the case with Ian, but Viv is the same shape with that sort of triangular top torso. I mean, what an athlete!
He was a machine, that man. The way he used to move across the field at cover, absolutely superb.
Anyway,
greatest of all time in many people's eyes.
Well, of that generation, I think. Yeah. I'm going to give way to Harry.
Well, you have a nice little rest, Vic. It's been an
I might have a long rest.
Pleasure as always.
Yeah, well, lovely to see you.
Where are you going?
You're not going? I don't know. I might do. There's a bit of a crisis on the railways.
Is there really?
All the trains are cancelled. Possibly if I run to, I might get to.
Now you're talking about stretching. Maybe if you do your stretching routine, you'll be able to fit in my car and I can give you a lift home.
Well, I don't know about that. Anyway, carry on. You're all doing wonderfully well.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. What a man, ladies and gentlemen. Vic Marks. I won't apologise for us tangenting off into stories of different eras. We very much hope you enjoyed that. We are in that tough period that you often get in county cricket where the game is very much on, but sort of drifting through a period where we often get this at Taunton, where the pitch just goes a little bit on the docile side of life. That ball ages quicker than most. It's still fascinating viewing for those who watch county cricket year in, year out. We know there's only a couple of mistakes away from things dramatically changing.
So I've just had to chase Vic out the door. Left his spectacles behind as Curler Campbell smashes that in the air. It's going to plug. It's going to be 4. Whoa. Just carried to the rope. Vic left his glasses here, but I can see that clearly enough. Curler Campbell high into the blue sky. Just has enough on it to go for 4.
Yeah, I agree. Hungry Grizzly Vic really is a treasure. Yeah, great timing coming on to commentary now, Harry, as it does look like from time to time these two are going to open their shoulders. I think with all the potentials of what could happen, if these two stay together and push that rate on, we could force a situation where Somerset could put Notts under at least a little bit of pressure at some stage in the middle of tomorrow. Lovely timing there out to the leg side. Good piece of fielding.
And that's a 50 for Curler Campbell. Really well batted. Yep, he's got there. Nearly went for 4. Just flicked inside. Saved the 2 runs there. Lovely flick of his hip. But to see Curler Campbell open the batting in this positive, destructive manner on a flat pitch is brilliant for Somerset, as you say, Pete, to force a result potentially. Quick scoring today and into tomorrow morning can be really positive for Somerset to then put a little bit of pressure on the Notts top order when they do eventually probably declare tomorrow. Well batted, Curler Campbell.
Yeah, I mean, I think for those people who do enjoy first-class cricket as we do, Harry, the game ebbs and flows, and we are no doubt in a position where even the Trade Nation win predictor is feeling like somewhere in the 70% of draw is the most likely. We've all been around the block enough to know that great batting, as we've just seen there from Curler Campbell, for the next 30 or 40 overs could open the door to a potential of seeing Hamid and Slater and the like under a bit of pressure. That's what Somerset supporters will be hopeful for. I mean, there is a little bit of scar tissue in the past of some extraordinary 4th innings chases here at Taunton. So you've always got to be a little bit guarded when you're thinking about a declaration. But like I said, if these two fine players can stay at the crease for 30 overs together, anything's possible. We've got 23 overs left today. Let's call that 4 runs and over, an extra 100 to 60. Probably need a pretty sprightly 40 overs of batting tomorrow. I think that puts the game safe. And like I said, you just ask the county champions a little bit of a question at some stage tomorrow afternoon. That's the optimistic view from the Somerset side. Another beautiful shot there, and excellent work there from Lyndon James, diving away, putting his body on the line.
Is his shoulder all right, though? He's experienced a bit of pain there. Brilliant work, as you say, but he's just felt on his right shoulder. I think he's going to be okay. That is his bowling arm, of course. And we'll need that to bat, but yeah, Curler Campbell hits the ball so hard and clean. This could be a thrilling day 4. If you're listening now and making your plans for tomorrow, the weather's looking even better tomorrow. Full day of sunshine, 2 or 3 degrees warmer. Get yourself down there for tomorrow, day 4. Could be an absolute cracker. The champions under a little bit of pressure. Could Somerset upset the apple cart first game of the season? Well, there probably was a single, but no, not now was a good call from James Rue there. Curler Campbell had to go straight away. By the time he was ready for it, it was a little bit too late. Good call.
Yeah, what's going on GWR, Harry? Is there a train issue?
I think Vic over-egged that to make an excuse.
There seems to be things going wrong with transport and fuel and everything. I mean,
there was a tiny delay in Swindon, and Annie J panicked. They didn't want to get the 7:32 train. So
oh right, I see.
there were a couple delayed, and they didn't want to get stuck here, so they just legged it.
They were panicking about getting back to, what was it, Tiverton Parkway.
They didn't want to get back post 8 o'clock.
Well, Vic did a sizable stint while I was shirking earlier on, so we'll forgive him and allow him a early trip back to HQ, and he can enjoy the rest of his Sunday afternoon bathing sunshine here at Taunton at the moment. We've had a couple of spots of weather blow through, but on the whole I think we've got away with it these first 3 days of the county championship. It's been very hard fought cricket by two very good teams. The pitch has shown signs of offering, and I think really with the amount of player misses on day 1 and 2, this game really could have a different complexion, but the batters got away with a lot of ill judgment on days 1 and 2 from both teams, and we're now in that position where either team forcing a win looks somewhat unlikely, but always possible.
Yeah, those few overs lost on day 1. If they'd finished a minute earlier before 6 o'clock on day 1, then they could have made up day 1's lost overs on day 2. There's a little bit of rule badgery for you. If that makes any sense, I'll repeat that again. So basically, because they finished just after 6 o'clock when they went off a bad light, still with overs to bowl on day 1, they don't make up the overs. Whereas if they'd gone off a bad light at 5:59, they would have had to try and make up those overs on day 2. So that could be pivotal, actually, because there were a fair amount of overs left on day 1. Could that be the difference between a positive result here? We don't know. There's plenty left in it today and tomorrow.
Well, with the sun shining and 22 overs remaining tonight, could be a late one for us, Harry.
Yeah, we in for long haul. Vic smirked as he walked off without his glasses.
Can confirm that there has been an incident near Swindon affecting services. I reckon Vic's just called that in to skive.
He's got contacts, hasn't he? He'll know someone who's a train driver somewhere. My paddle partner's a train driver. I'll give him a text and say, get an extra train out to Taunton and pick Vic up so we can do another hour's commentary.
You don't really have much artistic license as a train driver, do you? No such thing as a shortcut, is there?
You can't just go cross country. I mean, they're called cross country trains.
Press on, press. Are they there as a fail safe for like an airline pilot?
I think they do the braking bit. They have to brake a long time before. Isn't it a mile it takes to slow down a train?
Is it not computerised these days? Are they there as a fail safe if the system goes? Any train enthusiasts out there? We're not talking steam here. We're talking.
I'll ask my train driver, mate.
Modern day transport. Now he's always going to. If you ask an actual train driver, they're going to just massively overstate how much they actually have to do.
Change your bowling.
Where the reality could be, I get through my Kindle, I play a little bit on my PSP, watch a bit of Twitter, have a couple of snacks, and that's the end of my day.
Yeah, good point. We need unbiased.
How automated is train driving?
We do have a steam train come through Taunton occasionally, don't we?
Yeah, that's different. You've got to shovel the coal and all that kind of stuff. That seems a bit more.
They should get paid a
bit more analog, as you'd say.
Yeah.
Let's explore that over the next half an hour. We have a very, very wide, eclectic group of listeners on our live stream from various parts of the world. I'm sure between us all, we'll get to the bottom of it on any subject. Stone into the attack, drifting into the pads of Cola Cadmore. That's tucked away for one. Train driving isn't that hard, says cricket commentators. If it's like I think it might be, I could be right. But I'm also open to a new piece of information.
Are they trying to say that our job's not hard?
I've never been in the driver's seat, so I just don't know.
Maybe we can have a little day's work experience on a train line, the two of us. Can have a little go at it. Take your mate to work day.
Well, it's not like if something jumps out in front of you, you can turn the wheel and avoid it.
Course,
Is it?
that's
You
a
can't-
horrible
you-
thought.
what I'm saying, you're committed to the tracks.
Yeah. Don't need to think about that on an Easter Sunday afternoon, Pete. But
Didn't have to be gone in there.
still a few of the Arsene Wenger jackets being worn by the Notts subfielders and coaches. Still a bit of a chill out there. Ollie Stone with a proper follow through there. Maybe a couple of words with James Root. Did he follow on the pitch? Let's have a little chat with the umpire.
Yeah, there would have been a number of bowlers that I've played with in the past in this situation. They'd come to you at the end of your run-up and they'd say, right, nothing's happening. It's time for 10 minutes of Mad Dog, where you'd run in. I mean, it's purely bravado, purely theatre. Where you'd have a bit of a word with the batter, use your bouncers. Even if they go for runs, just try and change the momentum or the feel of the game in the middle. I've seen it work positively and negatively in equal measure. Often the runs flow, but you're in that situation where someone needs to try and do something.
Craig Overton, a candidate for that, I think, of straight away. Well, both Overton boys.
Well, I think whoever's got ball in hand that's feeling fresh enough, just charge in, use your two bumpers up, set the appropriate field. And I think it's more the character side of things, you know, spend a little bit more time down towards the batter, having a little word, bit of a stare.
Oh, that looks painful.
Looks like he just went over a fraction there on his landing foot. Looks like he's bailed out of the delivery quick enough. One of my former managers left the civil service to become a train driver. Is that because there was less work involved, train driving? That's where my brain's going. I could get into a lot of trouble there.
You've just brushed over the funniest comment of the day, actually.
Oh, have I missed one?
Peter, how does a train go?
No.
I've enjoyed that. That makes me chuckle.
God, I'll tell you what. I'd back being
Peter
a comedian
Trigo,
if you were
Peter.
in the crowd, Harry.
Oh, I like that. You can't mispronounce that as Trago, can you? How does a train go? There's chat between England selection and train driving. Good to have Trez in the back of the box. Good to have him coming in and say hello. Psyching you out before you round a golf.
Yeah, he's. I think, you know, I've said that conversation with Vic earlier about the tentacles of the ECB and the trusted, you know, opinions of former players, coaches, people within the media. I think you'd actually be surprised how many reports are fed back to back up what they can see on the live stream. I think it is definitely a thing. We don't always agree with the outcomes of said reports, but there is, I mean, in the position that I think the coaching staff have been in, I think it would be a catastrophic error for them not to be really hot on current affairs and what's happening and performances. And absolutely, that I have no doubt they'll probably have certain let's say 6 players. They probably 6 players they are going to watch very, very closely. And if you do something extraordinary outside of those 6, you're getting yourself into the narrative. But yes, the ECB tentacles are far and wide.
I think something that didn't help their case, it wasn't a good look when Stokes, McCullum and Key said that they saw Bashir on an Instagram reel. I think that was slightly concerning when he'd played a lot of twos cricket, been around the scene for a while, then played a few games for Somerset, and they basically admitted that they hadn't seen him live or even on the stream, but they an Instagram reel, then they had a look at him, then they thought, we better take this lad seriously and have a proper look. That sort of made a bit of a rod for their back a couple of years ago now, but good to see Bashir has got a wicket for Derbyshire on his debut today. I've spent a lot of time watching Martin Anderson bat in the first couple of days. Have you ever played golf on the Isles of Scilly? Cool, I bet some lovely courses down there.
No, I haven't. Should I?
I bet I didn't think I went there once as a kid. Don't remember seeing any golf courses. There's not much space. They're quite small islands, but if there is a course or two, I bet they're beautiful.
Definitely played in Guernsey.
All right. What were you doing there?
I think I was playing a county football match.
Ah, my dad played for England's C team at Guernsey or Jersey. Jersey or Guernsey. They used to have a lot of... Oh, that's a big shot from Tom Keller-Cadmore. The slog sweeps come out. He's not nailed it. It's going to be just 2 after all that. I think I went a little bit further than that. Yeah, I think they used to do a sort of representative, whatever it was. Yeah, county or England non-league team. Yeah.
Yeah, it was something like that. It was on whatever their local broadcast is, I remember, because it's obviously
BBC Jersey.
It's a tiny place. We played the match, went to some dinner and had a few drinks, and I think that was held at the one side of the island. Our hotel was on the polar opposite of the island, and we walked back.
Nice.
Afterwards, it wasn't much of a stroll either.
A nice stroll, a refreshing stroll.
Beautiful, beautiful place.
So you were in goal then, I suppose?
Didn't enjoy the prop plane flight over there, I have to say.
I think I say prop you played against. I thought, sure, this was football, not rugby. No, okay. A little flight from what, Portsmouth, somewhere was it?
Exeter,
okay.
I thought. Yeah, the old propeller planes.
No, not been to Jersey or Guernsey.
20-seater or something. Terrifying.
Talking of Jersey, Ace of Chive fell quite early today. Could do a little Somerset player watch. We mentioned Bashir. Sean Dixon, sadly, hasn't had a great start to his Glamorgan first-class career. He had a duck in the first innings. Tried to get on with it in the second and got out for 2. Former Somerset man Don Best got him. Went for a big shot over the leg side. Caught in the deep on 2. No Ned Leonard in that game, I don't think. Didn't play in the pre-season game either. Ollie Stone then, who's bowled mostly from the river end, but now trying his luck from the Gothic Pavilion end with 1 slip in place. Quite a wide sort of first and a half, almost second slip. That is a player miss from James Root. Add that to the great tally that we've lost count of. It's that time of day where it's beautiful to stand in the gap where the temporary stand comes in for the blast. That lovely car park gap between the Colin Axon Pavilion and the Andy Caddick. A few people heading for a train that might be cancelled. They might not be aware of the Annie Chave and Vic Marks Leggett for the last train out of Taunton. Seeing people just gradually walking over Priory Bridge. They might be disappointed to be back in 10 minutes. Maybe we should make a PA announcement that, and on the ground, just stay till close because you're not going to get a train home anyway. Too late now. Very loud seagulls doing well in through the effects mic, I must say.
Yeah, as I said to Val, a bit of a, well, thanks to ample encouragement from Mrs. T, I've become quite a fan of seagulls.
Have you?
Got a bit of character about them. Well, they're a beautiful looking bird.
What, giving them your chips or ice cream?
I think there was probably a period in time where, God, these seagulls nicking the chips, but it's just a bird that's hungry, and like we're the ones that leave wrappers full of chips lying around. I mean, why wouldn't you? And I think there's someone on social media that feeds a seagull from his loft room in Brighton, and he's called it Ethan. And
you do spend a lot of time scrolling.
It eats better than any human. I mean, it's fed on like fresh salmon, and he's built up quite a relationship with this thing. Comes to his window every day for his snacks.
Well, happy birthday, Barry. Happy 51st birthday. Watching with the family in the living room as Kola Cadmore tries to pull that past the two deep leg side fielders and completely cloths it to short leg for none. Flock of seagulls is a chat, yep. Your social media algorithm must be quite interesting.
There isn't from mine. I just get shown these little clips. I think it's almost sometimes comes with age. You start to appreciate wildlife a little bit more when you get a little bit older.
Well, this could be a new contender.
Becomes more of a joy than a nuisance.
Yeah. My new comment of the day comes from Bonkers. Is there such thing as a land gull? Great question. Seagulls, I mean, we're nowhere near the sea here.
Piggy on.
Yeah, someone else has already said that's a piggy on. But they're not called a land gull. I suppose, what, up Line Regis or up to the north coast is probably the nearest seaside from here. A fair way either way, but we've still got plenty of seagulls.
Yeah, they grow to quite a size.
They do if they eat salmon.
Especially those ones in Scarborough. They're like sort of
fish and chips everywhere.
They're like flying Alsatians of a thirst for cod and chips. You've got to be very wary and shield your cone of chips and guard it with your life. Liam Batson-White to Roo, who's, I would say, in some way, shape or form, gone slightly within himself. Kola Cadmore's up to the tempo, both into the 60s now, 142 for 1 at the moment. Run rate just a shade under 4.
So far outside off stump is James Rue now. Does Batson-White try and spear one into middle and leg and get through the defences, but that's going to be 4. Beautiful off drive. Fine arm with the subfielders chasing after it, can't get there. That is a glorious straight drive, really, just between mid-off and the stumps from James Rue.
Yeah, super sharp. Batson-White's gone for 48 off 9.2 overs. Hasn't bowled in such a manner that you'd expect those figures, but these two have taken their chances. Got away with a few half shots, but in between that, they've hit some crackers. Sign of turn from wide there from Patterson-White. There'll be a left arm spinner on the balcony at the moment, just looking up like a meerkat from his bench after seeing that one. Liam Patterson-White bowling from the end that Jack Leach prefers, and there is signs that the ball's starting to offer.
Down the wicket is Kola Cadmore, swinging that through the leg side. Should be just should be an easy 2, you'd have thought, but maybe they thought it was going to go for 4. The communication run between the wickets between these two hasn't been brilliant, we must say. Kola Cadmore not known for his running. Maybe thought that was 4. Just jogged the first one, and James Rue wanted to come back for the second, but wasn't really there. The man's back at backward point for the James Rue reverse, but quite often he hits it quite fine. That's really wide from Patterson-White. Almost off the cut strip, but is a dot ball in red ball cricket. So could have 17 more overs, but it is 6 o'clock. A few people are going to go and try and find a train north.
Well, if we play the full quota, Harry, you might have to go solo for a short period, as I need to take a very quick bathroom break, if you don't mind. I might actually do that now.
Go on then. He's gone.
I'll be back.
Ollie Stone then continuing from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. That's great to have Marcus Trescothick himself in this very combox in his own pavilion. Earlier on, of course, watching England contenders. Ollie Stone would be one of them. He's been in and around the side for a while. I remember watching him in New Zealand, doing a lot of bowling at lunch and tea. Couldn't quite get in the side. Come on, boys, come on, boys. A lot of encouragement from the Notts fielders. So we will play until the overs are bowled, light permitting tonight. There's no sort of, the scheduled close was 6:30, then it was 6:35, but they will try and get these 17 overs in if they can. I just thought bad light will be an issue come nearly 7 o'clock, but that's a glorious straight drive from Colour Camel, but only going to be 1 run. Lyndon James's shoulder looks to be a little bit better after he took that knock to it when he dived over to the right earlier on in this session. Very good point. This is why Cheese couldn't be a train driver. You can't just leave the cab for a jacket potato or toilet break or an admin meeting that lasts an hour. Good point. Great point. Yeah, just myself, Harry Everett for a while, but we've enjoyed Vic Marks and Pete Trigo's company the last couple of days. Myself and Pete are back tomorrow for what should be a cracking day 4. All set up nicely. Polly Rose is listening. Oh, maybe I'll save that one for Pete. That's Seagull related. Polly, the former Somerset scorer. Can't get away from the play. She was back yesterday. Came and said hello to us and watching from home. God, I'm getting tweeted about seagulls now as well. I love how seriously the live stream take the whatever we're talking about, whatever topic it is. Solid from James Rue in behind that delivery. These two were, of course, teammates, don't forget, in the franchise competition across the winter. Do you remember any of you pretty bored in the winter might have turned on some franchise cricket? The Sharjah Warriors in the IL-20. They kept getting bowled out. Had a pretty poor season. Finished at the bottom, I think. As games were often Colour Camel opened with Johnson Charles, Tom Abel at 3 and James Rue at 4. Rue got 47 against the Capitals. As he sees a lovely cover drive, James Rue. That would be a great shot in T20 cricket as well as red ball cricket. He jogs through to tap his bat down as well. That brings up the 150. No points in the second innings, of course. Not that would be in the first either, but they like to mention round numbers. Yes, so I watched a bit of the 3 Somerset lads playing together in the IL-20. Colour Camel played 35 of the first 38 games ever for the Sharjah Warriors in that franchise competition. He was a regular in that team, in that competition. Funny how some people move around franchise teams a lot, but others will be slightly more consistent. It's just stayed low. James Rue's done really well to get an inside edge on that from Ollie Stone. That would have been, as Pete would say, salmon, trout, and out. Just reflecting back to, we had Craig Overton do the walk and talk a few weeks ago. He was absolutely brilliant. And he was talking about how much the Worcestershire draw took out of the Somerset side, psychologically and physically, the hours in the field trying to bowl Notts out. You worry here, how many lessons are taken from that game last year when Banton got his big 300 and Somerset couldn't bowl Worcestershire out in the end. Jacob Hindley got released actually by Worcestershire, which Somerset fans will remember him blocking out for a draw superbly, impeccably from the left-handed tail-ender. But that game was a bit of a disappointment in the end for Somerset, not being able to get Worcestershire out. You wonder how long they will bat for here. When will the declaration come tomorrow morning? And then they'll have a big go at trying to get those 10 Notts wickets. Draw's probably still the favourite, but Somerset on top now to maybe push for that bonus win against the champions. What an amazing start that would be. Notoriously slow starters in the county championship. Last year, Somerset lost at Sussex in April. I went to Hove for that game. Then they suddenly scraped that amazing win against Essex here at home. That sort of kick-started the season as Colour Camel does edge, but I think that was soft hands enough. I'm surprised it's gone for 4. straight through first slip, but Patson White bowls a lot of quicker balls. 150 on the board, and now 150 between the two of them. Josh Thomas went quite early. He went for 6. And that is the 150 partnership between these two batters. Superb from Curler Cadmore and James Root. Patson White thinks that's a chance, but the quicker ball went straight down from Curler Cadmore. But a hell of an effort, first slip, to get underneath that. It's Freddie McCann in there, the young left-handed number 3. There's a lot of talk about Archie Vaughan and Josh Thomas to be opening the batting, but Somerset have gone with Curler Cadmore, who's here for April and May, which is a rarity with all the franchise gigs he's required for these days. The support he's given to his wife and child with the cleft lip operation, so we wish them the best of luck. And that means, you know, Somerset benefit from such a destructive player being around for longer. Yeah, lovely little stat this from Lord Dusty. I've said a few times how many times these two sides have often been a boring draw. Slater's batted for a long time at Trent Bridge. James Rue and Tom Abel had a massive partnership at Trent Bridge. Mickey Pretorius got some runs at Trent Bridge. Back here, we've seen Will Young and Joe Clark have that massive partnership. There's often been high-scoring draws. Well, when Notts bat again in this game, which I'm sure will happen at some point tomorrow, it'll be the first game between these two teams where both sides have batted twice since 2023. Because there were those sort of ball draw games in 24 and 25. Lovely shot from James Rees, straight around the ground, but no run. Yeah, tickets still available on the gate for tomorrow. People asking in the live chat. I think they're not sure the exact prices, but I think it's kids for £1. You can get, well, if you compare it to Premier League football, you prepare nearly £100 a match for 90 minutes these days. Well, this is the Premier League of cricket, and you can get about 8 hours cricket for £20 online or 26 on the gate. It's a pretty good deal. So get yourself here if you can. Another play in the miss. Excitement from extra cover in the bowler, Stone particularly. Kick of the dirt from Jack Haynes is for extra cover. Loose from James Rue, but he's played well on the up, driving beautifully. I wonder if we'll see a bit of Freddie McCann bowl before the close. He bowled 1 over for 4 in the first innings. Probably the only man in the top 6 we're going to see bowl for Notts. They haven't got the abundance of bowling options Somerset have in their batters. But at the moment, Stone and Pennington, Lord and James have all bowled pretty decent areas, and even without there being much turn and with the two batters being pretty aggressive against him, Patson White's continued. Haseeb Hamid persevering with his left arm spinner. Pete, there's more bird chat while you're out. Polly Rose has got involved, texting me. There is no bird called a seagull.
I'm sure there's the scientific name.
There's a herring gull. These are herring gulls, and in Scarborough they have kittiwakes, gannets, and fulmars.
Yeah, nobody calls them seagulls, do they?
Well, someone else tweeting me. No such thing as a seagull, they're gulls. Wow, okay.
Come on, we know the cricket's been a little bit drab over the last hour. No.
Curler Cadmore and Rue have been whacking it everywhere.
Lots of different species out there of bird.
Need to watch more Sunday night wildlife programmes. Is that still a thing? I remember as a kid. Parents didn't really let us watch much telly, but Sunday night wildlife programmes was a bit of a thing.
I think there was one on like kids' TV, wasn't there?
Is it Raw or Animal Park?
Is it Annika someone? The presenter.
Back foot punch for one. I think Animal Park was Longley. Raw was Howletts and Port Lymm in Kent, I think.
Yeah, as a cricketer, you do spend many hours standing out there in the field looking for inspiration from above. I've seen a number of sessions here at Taunton that become a little bit attritional, even though we're seeing some exciting shots here by the Somerset pair. A couple of play and misses in this over, so plenty to keep you interested. Ollie Stone just having a chat with Graham.
It's not
Graham
helping
Lloyd,
the
Paul
finish
Pollard this end now. Yeah, they've had a switcheroo second innings, trying to get himself a new Duke. Maybe that can change the momentum. No, just give it a shine, Ollie. You'll be all right, lad.
The umpires generally swap from first innings to second innings, right? Pretty sure for the both first innings they stay the same position.
Correct.
And now, second innings. So we've now got Graham Lloyd at square leg, or point actually, technically, at the moment.
Yeah, that sun's got a little bit low over the Pegasus building. He'd be struggling to see the crease line standing at square leg at the moment.
He'd rather be stood in the warmth of the sun, though, dare I say. We might come to silly point just to keep out the shade. Mid-on, Lyndon James is sort of hanging on the edge of where the ring would be in one-day cricket. Sort of lurking. Nose Kola Cadmore goes hard. You'll see a drink run on here from the Notts fielders. Over 8 still level, but they're not going to get 14 overs in before 7 o'clock, I wouldn't have thought. His Lammer's regretting not coming in at 3 now, potentially. James Roos sees this opportunity at 3.
We've got a festival of red ball cricket, Somerset taking on Warwickshire. June the 19th to June the 22nd of this season. I'm sure there'll be plenty of exciting things in the fan village, out in the car park. Keep the youngsters entertained while the adults can enjoy watching the cricket here at Taunton in the sunshine. Certainly been the best day of weather, albeit for a short couple of interruptions early. Certainly the brightest it's been. Liam Patterson-White toiling away. James Rew just nudging that into the offside. I think both batters will be sensing an opportunity to get 2026 underway with a nice big score. James Rew backing up his first innings half-century with another one, but something tells me he'll have eyes on a bigger number. Oh, that's something that's been lacking in my Easter, hot cross buns. Someone's out off delivering hot cross buns. Ooh. Any chance you could slip past Western Superman and drop me off a couple? That'd be nice.
There's these fancy hot cross buns you get these days. I had a caramel and something else one the other day. You can get all sorts. I had a strawberry cream scone flavoured one, I think.
Yeah, Marks and Sparks do one. It's got like apple and cinnamon in them. Very nice. Very tasty.
Okay. Sounds good. Gosh, there's some very demanding Somerset fans trying to say what rate Somerset should be going at. Just be grateful there's a good partnership there, I think. Say Rew and Kola Cadmore are going pretty well from a Somerset point of view. I don't think you can ask for more than this. You're playing against the champions and they're scoring pretty quickly, pretty positively. I think you take this.
Yeah, I think there's... I mean, one of the dangers, I think, for the batters that are in, that you just assume that the next man in is going to feel as comfortable as they do, and it's still... There's still enough time in the game that, as we've spoken about a couple of times, a little cluster of wickets could really change the dynamic of the game. So important that these two see out the day, and I think that's probably the order of play for them. See out the day, and I'm sure the team will have a meeting and strategise over tomorrow. I would suggest bat in a similar tempo for the first half an hour, consolidate to a point, make sure that you take the
Change of bowling
L off
at
of
the
the
Marcus Trescothick
equation.
Pavilion end, number 4, Rob Lord.
And then you've always got that opportunity with a pretty dynamic group of cricketers that you could really transform 4 and over to a lot more than that in a short space of time. Really important that Somerset just make sure they put this game safe. They've probably backed themselves into a situation where they deserve to do that, but you still got to earn it, and they will do that. No doubt. Rob Lord into the attack, who bowled some very good deliveries in the first innings. He's definitely got the ability to bowl with a good amount of pace. Wouldn't surprise me if he tests out the middle of the pitch from time to time, putting Kola Cadmore under pressure. The man is out there on the hook shot. Also fine leg for the one that's slightly more top edged. So very much an in-out field here at Taunton. Maybe he's been tasked with that can you change the game challenge.
I think there's a 1 there. James Reed fancied it. Kola Cadmore didn't. Farhan Ahmed, the subfielder, coming in from backward point. Looked to be an easy run to point, but turned it down. Calvin Harrison's got a couple of wickets late for Northants. Lancs 194 all out, so one of the first games in the County Championship into their 4th innings. On the evening of day 3, Northants needing 321 to win now. You think Lancashire with a slight favourite in that now after that decent batting from Tom Bailey at the end. We're going to see an edged 4 here, I think, from Kola Cadmore. Slip gives chase, but is he going to get there? No, we thought about it. Now, I do think about health and safety here. There's not much of a gap between the rope and the fence. I think there's a bigger gap. He might have dived head first and tried to flick that back. Decided not to risk it and collide at the in Botham stand. There's a picket fence, but that's still going to be pretty hard on your head.
What would you go with, a crash mat or foam balls? You could have like a little run-off zone of foam balls. I think
it's more that there is a run-off, like you say, the run-off zone, because it's slightly downhill down there. You do see them flying into it.
Have a little emergency ball pit surrounding the ground.
Crash mat. Or just bring the rope in another foot. Here's the smaller side over there, though. It's in a long way over this side. There's enough run-off before the tarpaulin sheet for slip and slide. Oh, just as I mentioned, Northants chasing 3-2-1. They lose Vasconcelos, 4th ball. Jimmy Hanson's got another wicket. More runs for Kola Cadmore. Another boundary through point. He's flying. These two could eye up 100 before close, actually. No time like the present. While they're seeing it well, they'll keep on scoring. Rob Lord's been impressive, but on a flat pitch with a 40-year-old ball against 2 batters with 150 put on together. 80-odd each. It's not easy. James Roos still outscoring Kola Cadmore at the moment, but they're not far apart from each other. Jack Haynes could have dived on that, but it was 1 either way. Even if he dived and stopped it, that'd have still been a single. The umpire's at this end. It's Paul Pollard. He's not quite sure which side of the wicket Rob Law's going to bowl it. It doesn't seem particularly decisive. We still haven't got the lights on at the moment, so you don't need the lights on because it's clear blue sky. But when the sun suddenly goes behind the retirement flats, you wonder if the floodlights will come straight on or if they would just go off a bad light once the sun's behind the building.
Well, I'm I'm hoping if that happens, there might be a little, might trim a fuse. It's been a long day, this one, Harry.
Yeah.
If that shadow gets onto the pitch, I think the umpires may have a conversation. But yeah, basking in sunshine at the moment here at Taunton. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Maybe you might enjoy this. Somerset take on Surrey, followed by Supersonic Queen. I want to break free. Somerset putting on a cricket and a music day for you. Tickets are available at somersetcc.co.uk, somersetcountycc.co.uk/buy tickets. What a day of entertainment that will be. Friday, the 7th of August.
Well, Liam Patterson-White still has Freddie McCann as a solitary slip. Keller Cadmore has long off back, but long on up. I wonder if that's a bit of a teaser. Saw earlier on the other way round. Patterson-White taking it away from the right hander makes a bit of sense, but inviting the short boundary. There we go. I talked about it. He goes more of a mid-wicket this time. It's going to be 4 over towards the edge of the Hildreth stand and block 5 of the Somerset stand. An easy 4 for Keller Cadmore once he came down to it. Chose to go with it leg side rather than straight over the top. Keller Cadmore back ahead of James Rew then. I always remember Craig and Jamie Overton when they backed together. There was a bit of a individual battle within the team. That sort of healthy rivalry. Or you've just hit a 6, I'll try and hit a 6, and they're both whacking it around. Or you've just overtaken me, I'll try and overtake you. And occasionally the ego can go too far, but sometimes a bit of healthy competition can help each other. And James Rew's got so many more aggressive shots these days. Having got that franchise gig for the Sharjah Warriors. Well in contention to bat 5. Him and his brother probably the most likely candidates to bat 5 with no Sean Dixon in the blast this year. Apparently the floodlights are going to be on any moment. I don't think we needed them quite yet, but ready for the shadow of the retirement flats, I guess. Freddie McCann and Lyndon James, fair play. The energy levels are still up and about. They're high. They're sprinting around. Bit of pressure, if they can, apply any in the field. They're not going to coast to the close. It's been a good over this from Patterson-White. Just that one boundary flicked over mid-wicket's head for 4. Other than that, 5 dot balls. Who have we got with us tomorrow, Pete?
Charlie Taylor?
Is it?
I think so. Have a look at the bowling figures there. Not much joy there for the Nottinghamshire bowlers. The star of the first innings, Pennington, picking up the only wicket, 1 for 34. Lots of overs being shared around.
Just hearing a bit of banter between the Notts fielders, which I'm very much enjoying, giving each other stick from the hands in the pockets. But it was quite acceptable, the Somerset lot earlier, with hand warmers in. They're just laughing. If you're at point, you can't have your hands in your pockets, but if you're at deep cover, you can. I think these days, with your hand warmers in your pockets, they want their hands to be kept warm, and then they're more likely to take the catches. Well, there's the 2 of them. The 2 having that bit of banter between point and deep cover. Can't stop that. James Rew beats backward point, beats deep cover. There's no way they're going to stop that. 4 runs again for James Rew. Beautiful timing.
Yeah, it looks like the bowlers at the moment are at the mercy of the batsman's concentration. Runs look like they're easy pickings here at the moment. Both batters into the 80s.
I think it's Slater and Pennington going after each other. As Rew whips that to mid-wicket for 1. The old-fashioned thing of once you've hit a 4, just get a 1 down the other end next ball. Not that modern cricketers apply by that tomorrow. Ah, yes, Charlie Taylor's just teched. He's in tomorrow. Great to have Charlie Taylor on Easter Monday. Long overdue catch-up with the man whose hair seems to be longer every time we see him.
Oh, Curly Sue.
Yeah.
He was looking very, very dapper the other day. Very nicely groomed beard, his curly locks that he's been growing. Nice to see that neither of us lost the bet that we did early on in 2025 that we wouldn't cut our hair till Christmas, and we're still going strong.
You've not cut that at all?
Well, I say haven't cut it. We negotiated, because we're working types, that we were allowed to trim around the ears just to keep it relatively coiffured.
A self-trim?
And it looks like we both, stayed true to it. You can't look completely feral, especially not Charlie, working for a national broadcaster.
Yeah, on 5 Live, I've seen that a bit.
He's got to look ship shape.
Yeah, just to confirm, some of you commenting, very useful information in the chat. Just confirm, yeah, you are right. You can only buy your evening session tickets on the gate. That's going to be another couple of runs down to third. They will keep up with this one. But yeah, very helpful from Miss Attack, putting the information on the Somerset County website. If in doubt, any questions, a lot of it is on the Somerset County website if you search and find the right area for it. But yeah, you can buy tickets on the gate. Cashless, they remember these days, as the floodlights gradually flicker on one at a time. Let there be light on Easter Sunday. Not that we're lacking it on all the ground, but I suppose it's getting a bit dark and they can see the shadow coming over, so the umpire's being organised. And Kit, Sam Dalling is not here. He's ill. And there is not a 7 PM cut-off. Nope.
Is he still on Struggle Street, Mr.
Yeah,
Darling?
chicken in the pub, wasn't it? Not that he was due
Chicken
today.
in the pub, I've heard it all now. I'll tell you, it wasn't the 8 pints, it was the chicken. Yeah, we got your number, Samuel.
All the way down here from Cheshire, and he did one day's comms.
I'm only teasing.
Patterson White then into his 14th over. Been expensive, but Hasib Hamid backs him. Or he just wants to save his seamers when they're fresh tomorrow to steam in. I think they'll keep him bowling until the close now. Only 5 more overs maximum. Reverse again for James Rew. Easy 4. Don't need to run them. That's a safe, controlled, calm shot. One of his best. We know how well he plays that shot. Great fielding by the steward. Diving over the advertising hoardings to pick that one up and toss it back. What's the over rate these days? It's meant to be sort of 11, 12 and over, is it? An hour? And can't keep up with what it's meant to be. 16 is the expected?
Yeah, somewhere.
So they get deductive is not 16. Oh, maybe it's a test then that's more like 11, 12. Is that one?
No, that's
more like 8 or 9.
That's what they end up. No, I think it's 15 in tests, 16 in
It's
tests.
never anywhere near that these days, is it?
No, there have been a few really poor over rates. I can't quite work out the reason for it, but especially when you get to a stage where, with the ticket prices being quite expensive, I mean, a number of the Ashes Test matches were.
Oh, that's really sloppy from Notts. The champions
Way
slightly
under.
losing it. What is that? Good running from James Rew and Killicumber to be aware, but that's village is one word. That's poor. There's so many different ways you could describe that, but frankly, they're not positive. A 1 turns into a 2. James Rew's on 91. Well, his fan club downstairs were looking forward to watching him bat, deciding on whether there's a chance of him batting today or not. Well, good job they spent their Easter Sunday here watching a James Rew masterclass. Tom Lammerby still waiting. Well, at this rate, he could just bat 4 tomorrow and hope he's feeling a bit better tomorrow.
Yeah, get Leachy padded up for the rest of today.
Yeah, I don't mind that shout. I think Tom Abel would be a man to want a night watcher.
I think it would make sense.
I think it might need a bit of encouragement, though, from a Craig Overton or a Jason Kerr. I think Tom Abel's almost too honest and keen and hard-working sometimes. But, yeah, that would definitely make a lot of sense. Yeah, that's a good question from Liz. Ben Moran might know. Have we got an attendance figure? I don't think we've announced attendance figures the last couple of days. Pretty healthy Easter weekend crowd. About 1,500, they reckon. Not across the 3 days. This has been the sunniest. Tomorrow's going to be even warmer again. Rob Lord continuing from the Trescothick Pavilion end. He'll bowl a maximum of 5 more overs tonight. I'm not sure if he'll bowl all of that. I reckon they will give Freddie McCann an over or 2 before close. Fine for the Nighthawk, says FSM. Oh, yeah, Leachy could be the Nighthawk these days. He's got that. Remember that ridiculous switch hit he hit for 6 last year? Last year, the year before. He's got most of the shots.
So what's a Nighthawk? Is that a night watchman that's going to come in and try and slog it?
Yeah,
is
Stuart
right?
Broad,
Okay.
basically. Yeah,
that's
not quite slog it.
Let's not have one of those.
No, I don't think anyone other than Stuart Broad has really. Oh, Matt Henry tried to. Do you remember Matt Henry last year? That was awful. Last year, Matt Henry came in at the end of the day and just tried to swing. I think he hit 1 shot. Yeah, it was an awful innings. Really. Was it a follow-on? Did he just? Maybe Matt Henry had his pads on from batting before, and just the 10 minutes to follow on, he just carried on.
Well, that looked like that delivery there will just keep Kohler Cadmore interested. Looks like it caught him on the thigh underneath that thigh pad. A little stingy one. Lord charging in. Kohler Cadmore down the wicket, turned down
Ambitious
by Pollard. Be very difficult for Pollard to give an LBW like that out after a couple of turned down ones in Nottinghamshire's first innings.
Good point from Liz here. Pete, you have a very different attitude as a commentator to when you're batting. I do agree with that today. All this talk of James Rew shouldn't be doing that, coming from sensible Pete Trigo in his retired commentary box.
Well, that's what happens when you take the moment out of the decision making. I mean, just in a nice, calm state at the moment. Obviously, in the commentary box, you get that overview of the game. You're looking at the scoreboard. You use your experience to just understand what you think would be the appropriate way to play in the situation. When you're out there in the middle and the adrenaline's pumping, those decisions sometimes go by the wayside.
Fair enough. Oh, my old Tiverton Town youth team goalkeeper, I haven't spoken to for about 15 years. Steve Bucknell's watching from Windsor. You can see football's not taking over all your life, mate, and get into a bit of county cricket on Easter Sunday. I do like hearing where people are watching from. We've had wacky countries, holidays, working, people from India, Windsor, Brazil, all over the southwest as you'd expect, but former Taunton Dean overseas, son of Lapchip, messaged me earlier on. He's watching Red Bull County Championship cricket from England instead of the IPL in India, and that's a compliment if I've ever heard one. Yeah, we're banning the word Kookaburra Ball from the live stream chat, please. That's gone forever, hopefully. We are Dukes, and only Dukes now in the County Championship. I wouldn't say the ball's gone soft. It's a good pitch. These two are batting well. Still been the odd beating of the bat. I wouldn't say these two have been perfect. There's been the odd play and miss. Uh, 1:30 AM in Malaysia. One of the fans watching. Just had a text, feel like this, Pete. We talk about Cal Corner. Just had a mate, Tim Richards, messaging me from a pottery, watching from the cow shed. Literally got the picture of all the cows in the background. Brilliant.
The methane not affecting the Wi-Fi signal, I'm assuming.
No Easter Sunday rest for dairy farmers.
What is it? Is it milking season? Is there such a thing
I
as
think
a season
you
for
milk all
milking?
year round, don't you? Don't they just turn on the taps at a certain time of year and out it comes? It's an all year round job, isn't it? You know, the pottery indoor league struggle to find players for a certain time on a Sunday morning because loads of them are milking. Cut out to the sweeper for one from James Root. He's composed, calm, just ticking the ball around. No stress. Oh, we've had Triscothic Senior in the box. Just had a photo from Triscothic Junior. Ali Triscothic, who used to serve us food up in the commentary box. Not working for the county club anymore. Teaching at Taunton School, she's watching. Last caught up with her in Australia during the Ashes, so back in colder climes.
End of another over here. 7 remaining in the day. Rue 93, Cola Cadmore 88. Somerset on 193 for 1. And on Friday, the 24th of July, it is the famous West Country event, the Beer and Cider Festival. And it's on sale now. Go to our website, somersetcountycc.co.uk/buy tickets. And if you buy them now, during the first release of the tickets, they are a mere £27.50. Good value. And they are selling sharpish. There are around about 500 tickets available before it'll cost you an extra £2. So get online and make the most of that deal.
Umpire's just chatting with the two batters potentially about the light. I think it's a bit too early to worry about that yet. I don't think the light means will come out until the whole square's covered in shade. I think we're right for another couple of minutes at least. Just had a great text from Polly Rhodes actually. Talking of kookaburras, she went to see Archie. Archie Vaughan was playing for Mosman 2s up in Sydney over the winter. She said kookaburras sit in the roof as the players walk out, and as the players walk out to bat outside the dressing rooms, the kookaburras sort of chat all the way in and out. That's quite Aussie story, that. Kookaburra sits in the dressing room tree, I suppose.
Yeah, they're a pretty common bird in Australia, the old kookaburra. Almost like waiting at Bristol Temple Meads and having a pigeon in the rafters. Same.
Pigeon, the land gull.
Same, but more exotic.
We're not calling them pigeons anymore, we're calling them land gulls, remember? Who's Jamie Cox got on his special vantage spot now, is it? Mr. Kerr and Harry? Probably. Well, there's 4 of them.
Well, there's no such thing as a confidential meeting round here, Harry, with your binoculars.
I was wondering if it was Vic. I was more thinking if Vic's just ditched us, pretended he's going for a train. And then he's... No, it's Trez, actually. Adam in the com box. Now he's... Join watching up there. To be fair, our eagle-eyed camera operators don't miss much in the ground.
You're not one of those window twitchers in the neighbourhood, are you? Always
watching your seagulls out there.
Checking out what's going on next door. Neighbourhood watch.
Well,
Chief neighbourhood watcher, Harry.
Never home to do it. We do have a massive...
Yeah, you're a busy boy, aren't you, Harry? I saw you were out and about doing something badminton-wise. Is there a sport that you're not interested in covering? You love it, don't you?
Yeah, I'm not really into horse
What was
racing.
the badminton? Was that a competition?
That's cool, that, yeah. It's the basically the Wimbledon of badminton, not the world champs of badminton. There's 4 Grand Slams, and I media manage the badminton champs in England. Yeah, it's a good gig for me. Love it. So all the best players come and do it. There you go. The camera operator's on the four.
There we go. There's the Somerset Illuminati up there on the balcony. Head coach, director of cricket, legendary batsman and CEO.
Legendary Wellington bustling seamer.
Sarge. Yeah, he certainly ran in.
I got out to the bowl at the other end. Just as he was coming on to bowl, I got out the other end and thought, is that almost a good result, career-wise, maybe?
One of those rare occasions where, from side on, the bowler runs in faster than the ball comes out of the hand. Yeah. He used to bowl in the net, Sarge, from time to time. He used to steam in.
Well on, no run. Here's the LED boards. That's where you can get your tickets. Look how shiny that LED board is. The marketing heads are on. Get your sponsorship on the fancy new LED boards.
Get out of the way, Kevin Shine, Francie.
Yeah. Well, shine is very relevant though, isn't it? Shine in front of the shining. Ben Warren, your man, get in touch with the club and you can get on the LED boards. Get yourself advertising in any formats here this season. Brand new LED boards.
I know a company logo that looked fantastic on those.
Good single that from James Rue. Easy in the end, called it early. Just nudging it around.
Yeah, 5.5 overs remaining in the day, and I think there's a full field of cricketers that will be keen for the end of play. Rest up and work out where the state of the game lies, and good night's sleep, belly full of food, and go again tomorrow. Forecast is very good for tomorrow, so we'll see a full day's play. We hope on that bank holiday Monday we see plenty of supporters come in.
Yeah,
you see some quite dynamic cricket. It looks like Somerset will be the team in position to potentially push this game on forward and hopefully have a dart at Notts at some stage in the afternoon.
I don't think they shouldn't have won that. I'm hearing through the effects marks, walking in. Yeah, Ollie Stone's not happy with Hasib Hamid there. Wider an easy one to mid on. He wasn't back, he was up, so it shouldn't really be a one there. Now Stone's going back to backward point, so 3 out on the leg side. On the boundary for the slog sweep from James Rue, I guess. Sure, he plays well.
Just one hit. Just one hit. You have the greatest night's sleep of your life, 100 odd not out. Or will he look to go there in singles? There's no real reason to take a risk at the moment. Plenty of balls left. Just knock the ball around. I think it is really important these two are walking out to bat tomorrow morning at 11 AM. Look at that scorecard there. The loss of Thomas early on for 6. But since then, Rue and Kohler Cadmore have played beautifully. 95 for Rue, 89 for Cadmore.
Cool. What's going on in the live chat, Pete?
What is happening? What are we being offered by our faithful listeners to get us through to the close of play? One more question would be great. Not cricket related.
Is that your one rule?
That is my one rule.
Rob Lord with one slip in then to Kohler Cadmore. Down the wicket, that's a big old heave. I think he got outside the line of off stump. Not the prettiest of Colour Campbell shots. It is a shot he plays well. Come down and hit over mid-on. There's no deep mid-wicket, no long on. He's only got to clear the fielders up on the one. Maybe trying to show James Rew what he wants him to do. Vic stitched me up a bit, really. I meant to be playing paddle at half-7. I don't even know what he's got on in Exeter tonight, but I could have just legged it to paddle. Vic could have watched me for an hour and then could have dropped him home.
Yeah, I've seen a spattering of Torquay United chat about Western-super-Mare the other night.
Oh, yes. Did see that score.
Us
Good Friday, wasn't it?
Us non-league football fans, yeah, it's an honour to play against a team like Torquay United. We expect to be the underdogs, and by all accounts, Brother Sam said that Torquay absolutely battered us and deserved their victory. I was obviously here and didn't get to watch that, but
he's the head. Brother Sam's still the head greensman, is he?
Yeah,
what do they call him?
The groundsman.
Groundsman, is he? Good pitch at Western this year, even with all the rain.
Yeah, he's done a good job.
Because it was so wet, and Western normally struggles a bit with rain. January, February, when we barely had a dry day.
Yeah, well, they did some drainage work, and I think there's one little area just inside one of the halfway lines where it gets a little bit soggy, but Sam religiously covers that when there's a bit of forecast rain. But the pitch is in very good shape, actually. They haven't had many games at all called off. He's done a good job. He sends me regular updates of how it looks. He's very passionate about his striping and line marking. He does a good job. There's a good question. Did I ever ride the miniature railway on the seafront? Of course I did. It was, well, it's down the, if you're looking at the seafront, it's right at the far left of the promenade. I think now they've replaced it with a bull's sand pit, whatever you want to call it. Right. But yeah, I can remember those as a youngster. It used to start off in the shed, go around this little gated area, and then come out onto the green. Yeah, had many a ride on that. I think maybe even my kids did.
Okay.
But like many things, they sort of fall into a bit of disrepair. And
has he struck one down the leg side? I don't think he has. I think it's pad.
What a catch that was!
Appeal. It was great work from Carl Verena, one of the best keepers in Test cricket, doing it for Notts Heroes and overseas, but an ambitious appeal, we should say. Two for two for Matt Critchley, having got 170 in the first innings. Pretty good day out for him. Hampshire struggling against Essex. And Ollie Pope's failed in both innings for Surrey. They're still behind the Warwickshire total. A bit of strife for the former champions. That's a lovely straight drive from Colour Campbell. It's not going to be 4, should be 2 though. James Rew's not going to come back actually. Hamid does really well diving. Saving 3 runs. Wow, Critchley now is 3 for 6. 4 wickets in the match and 173. He's probably going to be man of the round at this stage.
Am I right in saying that is it Taunton Dean's cricket ground that's on the Ivory Park?
Yeah.
Fantastic miniature railway around there near that coffee shop.
Really?
Around the play park. Yeah, I saw that last summer.
That. I've played cricket there 3 times last year. Don't remember the railway. Ooh, ooh. Are we checking light here? We might be checking light. Bit out of nowhere. Not sure what the delay is. Both umpires come into them. I'm not sure any of the players would be that wide if they went off for light, to be honest with you. The 2 lads not far away from hundreds might think differently, as the fans near the effects might shout, "Get on with it!" I heard that. Well, make a decision, I think, is a fair point. Either crack on or take him off. Or is that hat of Liam Patton White, I think? Ollie Stone was given his hat. Maybe it was a you can't bowl seam, can bowl spin. But we talked about this a bit yesterday. God, there's a lot of Western chat in the comments now, Pete.
Yeah, when did they stop people driving from the promenade along the beach to uphill? I think you can. You can definitely still walk it. I think they maybe put some stakes in the ground to discourage people, because as me and Vic was talking about it the other day, you often get the interest of the RNLI when people walk out into the mud and get stuck. We normally see at least one car misjudge the tide and lose their vehicle to the channel.
Good running, good singles, good rotation of the strike from this pair. Not far off the 200 now and the 200 partnership. I want to knock that off before the close of play here. I'll be very late for my paddle match at this rate.
That's why you're getting twitchy. You shoot off if you want, Harry. If you don't make yourself late for your paddle.
No, I couldn't do that, mate.
Paddle match.
Loyal me.
Is it a league or anything like that, or just a friendly?
Well, it's a bit of the owners.
Is there such a thing as a friendly paddle match?
Not really. No, they're all competitive.
A little bit competitive, don't they?
Yeah, no, we can do the league as well.
Well, if you need to shoot off, it's only 10 minutes. I can talk to myself.
The thing is, I reckon they'll go off a bad light in a couple of overs. Having just checked then.
Somerset's
There's the 200.
Comes up in the 51st
200 for
over.
1. After 50.4 overs, think of a 50 over game. 200 isn't bad when the ball's moving around a little bit. The red ball, of course, not a white or pink ball. Freddie McCann still at slip for Liam Patterson-White. James Rue on strike. 2 balls left in the 51st over. James Rue, could that be his 100? James Rue has opened the season with runs in the first innings and 100 in this innings. He's batted beautifully. 64 he got in the first innings. Failed to Patterson-White. This time he gets to 100 off Patterson-White. Beautiful straight drive for 4. James Rue salutes the crowd, still left here, ready to applaud him. All this chat about England, but James Rue will just concentrate on scoring runs for Somerset at the moment. He's a level-headed man. He's gone up to 3, usually number 4, with Tom Lammerby. Bit of illness and injury from that knee collision with the ground earlier on. James Rue, 3, 4, 6, wherever he bats, he's a class act. And another 100 for the left-handed wicketkeeper. 103 overs he kept 4, don't forget. There's the 1. Straight back to business. Well, hits his 4, then gets his 1. Don't think he's even tired. 103 overs of wicket keeping. Nearly 103 runs he scored with barely a break. Josh Thomas, his left-handed King's College mate, didn't give him much time to rest.
Yeah, superb batting from James Rue. Testament to his fitness. We were actually talking about it the other day. Both the Rue boys are excellent runners. I know they put in very good 2K times, which is the running fitness test. They're both very good athletes. So certainly from James's point of view, that mental concentration, endurance, a lot of time keeping wicket, bending up, bending down, wearing out that lower back, the quads. He's showing no ill signs of that as he's moved on to his 12th first-class century in a very short space of time. Very timely.
Rob Lord then into his 8th over. Wonder if he'll bowl to close now. Him, Patterson-White, and then maybe Lord to bowl the final over of the day. Somerset batting to maybe think about a declaration around lunchtime tomorrow, expecting a full day's play tomorrow. Could they get a 250, 300 lead? I don't know what they want as a minimum lead. That'll be more of a tomorrow morning question. Presuming these two carry on as they are. Well, we talk about Marcus Trescothick, the England batting coach here watching. He knows how good James Rue is. He doesn't need to see another 100 to know more about him, but can't do any harm. Guess they missed playing with each other, didn't they? Abel opened the batting with Trez, but Trez would have retired before James Rue came into the picture, before he took over from Steve Davies with the gloves a couple of years ago. did you get your final question in? You wanted one more question, didn't you?
Well, I think at the time, both batters in the 90s. James Rue ticking over to 3 figures. Cola Cadmore 92. 2.5 overs to go. Can he match his teammate and have the greatest night's sleep, 100 not out, with a day's, or at least half a day's batting available to them, setting up
The
this game.
200 partnership between Tom Cola Cadmore and James Rue.
There it is. We mentioned the 200, and the 200 partnership doesn't follow much later. Josh Thomas contributed 6. They were 7 for none, but now 207 for 1. Superb effort from these two. They saw their teammate Tom Banton get that 370 odd here in the first game of last season. We mentioned the 51st birthday today. Another birthday, Freddie Richards watching at home. Happy birthday, Freddie. Very supportive chat, aren't we? All the people that climb in on the happy birthdays.
Go on, Freddie, lad. What a day to have a birthday. Easter Sunday. Chocolate galore. Hope you're being treated well.
Oh, my word, Pete. Essex have won already. Hampshire lucky to stay up last year. That man, Critchley, I mentioned, runs, wickets, played around already, I reckon. An innings at 137. Essex hammering Hampshire. Oh, he can't get there. Nice shot from James Rue. Thought backward point was going to get there. Another 4 runs. Harry Trump packing up his camera gear down in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. It was a pretty cold day in the shade in your shorts.
Yeah, I think the Nottinghamshire fielders and bowlers would be keen to pack up right now and come back tomorrow. Top partnership from these two, passing 200 also at a very healthy rate. 4 and a bit runs and over at the moment. Somerset certainly have control of this game. They would, however, love these two to be out there in the morning. Gives the team a lot of options. Cola Cadmore on 93. Liam Patterson-White continuing. Hasn't got a lot to work with, not a lot of spin on offer. As that one slid through onto the pad, but
I think that's the biggest appeal we've heard so far, isn't it?
I don't think that's straightened to go on to hit the stumps. Yeah, that's sliding on down the leg side with the arm. It's the closest to a dismissal we've had for a while here.
Slight,
very watchful at the moment.
Slight desperation in the appeal, but it was better than some of the previous ones, we must say. Long on and long off, still back. Can Cola Cadmore push for 2 here? I reckon they will. Lord's got down well. No, again, good fielding. The Notts fielders have been quick chasing the ball to the boundary. Saved 2, saved 3s. Making Somerset work hard for their runs. Will Craig's just texted me saying, can I footmark the pitch on my way home? Gives him rough for Jack Leach to bowl into tomorrow. No, we wouldn't do such a thing. James Rue looks like he can score a run anywhere he wants to at the moment. Easy singles when he can't get a boundary. Well bowled, Patterson-White. He's been impressive to come back from pretty chastening first few overs where James Rue slog swept him. Cola Cadmore bopped him over mid-wicket, but he's come back well actually. Bowling better the longer his spell goes on. Still not had a maiden, but he's had plenty of dot balls amongst the boundaries. Right, last over of the day then. Rob Lord is not... Is he going to bowl it? Yes, he is going to bowl it. Nothing stopping seamers bowling this light. they're not going to check their light for the first over. They'll just let Rob Lord carry on the last over. They don't really bat for the close in the last over anymore, but we'll see what they do.
Yeah, I think both players have noticeably gone into their shell to a point.
Yeah.
It surprised me if this is just a very watchful knock. A double header coming up on Friday, the 22nd of May. Tickets on sale now. Somerset taking on the Hampshire Hawks. And word on the street is already 75% sold out. The Vitality Blast tickets are the hottest in town in Somerset, Devon and Cornwall.
James Rew then facing Lord in the last over of the day. Solid in behind that. Close of play, Middlesex, Gloucestershire. Most games have finished actually by now. One of the latter ones to finish, but Gloucestershire still trailing by 109 runs, 120 for 3. Middlesex have forced the follow-on. Mentioned Northants trailing by 311 against Lancs. Leicester trailing by 355 against Sussex. Sussex doing well with their point deduction. A minor worry as the players just crack on and pile up the runs and take the wickets. And Worcestershire 68 for 1 in their second innings, replying to Derbyshire 625 for 8 at close. Bashir took a wicket, but there was a 5 penalty runs that he was involved in we haven't mentioned today. It was one of those throws. You can't do that throw deceiving. Bashir shaped to throw the ball in, but the umpires decided he was guilty of deception, which is slightly controversial. The sort of fake fielding, they call it. Want to check the clip of that, really, rather than me try and explain it. Have I not been there? Of course, we just mentioned that incredible Essex victory over Hampshire, the first victory in this round. Oh, that's a cheeky single there. Curler Cadmore's just in, I reckon. I don't know. Not think he was gone. He's run 2 lengths to make up for it. He's followed through all the way to the river, nearly. James Rew thought it was easy for him. Curler Cadmore, a bit slower.
Why would you do this?
90s is all I say.
That's close as well.
Think he's gone with direct, you reckon? Very close decision either way.
Yeah.
It's in a close match, having a close decision. James Rew's having a little chuckle. You've got to be quicker, Pepsi. Curler Cadmore was not chuckling if he was run out in the 90s with 2 balls to go on day 3.
That would have been a long-winded apology, that one. Curler Cadmore on 94. Barn door defence.
He's not going to Essex last ball, is he?
I mean, there's such a huge dangling carrot for these 2 batters to have the opportunity of 30, 40 more overs on this surface tomorrow. Huge potential to bank a lot of runs for both these players and the rest of the Somerset lineup. Not in a negative way, but to give Somerset an opportunity to have a real go at the Nottinghamshire lineup.
He had a real go.
He's gone for the big one. He wanted that 100. He's not going to get it. One of the batters will sleep slightly more sound than the other. Close of play here at Taunton on day 3. Somerset 214 for 1. Curler Cadmore 94 not out. But the star of the show, again, James Rew, not out, 108. Still plenty to play for. Can Somerset set up an exciting second half of the final day? But Nottinghamshire under pressure. They have their destiny in their hands thanks to this magnificent partnership. We'll see you tomorrow morning at shade before 11 AM. Thanks to Harry Everett and the legendary Victor Marks. We'll see you again tomorrow.
thank you for your magnificent support on this Easter Sunday. We hope you've had an enjoyable day with us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. The fourth and final day gets underway at 11.
Well, welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground, and today we're sitting amongst Somerset royalty. I'd like to welcome to the ground Mr. Joel Gardner, who really needs no introduction to people who've been following the game for a long time. He's somebody who's very special, and we're delighted to welcome you back here, Joel.
Thank you very much.
What's it feel like to be back here after, what, 47 years since you were first here?
Well, it is not the only time that I've been here. I came through last year. I was here a year before. Came back during World Cup. I would say that I've been coming back to Somerset ever since I stopped playing for Somerset. After I finished, I still lived here for about 2 or 3 years before I moved away up north. Played in Glastonbury, played in Oldham, played in Lancashire, you know, and then went back home. But every time I came back to England on holiday, I don't think that the people at the ground would have seen me because they would have been hiding out in Wiveliscombe. Of all places, Wiveliscombe, yeah.
Wiveliscombe, special place.
Yeah.
A very special place.
Yeah, my very good friend, Bugsy,
right.
He is from Wiveliscombe, and that is where I would spend a lot of my days when I come back to Somerset.
Of course, when you first came here, Closey was captain, and well, do I need to say more? Have you got a few Closey memories for me?
Nah, I don't remember a Closey, man. I think it's because of Closey that I didn't start at Somerset a little bit earlier. I decided, as long as he was captain, for the few games that I played with him as captain, I worked really hard. When I say work really hard, my first game was against Australia. I bowled 3 spells before lunch, and after we went back up for lunch, he said, your turn. I said, you gotta be joking. He said, you gotta be kidding me. I said, Closey, all iron rest. And this isn't all iron. And I said, you know, if I keep bowling like this, I won't be able to play very long. And I think that was part of the keep back to from playing for Somerset. And we actually had four or five fast bowlers or 5 quick men in the team when they played against Australia.
You did, but we had a win, didn't we?
Very
First time
so,
we've ever beaten Australia.
I'd made Greg Chappell a promise as a youngster in Barbados about 5 or 6 years earlier. Australia came to the West Indies to play in a test series. And I met him outside the Kensington Oval. And I asked him for an autograph. He gave it to me, and I said, I'm going to see you in the not too distant future, and I'm going to torment you.
And you did?
And I did. And he looked at me. He said, can't use the language that he used. When I met him, he says, yeah, you sure did.
Yeah, yeah. And then we were in the old pavilion still here, weren't we?
Old pavilion? Oh my, that's a place. We used to call it the shed. We had the heat in the middle of the room. You had to get in early and pick the spot up so that you can keep yourself warm. And you know, it was an interesting place. I think the senior boys like Merv and them used to be up the stairs. Merv and Budgie, the old fellas, but the youngsters would all be huddled downstairs around the heater.
And what about the shower unit? Or was it a bath there? What was it? A big bath, wasn't it, if I remember rightly?
Yeah, but you got into you always went. I was never one, even though I don't like baths. I prefer to have a shower. So I would get in early, I'd get my shower, because I knew what was going to happen when Mr. Botham got to the show. It was going to be a madhouse. So.
Yeah. Still the same.
Still the same.
Still the same. Anyway, Joel, let's wind back and talk about your beginnings back in Barbados. How did you come to learn your cricket in the first place?
I don't know if it's a matter of learning it. Like all of us played cricket as young boys. My cricket started on the field behind my house. My uncle was a cricketer. We had a village team, and they played cricket. While I was going to school, I was still playing village cricket rather than school cricket, and then I had to leave the village cricket and go to the school cricket. I played maybe one game in under 15, the very last game of the season. But that was not by my doing. The fellas told me that I was not good enough to make the team, so I never argued with them, never made any noise, never said anything, just kept playing my local cricket.
Yeah.
And then when I played the last game, you know, I kept playing for the school. After that, though, I think the headmaster found out that I was playing for a local team as opposed to playing for the school team.
Yeah.
And that was a no-no. He said, no, you must play for the school team. So that's how I ended up playing for my school team. And then that was more or less the beginning. Junior cricket, did well at school, did well, left school, went to work with Cable and Wireless, West Hall and Company.
Yeah.
Another good works team. And it was actually enjoying my cricket with them. It was intermediate cricket, but yeah, it was one level down from the top level. But when we talk about a good club side and a good group of fellas, if you are in a happy environment, you're not too in a hurry to leave it and go anywhere.
No, absolutely.
So, you know, I kept with them for about 3 years. Whilst I was with them, I was going to trials, and there was a lot of rumblings and a lot of noise, and they said to me that you can't play cricket for Barbados from intermediate. But Van Holder had done it, Malcolm Marshall had done it afterwards. I think there were only about 2 or 3 people who would have played for Barbados from intermediate. And I didn't think that it made a lot of difference because I was enjoying it. When I tell you I was enjoying it, I was really enjoying it. Like I said, good group of fellas, we're all good friends, we work together, party together, play together. And then after the rumblings and they said I couldn't play cricket for Barbados from intermediate, I said, okay, what I'll do, I'll move, I'll go up to First Division. And I left them and I went to First Division, played First Division, played for Barbados the same year. Still doing the same things, still enjoying it, still having fun. But I always went to clubs. I always played for clubs that had good club life.
Yeah.
I think that is part of the success of any business. If you got workers and you got people who get on and who enjoy each other's company, it is going to be the place that you would want to be.
Yeah, yeah. And that was one of the things about the team here, wasn't it? When you, the team that you came and joined, or that we became, it was an enjoyable unit of people. You all got on so well.
Yeah, that's the funny part about it. I came over to England by chance, not by design or anything like that, because it was, like I said, it was working. I was happy working where I was, playing cricket in Barbados, and Duncan Carter said to me, Littleborough is looking for a pro. I said, don't. I'm happy at home, I'm comfortable. I actually had permanent residence to Canada while I was growing up. Yeah. Because my family lived there.
Yes.
And my mum and my brothers and
they
were all there, and I said, don't. I'm happy playing where I am. He said, give it a try. I said, you sure that he said, yeah, you would do well, man. I said, don't. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. I'm happy, I'm comfortable. I don't know. I didn't resign. I actually went to Littleborough. I took vacation.
Yeah. And
I organized with some fellas from the same workplace to work for me. When the vacation was up, I said I'll give it 2 months and see if I enjoyed it. If I didn't, I would come back to work. And then after about 2 months or so, I said, can't keep asking the fellas to work for me. But I always had a backup plan, because if it didn't work for me, I'd given myself 2 years in the cricket business.
Yeah.
And I said, if I didn't make it by the second year, I would have gone back home and joined the police force.
Right.
So I always had a plan.
Yeah.
I always knew that after the cricket, I was going to work anyhow.
Yeah. And of course, you were successful at Littleborough, weren't you? You had a big season that first season.
I had 3 big seasons at Littleborough, but the first 2, and I'd signed a contract for the third when they started playing with Somerset part-time.
Yeah.
But I was on one. I didn't, because I've signed with them, I said to them, I won't break the contract. What I'll do is I'll play out the contract and then I'll make my mind up on what I'll do in the, you know, going forward.
Yeah.
Which I think was the right thing to do, you know. And I played with them, and I played for Somerset part-time, and closely retired, and the rest is history.
Yeah, but then you came here full time, didn't you, in 79?
79, yeah.
But 78 we had big disappointments, didn't we? Because we did well, because we made we made a Gillette Cup final on the Saturday.
We had a good weekend, one of the best weekends that the club would have had.
Yeah.
Disappointing, yeah, but I suppose that most of the fellas that would have never gone to
No.
that level of cricket or excitement or final. When you think about it, you know, we had fun, and that was the beginning or the platform to go forward and do well. The disappointment was good, you know, because it made them a lot harder and a lot, you know, more determined to do well going forward.
And that was a fairly young team, wasn't it, that Rosie picked up,
very young
really?
team, yeah. A fairly
Closely
young
had
team.
gone.
Yeah.
Apart from Derek Taylor, you're all pretty
youngsters in the 20s.
pretty green behind the ears.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. We were all very young. And
Yeah. And then 79 was your first year here, full time, wasn't it?
yeah, that's my first full year.
And you had a big season because West Indies won the World Cup, didn't they? And beat England in the final.
You said a big season. We always have big seasons because we enjoy the cricket. Yeah, you know, winning is good, yeah, but like we go back to the environment that you're in. The reason why I think that we were successful at that level is that we were all good friends. We enjoyed each other's company. Not saying that everything always went 100%, but the good thing about it is that we enjoyed each other's company. We, you know, supported each other. So, you know, coming here, then we had a young team, which was good, and we all got on well. We used to share, like, when it came to time for us to travel, you know, we traveled 2 and 3 together, and many nights when we were wherever, we go to dinner, 2 or 3 of us would go to dinner, not always the same 2 or 3, which, you know, helped to a certain extent, where we started to get to understand and get to know each other's strengths and weaknesses and good habits and bad habits, if there were any. If you want to put it down, yeah.
I'm sure there weren't any bad habits, Joel.
Nah, just drinking habits.
Oh, well, there's always some things that go with cricket, they go together.
Yeah.
But that 79 season, though, I remember the Kent quarter-final, semi-final here, wasn't it? Wasn't that the season when we were struggling at 126 for 8 or 7, and you came in and put runs on with Budgie, didn't you?
Yeah, that was. But like everything else, like you know, if excuse me, like if you're supporting each other, things will happen. And you know, if you're in a hole and you need somebody, I'm sure that if I didn't do it, the next person behind me would have done it. But you were there at the time, and you're always expected to just stick around and help. He was the senior partner at the time. I was just the junior who was there assisting.
And then, if I remember rightly, we put Kent in, and then we knocked them over for 60, didn't we? Do you remember that one?
Yeah, that was. Can't tell you all the scores, but I don't think I remember Shep saying, not in an unpleasant kind of way. He called me a few names, but I said that's the nature of the game. We're here to win, and we're trying to win. Yeah. And the people here, I was here that day, and I can remember the ground was packed. I mean, people have always loved their one-day cricket down here, haven't they? And they've loved the way that we've played it. We were always going to struggle in 3-day and 4-day cricket. When I say we Somerset, we were always going to struggle. Nobody is going to give us a chance, even to chase 300, say in 65, 70 overs. And I think that was our weakness in that. Because of the side that we had, we were always setting targets if we wanted to win. I think the highest that we would have placed in county cricket is 5th. Because nobody is going to, with Viv and Ian and Dasha and those fellas batting, nobody was going to set us a target. We always had to be batting first and then giving them a toll and trying to bowl them out. So we were never going to be winners. Not in the county championship.
No. We were certainly winners in one-day cricket.
Well, yeah, one-day cricket, you know what you got to do. In 3-day cricket, calls for a lot more in that. Your winning is dependent. I don't think anybody ever declared and gave us 300 runs to win in 50 overs. When you think about it. But
yeah, exactly.
We were always the ones to declare and say, okay, you chase.
They were afraid of what our boys would do.
Very much so.
Yeah. And I think that, people don't realise that. But we did go on to win, didn't we? And we won the Gillette against Northants on the finals day that year.
You carry me back some years, man.
And then the next day, didn't have a chance to celebrate. You drove up to Trent Bridge and you played Notts. John Player.
Oh, I don't remember a lot after. The Saturday night, yes, because we had to travel. I remember going up to Nottingham with Chris Greenslade, and he said, Chris, we are not going home. We are not going to drive after this game. And he said to me, you sure? He said, I'm sure that we are not going to drive anywhere after this game. And so I said, so then we came up, we left Nottingham at 11 o'clock the next day to drive back to Taunton, because they knew that we weren't going to drive, not after the night. It is like, we played a final at Lordstone. When we played the final, the fella said, Taunton is the place we want to be. I said, nah, we in London already, let's stay. The fella said, no, Taunton. You're coming on the road and you pass 13 or 14 coaches coming down the road, coming back. I said, you made it back to Somerset and you made it back to Taunton, and that was it. You slept wherever you were for the night. You wouldn't drive again.
No, that's right. No.
Yeah. We had. I think that people down here knew how to celebrate as well. And what made it interesting too is the scrumpy and the hair. There's a hair going to Lords. I don't think that the people at Middlesex knew what hit them when Somerset were coming to a final.
Talking about cider, look, we've sorted out a brew for you there, Joel.
There you go, Joel. Cheers, thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah, you had 6 wickets at Lords against Northants, 6 for 29, and then up the road to Notts, and we won the next day, and came back with 2 trophies.
2 on the weekend.
On the weekend.
The beginning of a 5-year run.
Oh, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Unbelievable. The club had waited that long. It was founded in 1875. We waited 104 years, and then we got 2.
Yep.
What did it feel to be part of that, though, Joel? I mean, with that group of boys that you sort of spent, well, 3 or 4 years with already, hadn't you?
But, you're happy for them because you were part of a club that, that everybody saw them made. We call them the bridesmaids. They would always say, don't worry about Somerset, they don't win anything. And then all of a sudden, you got a young group of fellas who were keen, winning. I was glad for them because I'd also tasted success, in playing for the West Indies when we won the World Cup the year before. So it was a happy time. It was a happy time. The dressing room was a mad place. I still call it the madhouse. Yeah. The madhouse.
Yeah. And then 1980 you weren't here because you were touring England with the West Indies. And 81 when you came back here, we had the new pavilion over there. And that was a bit different, wasn't it?
That's interesting. You call it the new pavilion and over there. But I think that it was a given that we always held or kept or changed in the corner. In the old dressing room, you look for the heater.
Yeah, yeah.
In the new dressing room, we changed in the corner because the door to the heater was also in the corner. So, you know, and then it was Vivid, it was myself, it was Vivid, it was Hallam, so we used to be the ones closest, but the dressing room was a lot different and a lot friendlier too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So,
yeah.
you know, we had good times. We had some good times.
Yeah, and I mean, and that team really stuck together mostly, didn't it? I mean, Budgie went at the end of '79, he retired, and Derek Taylor went early '80s, but then Gardy came in, and
there weren't a lot of changes. I don't think that we had.
But most of the other people were part and parcel of the setup right the way through, weren't they?
Yeah, the nucleus of the nucleus of the team was there.
Yeah, yeah. Then of course it all sort of, I suppose, after we won the 5th title in '83. I don't think you were around for one of the seasons, and then obviously things happened. And at the end of '86, you played your last game here in '86, didn't you? Derbyshire in a John Player League.
See, you remember?
I do remember, because I was here that game. I remember. It was all tinged with sadness, because you 3 lads were going to disappear.
Yeah, well, I went past all of that, or maybe a year after it was all over. You know, I just put it behind me. It's part of life. You move on. You don't keep things that happen that don't make sense. You know, and I always knew that when I got to 35 that I don't see myself running around and playing cricket again. Not as a fast bowler.
No.
And I was close to 35, so
yeah.
I wasn't really too worried. You know, I just went back to the leagues just for, I don't even know why I went back to the leagues. You know, they kept saying to me, oh, come and play. But by then, my body was taking a battering, so.
Yeah. But you came back here in '93 with Glastonbury. I mean, I can remember you playing against Taunton. I was playing at Taunton then, and playing against you, and yeah, that was even in those days it was quite an eye opener.
Yeah, but I don't even know why I was playing, because I said to the fellas, I'm finished. I was over 40 at the time, and the fellas said to me, no, come and play. I said, old men don't play cricket. And if part of the confusion is that you played on the Saturday or you played on the Sunday, and then you had to recover. You had to recover Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You spent those 4 days recovering, and then you said, you mean they're going back to do the same nonsense again on the weekend? You go back and you take the 4 days. I said, nah. Body can't take this.
But again, you enjoyed your time, because I know you did, because you were great company when you were locally here playing cricket again.
But it is like to me, cricket is like work. If you go to work and you don't enjoy it, or you got a job and you don't enjoy it, you look for another one. And if you play cricket and you don't enjoy it, you look for another job.
Yeah.
So why am I going to go and play cricket if I'm not enjoying it? So, you know, I have no regrets whatsoever when I was playing the cricket. And if I had to do it all over again, I'd do it all over again.
You'd come to Somerset all over again?
All over again. Well, put it this way, when I was talking to Somerset, or when I had more or less agreed, when I was playing part-time for Somerset, Lancashire offered me a contract. I started laughing because I used to go to Lancashire during the day, during the week, and go to the nets. They weren't interested. And then the chairman said to me, oh, it's a privilege to play for Lancashire. I said, you gotta be kidding me. You had first opportunity, none of you were interested. Clive was away with the West Indies team when I was going there. I think only 2 people, Peter Lever. Yeah, that's his name, fast bowler.
Yes, it was. He's still around.
Peter Lever and Farouk Engineer were the only 2 people who actually talked to me when I was there. I was like, you walk into this club to play cricket, but I was around here for a whole year and nothing was happening. These are the only 2 people who ever spoke to me when they got to the nets.
So how did you end up coming down here? How did that all come about?
I don't know, but what I could tell you is that I'm sure that I might have been playing in a test match. And Viv said to me, there's a man called Lane Creed who wants to talk to you. I said,
right.
Lane Creed?
Yeah.
He said, yeah, you want to talk to you? Wonder if you were interested in playing cricket for Somerset. I said, I think about that, Smokey. He said, he's here, he's in Barbados, and he's going to talk to you. I said, no problem. And I had a word with Lane Creed, and I said to him, I'm already playing cricket up in the north. And he said to me, you should come to Somerset and see what it's like. I said, I should come to Somerset and see, but I'm already playing cricket up in the north. Well, he said, no, you'll like it. But then Viv said to me, Doc, it's a good place to be. And I said, all right, we'll see. And then Lane Creed was talking to my chairman at Littleborough, Fred Hamer. Yeah. And he told him we're talking that they didn't know. And Fred just turned to me, he said, you're going to Somerset to play cricket? I said, Fred, I haven't made up my mind yet if I want to play cricket in Somerset or not. He said, well, the chairman is calling me and make your mind up. I said, but I got a contract with you. He said, I know you got a contract with me. But he's in my ears every day. And I said, well, good luck to you and him. And I like Fred, regardless of what. I think I got home well with most of the chairmen at the clubs that I played cricket because they understood me. I wasn't really hard and fast, serious about. Yeah. You know, I just took things as it came along.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And when I played against Australia, maybe 12 or 14 people from up north came down to watch the game as well.
Did they?
Yeah. Yeah, came to watch the game.
Wherever you've gone, you've made friends, haven't you? But through sport you do.
But that's part of life. If you play a sport and you don't have any friends when you finish playing, you would have wasted all of the time that you played.
Absolutely.
And all of my friends are not from the cricket. They're people around the cricket.
Yeah.
Take Bugsy for example. Bugsy is a mechanic by profession.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we're like this. You know, Chris is a chef and a publican, Chris Greenslade.
Yeah.
And we're like this. We talk on the phone, we meet up, we have a few drinks, we enjoy each other's company. They came on holiday to Barbados, and we enjoy, we have a few.
Few Thatchers over here, there'd be Red Stripe over there.
Yeah, I drink any and everything. I'm not worried when it comes to
No.
I'm not too partial when it comes to things.
Well, Joel, we've talked a long time. Well, I will say what I think everybody else would say. Thank you for coming to join Somerset in the first place, and thank you for all the pleasure that you've brought to Somerset fans over the years. And it's great that you've come and talking to us today. Thank you so much for your time.
It's my pleasure. I wouldn't do anything differently. I'll keep coming back to Somerset. Brought my family to Somerset. They've enjoyed being in Somerset. Despite what people might think, they all have fond memories of the place.
Wonderful.
And like I said, if I had to do it, I'd do it all over again. I'd come back to Somerset as a youngster and play here again.
Thanks, Joel. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
My pleasure.